local.
Guys, do you know eggs in
Sustainable
space?
large bodies of
Guys, do you know eggs in space?
Eggs in space?
Yeah, listen to this.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. An Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got to eggs on space station.
Oh, this one.
Is this an astronaut?
Yeah, this is Don't Pet It. One more.
Wow.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you're thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
And this is the kind of engineering research we're doing on space station.
Yeah.
Coffee made of poop. Oh my god.
Toilets are cutting-edge engineering research.
And don't ask how he got the eggs on space station.
Yeah.
And just like that, I had gassy farts.
They're literally giving us filth in our faces.
I know.
Throwing filth. Yeah.
That's what the globies don't see, or don't want to see,
Yeah.
at least. And that's why it's so fun to make fun of them, actually.
They are disgusting.
At least the ones that have been faced with so many obvious frauds by NASA and still, you know, fanboy it. So
yeah,
I'm actually very much sorry for these people. I don't even know if you can be sorry for someone like that.
Oh, he gets paid enough.
No,
he doesn't give two shits.
I mean the globies that defend these people.
Actually, you know what? I've never heard a Globie actually defend like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, a Bill Nye, or Don Pettit. Really and truly. Yeah, never heard it.
Defend their heroes?
Well, they don't defend their heroes. That's the thing. I don't think that they're those people's heroes. I think they don't mention, at least in my experience, they don't mention them because they know they're fucking clowns.
Ah, okay. So just think about it. Do scientific experiences, experiments where they have Angry Birds. Angry Birds. What is it called? Stofftiere. Stuffed animals from Angry Birds and some eggs, where he himself admits that he doesn't want to be asked how he did get eggs on the space station, and then he shoots these stuffed animals around. While he also tells you that the scientific experiments include shitting in the toilet and drinking it as a morning coffee, because the machine goes chaka 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 chaka. Imagine being a scientist on a space station explaining, you know, I shit in my toilet and my morning coffee is only working because we have a machine that goes chaka 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 chaka.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you think.
Scheiße.
I'd like to ask, are there any professors or graduates of like high degrees in here? I'd like to ask you, would you hire a guy like Don Pettit? Would you hire Don Pettit? No, I wouldn't. When I first met him, I would think there was something wrong. Maybe his first language isn't English. Maybe that's why he talks funny, but it sounds like he has like a speech impediment or something. And that's not necessarily a problem, right? But I would be concerned about him if that's the answer he gave you, or if I asked him, what kind of an engineering degree do you have or whatever, and if he told me, well, we worked on the space station and we made this thing go chugga chugga when you drank coffee, I would probably laugh him out of my office. Just saying. So maybe we should consider that when people act like that, it's an obvious thing. It's like they're obviously showing you, look, I'm a liar, I'm full of crap, but they hired me and paid me this many dollars in order to pretend like this is real.
Listen, the way I see Dom Petit is like we do have these children with disabilities like Down syndrome and stuff, and I make no fun of them. It's a syndrome. It's a health problem, you know. Yeah, they are disabled, but there is a fashion nowadays uh, which started about 2 decades ago, and normal children and people start behaving like that, you know, because if they, so they are like having a induced Down syndrome, yeah, they behave like someone with Down syndrome, but they are not really affected by that. They just act to be, and because of this acting, uh, they benefit. They take a lot of benefits, you know. And this kind of people, I hate them, you know, who would fake a disease or disability. Yeah,
Oh, there's a lot of people in the UK you won't like, buddy.
yeah, yeah. So
Find that curvature right there. Is that Smurf?
I don't know, but I see Dom Petit like mocking even these kind of people, you know, the disabled people and or normal people. He's throwing filth into everyone's face, and there's no
Space
agency
station
in the
is a
United
serious place.
States. Yeah, yeah, serious place.
Space station is a serious place.
Yeah.
We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support.
Oops, sorry, my fault.
Is he aware that engineering means building
Regenerative.
things and designing things? Because I've not seen them build or design anything except these little space pods.
Maybe recycling your own pee is somehow building something. I don't know.
I want to listen to that whole thing and be able to impersonate it perfectly. Can someone send that to me, please?
Sure, I send it in here. 1 second. Don't put it. Here you go.
Space station.
You can
Okay,
really,
thank you so much.
You can do that really good, man.
I want to get better. Because in these, he talks a little faster and with like a New Jersey kind of Chicago maybe accent going on. Just a hint of it, though, and it's not like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's not like this,
But imagine,
motherfucker.
but imagine being another actor and having a company that's supposed to be owned by you and actually exposing yourself about how realistic the things is that you do. Right?
At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And you know, the colors all look like kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. You know, like everything looks too crisp. But we know we didn't really test any of those materials for, you know, is it space hardened or whatever, you know. So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do. It's perfect.
I think Musk was unconsciously just dropping truth bombs there.
He
It was highly
listen. He
annoying.
didn't even sound like he wanted to be in that conversation and in that interview. He was like, "This is fucking bullshit. I can't believe people fucking believe this shit."
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah.
Clay, could you play this recording of Matthew in Gem Pandas?
Oh yeah. Do you think they
He's
know?
gonna be abolished from there.
Do you think they know his voice?
Yeah, they
Of course
do
they
know.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I left that server unfortunately. You can, someone sent me an invite. I left that because I thought I would just
It's
waste
a
my
toxic
energy.
environment, yeah.
Yeah. I wasted my energy trade 3 days in a row enough to understand that these people are
Yeah.
hopelessly lost. They're hopelessly lost. Really. These people that are really debating their global religion are hopelessly lost.
Yeah.
Check the live stream voice text for footage of the last time I went into a Globe server.
Yeah, they're hopelessly lost, man.
Why
We
would you
can't
do that?
anything with these people. They're completely lost.
Well, if I would have caught one of the beers, it would have been a beer. How's that?
Right.
Or what's his name? Flying. Who hits the wall? Oh, I guess we don't know. Sorry. Anyway.
Oh,
I don't need
I
to
thought it
even
was
play
actually
it
a
there,
video.
man. They have little spies that constantly listen to what we're saying over here. Trust me.
I think that's Barney.
Of course they do.
Yeah. Trolls, right? You got trolls and you got those little guys that report back. Like FTFE. That dude.
Or
like
just
personal
think about
beef, man.
Dave. I think his name was Dave, right? No, wait.
Professor Dave?
No, what is this other guy? Not Dave.
Dave Weiss?
Oh no, the Masonic guy, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Mason.
I think it's almost time for us to stop talking about Freemasonry. I think it has nothing to do with the flat Earth, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's guys, and I'm totally the one that stormed in here with the whole Freemason thing.
Hey, you know what? It's worse than religion. It really is, and that's, I guess, it's more prominent, prevalent than religion. But it's like people are going to be like, "Oh, these conspiracy theorists are flat earthers." No. I'm a flat earther because I checked. Conspiracies? I don't know. Who gives a fuck? You can say, "Oh, Admiral Byrd this, and Freemasons that, and Illuminati this, and MK Ultra that." But most people are just going to get turned off when they hear any of that. They're really? MK Ultra? Are you kidding me? Come on. Don't you have any proof Earth is flat? It's kind of like one of those. Yeah, again, just my opinion.
The inventor and manufacturer of conspiracy theories is officially the United States CIA agency.
Yeah, that's the rumor.
Yeah. Not a rumor. It's official. They invented the term conspiracy theory.
For sure. It didn't have to try hard. The meeting on that one didn't last more than a couple minutes. Hey, what should we do? Are there conspiracies that they're finding out about? Of course. How do we diminish that? Just put theory after the word. Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah. Okay, meeting adjourned.
Are
you going to Smitty's for drinks? Yeah, let's go to Smitty's for drinks. I know the bartender. She's hot. Fucking ridiculous people. No, listen, the Illuminati couldn't afford me. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about.
I think because I was defending defending, but like
no,
saying
you're
Freemasonry doesn't
calling
matter.
it for what it is. We don't want to make a theme that way, right? Which is totally fair. And what you're pointing at is like, look, facts are facts, right? And we're providing measurable facts that make the Earth flat, so to speak. I'm going to say make the Earth flat for us talking about it.
It demonstrates. See, the Earth's not going to turn into a globe at all. So, yeah, the facts. I want to just talk about the facts, but I'm a hypocrite. I mean, I talk about all kinds of shit in here because you guys are awesome and amazing to talk to. So that's why I do it. But I could also be, on topic far more often. It sucks because it is a broken record, and it's a nasty one because but curvature, you know, I just can't escape it, man. There is no curvature. I'm not even going to ask for it anymore.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to ask for.
This is the obstacle which they themselves created it, you know. They invoke curvature, yeah. They explain, wow, the curvature is out there. It's big, you can't see it. But hey, if you can't measure curvature, then it's no damn curvature.
They invoke it and then they explain it away. It's just like the whole claim sums to nada.
Yeah.
Don't you understand? Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, but they ask, don't you understand? But they think of, don't you believe? You know.
Tells you a lot of their mindset when they're always talking about
Yeah.
beliefs like that. Do you
Yeah.
believe
Right.
this? Believe that?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, if I have to, then nah.
Have you heard Buzz Aldrin being honest once in his life?
Oh, with the little girl, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I remember that.
Maybe some of the trolls want to hear it.
Yeah, we never went to the moon.
Yeah.
Why has nobody been to the moon since
We didn't go, and that's the way it went.
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know what I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past. We wanted to keep it going.
That was so incoherent.
He's so incoherent, yeah.
Money is a good thing.
Money is a good thing.
You know what that was, right? That was him skirting his NDA.
Yep, I know.
That was him realizing that if he lies to a little girl, he's going straight to hell.
Buddy! So
You know, sometimes you can't suppress the truth long enough, especially when you're sitting in front of an innocent child.
Actually, so Life mentioned Antarctica. I know we were talking about it prior. So I'm going to ask an ignorant question to kind of lead to where I'm going with an idea. What is Antarctica? Is it the area that we would associate as the area opposite north?
Yes, in all directions. All directions south.
Frozen. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, all directions south. Anything that is directly away from north, if you go opposite north, you're going to hit south. Even if you're going the opposite direction. If you're in the middle and you go to the right, straight line, that's south. If you go to the left, straight line, that's south. If you go straight ahead, that's south. And any direction you head in a straight line from the center point of this flat plane is south.
Boom.
And
So then,
why would you call it Antarctica?
Because it's the Arctic and the ant of something is the opposite, making it the south. And this, no, hold on. I'm just going by how I understand it. Hold on, just bear with me. So here's my thing. Because somebody asked me this on my stream the other day, and I thought about it. I was like, that's actually a really good question. Because if we take the idea that north is north, and we know where north is, like Black Rock and all those ideas, the North Pole, the North Star, and we go opposite to that, that creates the Antarctica, or that is the Antarctica. Can't even say it well properly. Now, that would be south being the complete boundary. So it's all encompassing, which is Antarctica.
Okay,
it's not one
Arctic,
place. It's a thing that's complete. It's the entire ring. That would be Antarctica, would it not? And that's what that leads to the treaty. They own the treaty of the boundary.
The word is not anti-Arctica. Yeah, it's Antarctica. Ant is an insect.
No.
And in that Arctic region of Antarctica, you will not find ants. That's the only place in the world where you cannot find ants.
Wow.
This is
Dude.
so corrupt.
You're off in the weeds.
Wow,
You get,
truth drop.
It's
I
not
know,
even
I
in the
know.
weeds. It's more like the SpongeBob gif where Squidward takes his brain out of his head and throws it in the trash can. It's a lot more like that. Like the etymological fallacy is got to be. I mean, it's way too popular, guys. Way too popular.
No, I wasn't making positive claim. I just share something which I heard before.
Yeah.
In
Well, whoever
here,
said
and
that was
there is
not
information that there is no, it's not about being funny or not. But there is literature which actually explains that ants don't exist in Antarctica, in the South Pole. So that's a region where they are not present.
All right. Well,
And
here's the
ants,
thing. I'm gonna just go ahead and cut you off there, Get, because
okay.
I'm really frustrated with misinformation of this magnitude. So you literally told him he was wrong, but you're literally wrong. It is anti, ANTI. It is a prefix. Okay. So to claim that it's related to the word "and" is fallacious. End of story.
No.
Not no. Okay would be the proper response.
It's the word is not Antarctica.
Okay. This is what's happening. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
And I second that motion.
It's an etymological fallacy, and I demonstrated to you the fact that you're wrong. Your response should be okay, not no. I'll give you another chance.
The etymological meaning of the word, but I was actually.
You were still talking during all of that?
Oh my god.
No, it's not.
Okay,
Oh my
drop
god,
it.
because he's actually making a very valid point regarding an idea called onboarding. So when somebody makes a valid point, right, you actively take that idea on. You onboard it. That means you actually consider what the person has stated versus just counteracting with an answer. That's what he's attempting to explain to you. And the idea that I was trying to explain to you with the idea of north being north and the opposite of north being south, being a boundary, and the ant of that, the anti of that being the opposite, being south, which is an all-encompassing boundary. That's what I was trying to explain to you in terms of
Yeah, but
capturing
I
the idea
wasn't in
of Antarctica.
contradiction with you about that.
Yeah, you were, because you presented the idea of an ant. And I'm like, bro, are we really going to talk about ants with ice right now and some crazy-ass wallet we can't even conceptualize? It's so big that we're talking about ants. No, I don't want to get down to the level of talking about an ant. I want to talk about the idea that we're encompassed by a boundary that some people think is this small continent that sits at the end of a pole, when in actual fact, it's an entire boundary that encompasses us on all sides, because it's the opposite of the North Point.
Sometimes I feel like an ant.
Yeah. Anyway, for clarification for anybody that may be confused, I put the prefix etymology in there for anti, which also includes ant, which means front, or before. But in regards to the formation of words, you may or may not be aware that when words are being combined, including prefixes and suffixes, letters elude, called the elision. So this is just a natural formation of what happens when words are being formed. Sometimes letters are added, sometimes letters are removed. It has to do with phonetics and pronunciation and different languages norms and all the different things. But anyway, this is not really a tricky one here or very confusing.
It's just the idea of the opposition. That's all.
is literally opposite of Arctic. That is what Antarctic means. Yes.
So back to my original point, the idea of the anti-Arctic being the opposite of North, which is an all-encompassing region.
What about it?
It freaks me out.
Why?
Because it's the absolute. It's the and catch me on this gospel. I may use the. I hope I use the right word. Is it the antithesis of the North Pole? But it's actually not a point. It's actually a big ass. That's the boundary.
Yeah. Well, you understand how we derive the North. North is the only singular point.
Yeah. Polaris. Right? It's the only point in everything that we look at that doesn't move in this entire place.
Personally, I wouldn't argue that a compass is pointing to Polaris. I would say that for whatever reason it points to a physical location on the ground.
I say it's BlackRock.
What?
Just the idea.
The investment corporation.
I think there's some hidden meaning to that. There's like this idea of a magnetic rock that sits at the North Pole, and I actually don't think that the North Point is a solid object. I think it's a hole. And again, I know we can't prove that. So
There's also a really famous black rock inside of the UN where they have a special room devoted to this magical rock where they go in and have prayer and meditation. So there's that black rock as well, if you talk about black rocks. But yes, anti means anti. It's not a really confusing prefix.
There's a special rock in that black cube in Mecca too, isn't there?
Yeah, that's another black rock. That's true.
They like black rocks.
It's a space rock.
You're a complicated rock.
I mean, the boundary seems less terrifying to me than an all-encompassing, infinitely expanding vacuum.
Yeah, Tim, I don't think we can make any positive claims regarding Antarctica as a physical boundary surrounding the known territory. There's a treaty that exists, and if their idea, these evil people, was to create a treaty that encompasses all of us, why would that be so outlandish?
There is a place underneath South America that we can travel to, but claiming that it to be a complete surrounding barrier, we cannot do that.
Cannot might be a little too far.
We know that there is a place we can travel to that they claim is this little thing underneath the globe, under South America. But as I said before, like, we don't know the complete boundary, you know? We do know that water needs a container of some sort, but that doesn't make us conclude what it actually is. And these maps cannot be used as proof. Mod, Justin, I guess?
Yeah.
So I'm not using it as proof. If you read carefully, it says concepts, and they work very well in reality. So yes, they can be used as concepts. Okay.
Are you talking on a Walmart speaker?
It's a little bit of reverb there.
Aisle 4, Justin, aisle 4.
Made me laugh. But yeah, you've got your reverb turned on, Justin, but maybe that's on purpose.
Price check on prune juice, Bob. Price check on prune juice.
Oh, it's gone through the roof with the Putin price hike. It's $10 a jar.
Got the heliocultist in the chat. I don't think that gives you VC privs all by itself, right? Nope.
Saturn worship is so last millennia.
Are we
Truth.
cutting up?
All right. Victory, would you like to say hello?
Oh, it's.
It might not last, but I'm giving you a chance. Uno, dos, tres. Un, deux, trois. All right.
No love.
Eins, zwei, drei.
We need a countdown timer. That'd be sick. So, gospel. I heard a breakdown of the word gospel the other day. Good spell. You ever hear that? No?
It would also be really terrible interpretation of the meaning of those words.
Isn't it good news?
Yeah, spiel comes from story. It's like just I guess people just hate knowledge, or not everybody. Obviously, some people, if the shoe fits, but some people really hate knowledge, or I'll just leave it at knowledge, I guess. Etymology is really important. Understanding the formation of words, understanding the meaning of words, not neglecting that words have meaning, not being wishy-washy and letting a word have any meaning you choose. People do that. People use tools incorrectly. Like I said, sometimes you could use a hammer as a screwdriver. That doesn't make the hammer a screwdriver. But no, that's not what that word means. No.
Yeah, but what about the German word for good and God? Are those two related?
What?
Good and God and devil and evil.
So Guthan, or is that what we're talking about? The Guthan?
So God in
Or
German
Gott?
is God in German is Gott.
Yeah, GOT or GOTT, depending on if you're talking about German or Old High German.
Or
and then of course we have a German in the clay. That's your native tongue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you can say creator, which is Schöpfer. Or father would be just Vater.
But then what's the etymology of the word for gut or guten?
Good. You mean good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gut is good.
Is there any evidence that supports they have an etymological shared root?
Like good from English and gut with German?
No. Guten and Gott.
Or guten. Guten is not even it's something you would use as if you say guten Tag. So we'd put it in front of good day.
So just gut?
Yeah, like gut or good in itself, like gut has nothing to do with God or God.
Yeah. Well, that's what that was my question. Do those share a common root in the German? Because that was what Hank's question was.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Not at all.
I do find words fascinating. I actually do.
I do too. Etymology is quite fascinating.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I've looked up many times the etymology of bloody words, just to see how it all started, where it came from, whatever. Ancient Greek, ancient Roman, meaning this, meaning that. That's fascinating. I like it.
Don't need to anymore though. We got gospel parents to do it for us. We're lucky.
That's true. Yep.
Well, I try to provide resources so that people can do it themselves too. I don't mean
You
to
might want to
be.
look up lucky before you say that.
What?
You said we're lucky. I said you might want to look that one up before you say it.
What, the word lucky?
Yeah.
Yeah, lucky's. There's words with weird original meanings. But again, I'm not a disbeliever in colloquialisms by any means.
Is that some kind of joke? Somebody made your name the exact same and put 2.0 after it, or
What?
is it some kind of joke that somebody copied your name?
Yeah,
Except what?
it's the.
I was just making sure. I was like, what the am I seeing? Don't.
No, it's the. What was their name a second ago? It's the same person that I had moved up to the VC check-in.
Oh, I see. I wasn't looking at the list at the time. Sorry about that. I was just trying to make sure.
Oh, please, God, no. One gospel bear is enough. Thank you.
Well,
I know. Be nice.
It all depends on whether or not they're, being sincere or being provocative and mocking. What would be?
So where does it come from?
Yeah, it's where I was about to get to. Clay, are you aware of a good lexicon or etymological resource for the German language? I just did a bunch of research for French. So linguee.com. It probably wouldn't be it would be .de more than likely, but is there a good website for German etymology?
I don't know if Duden is something that you can have in English. Duden English.
It doesn't have to be in English. You can translate the page.
Oh, okay, yeah. So what we use in school and what is in general in Germany, what is often being used for defining words and whatnot is Duden.
How's it spelled?
It is D-U-D-E-N, Duden.
.de.
Yeah, I posted the link. Wait. Let me repost it.
No, that's fine. I'm there. Thank you. So it would be as simple as.
See, spell. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Spell in Germanic spell is speller. Speller. I don't know. I went off on that because I was trying to figure because it does literally mean like good book or good word or good story or
story.
That's really kind of like what it leads to.
Story. So
although we've changed it over time in modern times to mean the Bible or mean specific things, but yeah, you're right about that. Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
What exactly are you guys talking about? Sorry, I muted myself for a second there.
GUT and GOT. I'm posting the two words for Hank's benefit. Wait, is it spelled GOTE?
Well, what exactly? What word?
The word for God.
Oh no, it's GOTT.
There are two T's. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So. Here we go. So these would be the two pages that you would use. Guten Gott.
This is so funny with the preview pictures. I wonder, so you need to translate it with the Google Translator, right? You cannot.
Yeah, you could do that, or if you're on an iPhone, that's even better. The native translator on the iPhone is fantastic. It actually does a lot better, in my opinion, does a lot better than Google Translate. Although, yes, you can on a computer do Control A and then right click and click Google Translate, and it'll translate the whole page.
Right.
And all that, but it seems to be giving lots of definition, but not particularly any no. Here, where's
The only thing I can say.
It gives you a lot of information, but no details, right? It gives you no like actual
no, it's like a
evidence or
dictionary.
actual.
It's a dictionary as
Oh, okay.
opposed to an etymological resource. It's a good dictionary. It's very thorough. I'm looking at the details that it provides, and I'm not complaining. It's just different than an etymological resource that goes into the nature of the progression of the word and its root and all of that. But then again, English and German are going to share a common root, so
yeah,
you just go again back to the Greek and Latin, and it's not like this is a unique concept to a singular language anyway. We could talk about Shangdi if you want to talk about Shangdi, but every language has their own.
Yeah, but I can imagine that for someone who talks English to learn German is not very easy.
Among Himmel. I like the language. I think it's pretty neat.
Ich kann nicht mehr deutsche Sprache lernen. Ich habe es einmal in meinem Leben.
Yeah, I can hear that. It still sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Klingt sehr gut, mein Freund.
I've learned it 12 years in school, and the funny thing in Romania I was gold medal Olympic at Deutsche Sprache. And 20 years haven't spoken it. I forgot it. And now I find myself living and working here. And I speak it so badly. And the thing is for me that I know how grammatically wrong I am, and I don't like that.
Are you covering up your mic, bro? Because it's hard to hear.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
He was making love to his microphone.
Oh, I think I had my finger, under my phone.
Dude, keep your fingers out of the microphone and talk
yeah.
normal. Okay?
My bad.
Oh man, be civil.
Hey, I think that was a pretty polite way of saying it.
Oh, this is so crazy.
No, I mean, get now you good.
I live in a region where there's a lot of wine being produced, and they use.
I was going to say it's not nice to point.
And they use a helicopter every year to use to spray it with pesticides. And now the helicopter crashed again. Like almost every year, you have one of these helicopters crashing.
Wow.
What is Duden?
I'm going to blame that on the Budweiser factory because they're the ones that make all the beer they drink.
What?
What is Duden?
It's a German language resource. I found it. Erfunkt is the word for origin. So that the section titled Erfunkt is where. I'm sorry, I'm saying that backwards. Herkunft. Is that? Am I getting close to the pronunciation, Clay? Herkunft.
Herkunft? Come on, Clay, help us out. Fuck's sake.
That's what I said, damn it.
I was too stick to the helicopter. I'm sorry. What?
What?
I just read what happened to the helicopter, and both pilots survived. It's all good.
Okay. So, are we pronouncing the word right? The Herkunft? The wording of it?
Herkunft, yeah, almost.
Herkunft? Yeah.
Yeah, Herkunft. Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Okay, well, I'm used to not pronouncing H's, but I got German does pronounce their H.
It's kind of soft, yeah. Gotta do it soft.
Try Gaelic. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Cool.
I got a cousin named Kiahar. And I was like, they tried to explain to me how to say his name. Because they say Kiahar. You know, they say it like in a weird way. And I was like, it just sounds like Kiahar to me. And they're like, I like the way you say it. I was like, that's the weirdest name I've ever heard, but I like it though. Like it's a neat name, but I'd never heard it before then. Kiahar.
Yay. Glot in a structure suitable related to gate or grid. Interesting. So that specific resource would give no indication that they're etymologically rooted in a similar origin.
Wait, did you change the guy's name to Larper? Yes.
I changed his name to Larper. Yeah.
Yes, your name as well. Kind of bear.
Yeah. He's making a game out of this instead of sticking to the VC check-in like I moved him to.
Yeah. Oh well. He refuses.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll give you time to think about that.
I posted this in a chat the other day, and the guy said that this was false evidence. And I said, no, I don't think it is. I think this is pretty much how geometry works, right? He got all mad at me.
Who got mad at you?
The guy that was trying to tell me that the lividity of the ocean was actually a curve towards the center point of the Earth. And I said, well, according to this, a straight line is a straight line. It doesn't curve. So it's either a straight line or it's a curved line. They don't coincide with each other, you know. It's like black and white, you know. You can mix them together and get gray, but you know what I'm saying? They're still black and white.
Yeah.
Just in case, you know, that came up, because I know that comes up in everything, like, right? They say, oh, we ask them where the curvature is, and they say, oh, it's there. It's right there in front of you. You just can't tell that it's curved because it's so little tiny bit of curve. Well, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. I mean, it literally says right there, curved lines do not move in one direction. Direction keeps on changing from one point to the next. Versus the straight line always has a zero curvature. Straight lines move in one direction. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, you know. I don't know if you know. The guy
I thought so.
Read,
I don't even trust science, but when I read this, I was like, that sounds like exactly what I expected to find, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard it. I don't know if it was being said before the last few weeks, but I've noticed that they're all trying to say that this thing is true, that level means curved. And I've never heard that before until just the last few weeks. Maybe it's been around and it just wasn't argued as much. Well. But
was he
that's just it's ridiculous. No, of course he can't. He can't. I mean, no, but that's what bothers me is that that's what they're holding on to, and it's like, but that doesn't even make logical sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, if you're going to give me a reason why you don't want to accept what I'm showing you, then you have to give me a better reason than you don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you don't see it. You saw all the other like you show him a picture of all these lines, and you give him a ruler and say, here, which one of these lines are straight and which one are curved, right? He'll be able to answer that question. But as soon as you show him a picture of the Earth, he'll say, nope, that's flat, but it's curved. It's like, I don't get how you can, I don't know, I guess it makes me angry in a way, because it's like, well, how can you deny reality like that and say two opposing
things in the same sentence and then say that makes sense and that's your excuse. It doesn't. I don't get that. You know what I mean?
How can you be someone being on a Flat Earth Discord for such a long time and then do a video and say this?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
And that's exactly what I did. I went to the ocean and I measured it with a level, with a bubble level, and it's flat.
They have the most obvious evidence, but I'm going to do a debunk video because Matthew does things, right?
Maybe we should take apart these debunking videos, because they're really not debunking videos at all. They're just a bunch of people arguing that because some flat earther that they found on the internet is dumb, that makes us all dumb, and all of us believe the same thing that guy did, and so let's just bash all people that claim they believe the Earth's flat, right? Which is ridiculous. It's like saying that all people, all of one nationality are criminals. That's not true, right? But they want to use that, but it doesn't make any logical sense. I mean, if I was going to argue, I'd at least try to find something that makes sense so that at least I don't sound like a complete crazy person. You know what I mean? But it's like they don't even care anymore. They just throw it out there.
That's what they always do, man. Literally.
It's like frustrating. I wish they would like actually, debate on a level, or at least, have a conversation on a level where they're being honest with themselves. It's just frustrating,
But
It
I'll
would
be
be
honest, I think that we're at the point where Flat Earth is being infiltrated by people that are not actually Flat Earthers, but do stupid arguments in order, or create stupid videos in order for these people to have videos to debunk.
I agree with you.
I mean, how easy is it for a troll to do that? Just open a YouTube channel and start saying stupid stuff, about Flat Earth. I mean, it's a little bit like Flat Earth Society saying that the Earth is like flying upwards to creating gravity or whatnot. All these things.
Yeah, but that's my favorite question to ask them when they talk about gravity. I say, okay, well, what makes gravity? You're saying it's a liquid, a melted liquid in the center of the Earth. Okay, well, do you guys have a sample of that so we can see how it works? And can you pull a dog around with it like an invisible leash if you get some of this material? Like will it pull on your hand? Will it get stuck to you if you hold on to it? Can you get rid of it? Like, will it not fall out of your hand because it's got gravity, right? It would just stick to anything, wouldn't it? Right? You could stick it on the ground, you could stick it on a wall, you could stick it anywhere, stick it on the ceiling because it's got gravity. It'll pull towards anything, any matter at all, right? But we don't have any demonstration of that. And that's one that got me. That's one that really got me thinking. It's like, wow, that's profound that there's no answer for that. It really
I think we got to get used to saying this phrase. When we say, hey, could you make us a model like out of clay and then put some water on it, and then put it in a vacuum and then give it gas pressure, but don't let the gas pressure like touch the walls of the container because there has to be a vacuum next to the gas pressure, right? And when you can't do that with gravity, we need to say this all the time. Well, that sounds like an excuse. It sounds like just an excuse. Like, oh, it's because of refraction. We can't see. That sounds like an excuse. Can you show us
it does
how
sound like
this works and how it doesn't work?
Yeah, in order for
According to
anybody
the
to be
Cavendish.
absolutely sure, we have to be able to sample it and test it. So that material that they claim exists must exist. And if we can't even get but 7 miles down or 100, whatever it is, in the Marianas Trench, then we obviously haven't been down there. So we really don't know what you know what I mean, without testing everything else in the world to find out, right? We need to do more research is what I'm thinking. It's not, I get it. When we can't do something, like when we can't get to the center of the Earth or even down far enough to really get a sample of whatever's really down there, if it's too hot to drill, then we can't be doing anything but theorizing, right? So why is it such a taboo for us to argue with a theory that isn't proven, right? Like that's what a theory is for. It's for argument. It's for conjecture. It's for people to bring their ideas in and say, well, what about this? What about that? That's how you figure out what stuff really is. You know what I mean? Because you test all the different fields and all the different ways it can come in combos. Maybe you'll find some other reaction with some other chemical or some other rock or whatever. You never know, right? But they haven't done that exhaustive research. They've only done it to a certain point, and then they just basically say, well, we know basically what happened, so we're just going to stick with this, and we don't care if we find anything new. That's the way I'm feeling, right?
That's correct. And according to Cavendish, your hand would stick to your wrist if it was cut off. There would be a definite attraction to some measurable amount because the Cavendish balls do that. And that sounds silly because it is.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, like that's what I mean though, is that like that's what bugs me the most about being involved with all this is that the people aren't honest. And it's like, why can't you at least be honest? Or go out and get another account and come back in and pretend you're someone else so that way you can actually try to be on the right side of this. You know what I mean? Like give it a chance. Like why is it, that's what I had to do in order to really get to figure it out. Like it took me 40 years to like figure out about flat earth and the proof of it and all that. It was terrifying because everybody kept telling me I was crazy every time I mentioned it. I'm like, but that's what I believe. But they're like, no, man, don't believe that. That's crazy. So I just didn't talk about it no more. Like what else are you going to do? It's like, if you got a big ugly mole on the tip of your nose, you're either going to have to get used to it and then accept the fact that people are going to stare at it, right? And you're going to have to like find a way to make a joke about it so that it makes people less uncomfortable because they're probably as uncomfortable as you are about having to stare at the damn thing because it's hard not to look at, right? But in your heart that people don't do that just to be mean. They're doing it because they can't help but look at it because you do the same thing. So at some point you have to realize in your mind that you either have to be accepting of who you are and the way you look and just say, you know what, whether or not it's ugly or whether or not it's pretty, it's who I am and I have to live with it. Instead of trying to like change and mold and contour everything to make everybody else happy, maybe you should just be who you are and like present what you really are, like the truth, your honest opinion. Look at things with an honest look. Don't just assume. Don't let people convince you of things that aren't true unless they prove it to you. Like that's my advice, really. I think that could probably help people all over the world if they could just take that advice. You know what I mean?
How old are you that it took 40 years?
Well, I'm 48. I was shown the Earth was flat when I was 8, and then I spent 30 something years hiding it because I didn't know of really any evidence except for the water being flat, and I never really sat down and thought about it, and really like analyzed or looked for other people. So I just kind of like spent the years just kind of ignoring it and kind of like knowing, well, eventually it's going to come out, right? Because the world doesn't last forever, and unless I die first, then I'm going to find out.
What was told to you and who told you? If you don't mind sharing.
It was a church family from our church. I was at their house visiting their kid. We're playing Nintendo or something, and when I was in the kitchen getting something to drink, I saw on the refrigerator they had a list of companies that they claimed were like bad companies and whatever. And I was like, "What's this about?" And they were like, "Well, we believe that these companies are wicked. Like not necessarily evil, but just like the practices that they use and the things that they put in their food and all that are just not right." This is way back in the day, right? And I was like, "Wow, that's profound." I thought that's weird, right? And I was looking at the list and I thought, "Wow, like a couple of those names is like stuff I eat every day." It's like,
you remember what companies?
That's a little scary. No, I remember Tyson and a couple others were on there. I think Tyson was the only one that really stood out to me, but it was a bunch of major companies like Kraft and whatever. And I don't want to say anything bad about those companies because I don't know. I didn't really research with that at that point. I was 8, but they showed me in the Bible, there was some verses in there. And then they told me, have you been to the ocean? They asked me that. And that was enough to convince me. I was like, wow, you know what? That's weird. I wonder why they lie about it. And they gave me an answer. They said it's because they're trying to hide the fact that we were put here and we were created by a creator. Of course, I believe in God, so they said God, but I'm saying, just to share it so that you can relate. That's basically what they said, and I believed it. Instantly, I believed it. I was like, wow, it does. It says waters. He made it, he made a firmament between the waters above and the waters below. And I thought to myself, that's so obvious. Why didn't I notice that before? But I spent my whole life arguing with people because they kept telling me, oh, no, that's not what the Bible means when it says that. And I'm like, but that's what it says. I don't get it. If water stays level, and I explained it to them, and they wouldn't have it. So over the years, I just stopped talking about it. I didn't think there was I didn't think that there was actually all this scientific evidence and I didn't know that they didn't have some kind of evidence to prove that, or at least to trick us into believing that it was a ball in the first place. I just assumed that, that they were obviously smarter than us. If they've really fooled the world, I just assumed, well, they've got some kind of way to do it. I didn't doubt it, I don't think, but But
Thank
yeah,
you
it
for
is. And
sharing
then
that. And that's
sure.
very rare that a Christian family would have that teaching. Do you know if they were Amish? Do you know if they were Baptist
No,
or
they were
what?
Christian people. They went to church. You know, and we always went to like Baptist and Christian type churches. So it was always either Baptist or one of those, you know, like small churches and things. It was never like big.
I think that's pretty rare back then.
Oh yeah, it was really rare, like I said, and they had all kinds of stuff on the fridge. It was more than just the companies. It was all kinds of things that they kept track of it all. I thought it was weird. I thought they were weird at first, but you know, like the way they explained it to me and the way they showed it, it was like they already knew. They knew it. I could tell by the look in their eyes. They believed this.
So what
You know,
denomination were they?
wholeheartedly. You
What
know,
denomination were they, Ricky?
I said I think they were either Baptist, but they're just Christian, basically. Bible believers.
Okay.
You know, like
So
New Testament Bible believers.
the interesting thing about that share is that I said the exact same thing when I joined this group yesterday. On day 2, he created the firmament, and then I started unpacking everything from there. And I thought, if he's so literal with the description of what he created with the ark, why wouldn't he be literal in the description of the firmament and the waters and the lands? And thank you for that share, man, very much.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, no,
I want to say
I have
that
a lot of questions
Baptists,
about what's not in there too. Trust me.
The whole
You know,
I
the
say that
Bible is a
Baptists
very
have a lot
interesting
of
book.
younger creationists, so it's not that far with global flat Earth truthers.
The whole thing about separating the waters above from waters below is something that niggled the back of my brain for 45 years. Like I don't know. I knew
Well, it was
there was.
explained away to me by the fog and the clouds. That was supposedly the thing. That there was this fog or clouds that was over the earth at all times that protected it from the sun or whatever and watered the grass for you. And I'm like, well, in Missouri, the grass gets watered automatically still. It's like, you know, like, I don't know. It just, you know, like all the excuses that people were giving me not to believe what these people told me didn't make any sense to me. But like I said, I kind of just put it on the back burner because I was a kid, you know, my hormones were starting to kick in and, you know, you know what I mean? It's like, I was more worried about, you know, having friends and chasing girls and getting through school and all that. You know, I wasn't worried about that kind of thing at the time. But as I got older, it started to become more and more apparent that people really were stuck on this idea that they lived on a ball, even though I couldn't find any true evidence for it except the videos. And you know, I hate to say that I don't believe NASA, but I just don't. I'm sorry. I've looked through so much of their videos and I've found so many holes in all this stuff. It's like, why would they have to fake any of it? And if they did, why wouldn't they just put on there, this is the recreation part and this is the real part? That's what normal, you know, companies or people that put out videos and TV shows, right? They always tell you this is a reenactment based on true events. It's not an actual truth. It's actually based on it, right? This way, you know that you don't need to go out and start buying guns to protect yourself from this. It's just a storyline. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to get concerned and worried. But it just fascinates me. People can't tell the difference anymore. It's almost like somebody unplugged that part of the obviousness of knowing what's not real and what's real, right? It's terrifying. I'm sorry, I'm monologuing. My bad.
Aye, okay, we're listening.
I know, but sometimes I have a bad habit of I talk too long and I start running on about this and that, and I'm not talking about the stuff we were talking about in the beginning, and so if I don't cut
Yeah, but
myself off, then that's what I'll do.
that's what we do here, right? You just share, man, and go. Don't look for people to answer back. We appreciate the honesty and how open you're being with your experience and how you came to your realization, because it's testaments like this that other people can take on and start asking questions themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree. That's really all I have to. That's really all I have to share is my honesty. You know, my honesty about what I've witnessed. Right. I mean, I get it if other people witnessed everything I witnessed in my life and they came to a different conclusion. That would be fine with me. You know what I mean? I just feel like what I guess the hole in my heart is that people take it like as if I'm against them or something. It doesn't change the fact that I care about other people just because you don't believe the Earth's a ball or you don't believe it's flat. Like that doesn't matter to me, really. Not really. Now, if that ends up turning out to where you're going to go and do this and it's going to cause harm to my family because you believe the Earth's a ball, then yeah, I would say that would become a problem. But in reality, it's really not that big a deal to me. whether you believe in it or not. It's not because I know it's true, so I don't really care. But if you're curious about why I believe it, or you think that I'm a fool, and you come in here and talk to me personally, for whatever, because that's what you're wanting to know is, are you just crazy, or do you actually have some kind of evidence or whatever, an experience that brought you to this idea? And that's all I can really share is my experience of why I come to that conclusion. I can't prove to you, I can't make you look at what I saw and say, well, you have to see this. I can't do that. You know what I mean? So all I can really do is just share with you what I've learned and what I've seen and why I came to this conclusion, because that's what makes sense to me. And that's what I'm supposed to do. Otherwise, then maybe I should just plug into whatever computer brain that they're putting out now, or AI, and just become part of the computer system. Because then I if I'm not going to be myself and make my own choices, what's the point of even be here? It doesn't make sense to me. This all makes everything point towards the type of lifestyle where we end up hating, all of us hating each other and being so paranoid of each other because simply the government, that's all they want to do. Is just basically keep us terrified of each other and fighting amongst each other over stupid stuff you really don't care about. It's ridiculous. Like, who really cares what kind of shoes another person wears or what kind of clothes another person wears? Do you really care about that? Unless they're disgustingly dirty and they smell bad. Do you really care if somebody's wearing a dress or a shirt or a pants? No. Why would you care? Right? Unless you're in a room where there's machinery and you could get tangled up in it, it doesn't really matter what people wear. But why is it that when you go into a grade school and high school nowadays, and it was like that 40 years ago when I was there, the kids pick on each other over this stuff? Why? What is the point of that, right? What do they get out of it by making fun of other kids because they're not wearing Nikes and Adidas? They're wearing Kmart specials or whatever the hell they call them nowadays. We call them a Kmart special. You know, like, what's wrong with wearing shoes from Payless, dude? If you can't afford the expensive ones, what's wrong with that? Does it really matter? No, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, they wear out more and they look shitty. So what? That's what I can afford, bro. Like, why is that? Like, why do you have to take that personally and make it about disliking me or putting me in a category because my mom happens to not be able to afford Nikes?
Because
$150 will buy a lot of groceries in 1980s. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people.
And a pair of Reeboks just wasn't worth it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we made choices to survive and people made fun of it. It's like, why would you do that? There's no reason for that.
They get
except an asshole.
Yeah, they get a kick
right?
out of it, putting people down, makes them look big in the
And so I learned that there's different kinds of people. And, you know, I've done this too. I've bullied before. I've done these things. I've picked on people. Don't get me wrong. Right? I'm not perfect. You know, I picked on other people because it feels good sometimes, especially when the person seems to be doing something that just gets on your nerves and you really don't want to be around them. Instead of just saying, why don't I just walk away? You stick around anyway, but you decide you're going to pick on them anyway. And I know I made that decision was wrong, but I'm not saying that I've never done it, right? But what does it feel like when somebody steps all over your feelings? Even if it's not something that really bothers you, the fact that somebody that you barely know has decided to come up to think and sit and dwell in his mind about how he can insult you and bring you down to a level that makes you feel less than him. Obviously, that was the intent of it, right? Either I don't know what other intent there would be. But I just don't understand this idea. It's an idea. It is. It's like an idea that's being pushed in the media. It is. This, oh, well, I can do what I want and you can't tell me what to do. And if you do, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm gonna cause violence on you, right? Or if you try to argue with me, or if you say that I'm gay and I don't like that word, or if you say I'm an N-word and I don't like that, then I'm gonna hate on you. And then I'm gonna tell all my friends about it. We're gonna make fun of you and we're gonna keep this up until somebody gets hurt, right? What kind of sense does that make? Can anybody here tell me how that makes any sense at all?
Mm-mm.
How is that going to make your life positive? How's that going to save the world? How's that going to stop people from killing each other? And how's it going to stop the government from taking advantage of us? It's never going to do it, right? And they know this. That's why they push it. But we all sit here on our butts or in front of our computers or walking around with our headsets and we talk about this. But what I want to see, bro, and I know I need to do it too because I'm not doing it yet, but I feel like I need to do something about it. You know what I mean? Especially now that they're saying that they're going to be taking people's kids away because they believe the Earth's flat. Give me a freaking break. This is ridiculous. And I'm sure that's just a story in the news. But are you kidding me? What's wrong with people? What's wrong with all of you? Like, why do you accept this stuff? Why don't you say something about it? Why aren't we calling the damn news companies? Why aren't we writing the newspaper and saying, what's wrong with you people? Do you realize what you're doing? Maybe somebody did that. They'd start changing their attitude about it, or at least make them feel guilty, right?
Just to give, just to give everybody ease of mind. I'm sorry for interrupting. The only way that CPS can take your children away is if you contract with them and sign
I
like a
understand.
family plan,
But I'm
or
saying,
if you
I'm
commit a
talking like a
felony.
normie, I just meant like a normie, They're threatening this and normies are getting scared. Because I talked to someone the other day, 2 days ago, I
Let
talked to
Hank
someone
finish what
online
he was trying
that
to
was
say. He was trying
literally
to say
scared
something.
about that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, he was talking. I said everything I needed to say. You
I
either
didn't hear you.
contract with CPS and then take your. You either contract with CPS and they take your kids away, or you commit a felony and they take your kids away. Unless you contract with them, or you commit a felony. So I was just trying to use everybody's mind.
Yeah, you were roboting through that, but I think what he's trying to say, well, I won't do it. I'll let him do it when he gets fixed. I'm just saying, I feel kind of like
Yeah, I apologize.
I feel like a crappy person. I really do. And not because I interrupted you. I apologize for that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, like, I feel like a crappy person because when I get up and I do hear stories from the news about people getting hurt and people dying and people getting murdered over stupid stuff, it hurts. It hurts. It literally hurts, man. It makes me think, God, what's going on? Like, are people really that ignorant? Like, how is that possible? I'm baffled by it. There's no way that this is an accident. This has been done to us, people. It's not a joke. We need to start taking it more seriously. Just saying.
My guy, I totally understand what you're saying. Okay, flat Earth. That's what we try to keep it about and keep the talking. And I know I encouraged you to share. I realize that everybody comes to Earth, right? Sovereign being, and they have their experiences and everything else, right? But what I will say to you is that you cannot challenge a man on what he's going to do. It's an essence of what he feels to do. And I would never encourage you to look at anybody else and point the finger. And I would also encourage you to not look at life from a victim perspective. No one's a victim here, right? Everybody is dealing with things as best as they can. They all have their own situations to deal with stuff, right? But the biggest thing is no one is a victim.
What do you mean no one is a victim?
And I wanted to apologize. I wanted to apologize because I interrupted him, and then 3 times I had to interrupt him. So, my apologies there, Napalm. Yeah, all I was saying was that the only way the CPS can take your kids away is if you contract with them, right? You sign like a family plan or something, right? Or you commit a felony. So as long as you don't do either one of those things, they can't take your kids away for believing the flat Earth. They can try, but it's not something that I understand that they can do. So, yeah, just don't contract with them. Don't sign anything they give you. Get a lawyer. Don't answer the door. That sort of thing. And this is not legal advice, of course. And I apologize for interrupting again because I believe that this guy just said something. So please, Roderick had a question.
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed listening to Rookie and even Kiwi there, what he said. Super good. You're right, Hank. We forgive you.
Kiwi, I think Roderick had a question for.
That was a good monologue, Rookie. A lot of people enjoyed that. Or rant. Monologue
Thank
slash
you.
rant.
Yeah, I know. I do a lot of that lately. I'm pretty stressed out. I got a lot going on in my life, so I apologize if I seem a little like eccentric more than I normally am. But I've been trying to stay away because I've got issues going on and trying not to let it like bleed into my personal life and into the live stream because I don't. So I apologize if I seem like different than or a little more
Rookie,
aggressive.
what did we say about apologizing?
Okay, everybody send a letter
Fuck
to
all of you. I'm going to do what I want. Okay.
There you go. That's the way.
everybody send a letter to your local news station.
Yeah, but
and
when
tell
I
them,
say that and I really
Hold
mean
on,
it, do you really? You don't take it that way, do you? You always take it as I'm being egotistical, right?
Never.
No.
Never ego.
We don't do
Not
ego.
from you, dude.
All I can do is say I'll try.
So
You do, and you succeed. Okay, Godric, go ahead, bud.
Sorry. How strong a letter are we talking about? Like, are we going to threaten them? Are we going to tell them they're fucktards? What are we going to tell them?
Who are we talking about?
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Write
you
a letter to your local news
bully,
station.
didn't I? Damn it, I'm sorry.
That puts this propaganda mind control on TV constantly.
Turner
Broadcasters.
Broadcasters.
Television is 90% of the problem.
You're never taking that away from the people, though. Ever. Electricity will have to go out, and even still, people will be like, I gotta watch fucking TV somehow.
I don't know why. I
think some people would actually go batty and lose their minds if you took
Most
the TV
people that rely on even just the background, news going on while you're getting ready, right? So many people use the news as that subconscious thing that you ignore to somehow help you focus on the one thing you're supposed to be doing.
And some people use it as a distraction to make them forget about all the stuff they have to do. Yeah, I agree.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, it goes all those ways.
Guilty.
But it's funny how we all find excuses why we sit in front of it way too long, right?
Well, we're doing the
It'd be
same
one
shit
thing if we
here.
watched one show,
Don't get it
right?
twisted. We're doing the same
Oh
shit
yeah,
here.
I agree. I do. I'm two-faced just like everybody else. Get used to
Well, that's not that's not the point.
No.
You know what I mean, though.
The point is, it works. There's so many toys, right? So many toys. It works no matter how, it's kind of like the Globers, like the ones that come here, they already know it's flat, but they're going to keep, digging heels in. And we're the same way in a lot of things. Like, we're just going to stay here day after day, same people, talking about the same shit, instead of going out and doing something about it, and I'm not innocent of that. And maybe other people are out there doing something about it. Maybe I'm just talking about myself and how I need to improve, but I don't know what the fuck I was saying.
It's actions speak louder than words, and the pen is mightier than the sword. So write a really strong letter to your local TV station. Begin with an F, lots of F's, U's, C's, and K's, and a little U.
It's not a bad plan. Sounds at the very least cathartic.
I'm concerned that we have too many F's. They're just going to throw it away and not really take it in, not going to read it.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe if you went with a nice polite approach, it might work a little better.
A capital F, and then a lot of little U's before they lose interest. CK, and a little U at the
I'm
end.
going to start on my letter tonight.
10 pages of fuck you.
No, it'll be 10 pages of just F's, U's, and C's all just mismatched and rearranged in different ways.
They'd be like, this must be a code. Can we get the code breakers in here? Some guy just sent us a really fucking coded letter here.
Yeah, and the code guy will come in the room. He'll sit down and look at the paper and he goes, it means F you.
Fuck off.
Well, sir, it appears that he's used the same 4 letters, and they happen to spell out only one word that we can think of. Well, what's the word, sir?
High level code breaker. Tell us your opinion. What do you think they're really trying to say here? Sir, they mean to say fuck off.
They might be slightly upset, sir. I'm not sure.
A very strong letter.
Well, my firm belief is if when you're in a conversation one-on-one, if you don't throw not necessarily an F, but an expletive in there at some point, I don't think people take you seriously like you're really angry or you're really upset. And when you are upset and you're trying to get your point across or you're trying to explain yourself or whatever, I think it's important for you to use that specific type of way of describing things and and expressing yourself in order to make people listen. Because if I'm just saying it low and calm and, yeah, thank you, and they're not going to listen. But if I'm upset and I say, hey, wait a second, buddy, I'm not really being aggressive, but I'm getting your attention, right? You're not just going to sit there and go, oh, what'd you say, huh? Well, no, because I'm being aggressive. I'm raising my voice. I'm making sure that you know that what you're saying is aggravating me. Not necessarily because it really is, but because it's a way to let you know where I'm coming from. So you're getting the right signal, right? So I know you understand me, and you understand. You know, it goes both ways. Anyway, I'm going to shut up.
Like Flat Earth, dude. He just goes, "Fuck off."
Or like Sasha, you know, he's such a pain in the butt and everything. And you can't understand what he says. And yeah, and that Glot Flabe or whatever his name is, that guy.
Well, there's two Glatflobes and a Glotflabe, so pick your poison.
The one that happens to be speaking right now. Yeah, that's the one.
Fuck that dude. Forget about him.
Okay, you know what? Done.
You're better off alone. I'm just kidding. Rookie, you're not better off alone. You need to surround yourself physically with lots of friends and family.
You know, I've thought about going out and trying to procreate some more before I get too old, but I don't know if my wife's going to go along with it.
Okay. Well, a lot to unpack there. Not necessarily what I was suggesting, but
I know. Yes, I agree. You surround yourself with smart people, and then you.
Well, not just
by
smart.
By nature, you become more intelligent. Do you not?
Same thing with surrounding yourself with loving and strong people. People who build you up and not let you down. Sounds like a
Which
Dr.
I
Pepper
do,
commercial.
except for when it comes to flat Earth. That's the only thing I can't seem to get my spouse and my daughter to at least agree with me that they understand why I.
Well, then you're never gonna. You know, you keep bouncing that basketball on their head instead of saying, "Here's the ball."
I love that one. Wait, what was that comment someone made earlier? Someone made a comment I was going to say about. How many lights does the sun make? How many lights does the sun make?
How many lights?
Lights, yeah. That Mod Justin put that in there. He said, "How many lights does the sun make?"
The sun doesn't make lights, plural. It delivers light. Looks like.
Well, I know, but I think he was asking the question because he's trying to make a point. I'm just trying to figure out where he was going with it. That's all.
That's a great question.
If he's still in there. Because it sounds like it has like a double meaning or something, but it might have just been a joke, you know, to something else somebody said. I don't know. Maybe he's not here to explain.
Oh, the double meanings.
What's up with it?
Justin's still here.
We got Chocolate saying and Witsit gets it in the house right now. By the way.
we got some like legends or whatever you want to call it. I don't know why they're not talking about it.
Oh, I yield the floor, sir.
Just give them time. Time, we'll not be able to stop them.
I don't think we need to yield the floor. I mean, they're just like people like you and me. But
I got stuff to do today too, so I'll just listen and let the old guard take it away, right?
Well, you can just fluff off too, then, okay?
I shall. Fack off. I will. See you guys later.
I prefer fluff. I like that word. I'm going to start using that more often, maybe instead of the other.
Mother Hubbard.
Mother, father, mother, fluffer. Yeah. Really? Nothing?
Bastard sword.
Man, it's getting tough in here, huh?
Oh, it's been fun for the past hour. I've enjoyed it.
I had an idea today. I want you guys to tell me what you think. And I know it's a stupid idea, but it just popped into my head. And you know how I am. Yeah, it did actually. It was very painful. So I'm sitting there thinking to myself this morning. I'm thinking, okay, so you know all the trouble that we have trying to just share with people on the live stream, right? And how we get this issue where we're trying to explain something that we've seen, and we're saying, look, this is what I saw, but you can't show them what you saw because they can't be standing there on the beach with you, right? So I thought, I got an idea, right? we create a challenge, right? Where I take you and I show you my evidence physically. I take you to the places where I've seen the things I've seen and show them to you. And then after you see them, then you can decide. And then beyond that, there ain't much I can do for you, right? But it would be a challenge because, of course, most people won't look at the evidence. So I would call it a challenge simply because, you know, most people that hear our proof won't look at it like that. They usually just ignore it, or they go and they look for another answer, and then they bring that answer in, and then they circle that answer. You know what I'm saying? This would be a really easy way to just literally lay it right out in front of you. And then if you want to sit there and argue that you saw the earth was flat, but now you're going to say it's curved now, it was going to be kind of silly. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to think of how many people would actually take me up on the deal, right? Like, I'm not saying charge them or anything. I'm just saying, like, you show up, you buy the airfare, and I'll take you to the places where I've been, you know, if you really want to see the truth. But I wonder how many of people that don't believe the earth's flat would actually show up. Probably not too many, but hey, it's an idea, right?
Yeah.
Then I'll take you down to Monterey, and we'll look across from Monterey to the coast. There's a spot where it's like 5 or 6 miles, and you can see the beach. And then I'll take you to San Francisco, and I can show you all the ships going out of the Oakland Harbor that go straight out into the ocean. They disappear over the supposed curve. Then I'll take you over onto the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge, and we'll look at those same boats going from left to right, going out into the ocean. And you'll see that they don't go over a curve at all. They just go straight out, and then finally they start to disappear the same way they do when they're going away from you. It's fascinating. Then I'll take you up to a place in Vacaville where you can stand on a clear day and you can see Mount Shasta almost to the base of it. It's 14,000 feet high, and it's over almost 200 miles away, but yet you can see it with your bare eyes. Now, they claim you can only see about 3 miles if you look on the internet. According to the curve of the Earth, you should only be able to see about 2.7 to 2.9 miles based on a 5-foot level height of your eyeballs, right? So you're standing on the beach, and you know you're about 5 feet high. That's about what you're going to see. Now, I can see 100 miles or more on a good day, and I'm not that much further up off the ground than standing right by the ocean. Now, you're going to have to see, when you see that, you're going to have to explain to me how that can be true, and you still believe this idea that something's curved, even though you can't see that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if it was a sphere, it would be curved in all directions, not just from close to you to far away from you. That would be a toilet paper roll. That's not what the Earth is shaped like either. You know what I'm saying? And the idea, somebody said this earlier today. I know they did. Maybe it wasn't. I'm pretty sure it was on here. Somebody actually said that if you had a telescope strong enough, you could see the back of your own head or your own butt. And I said, you know what? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard any smart person ever say. That wasn't kidding, obviously. Come on, really? And I think this guy actually claimed to have some kind of degree. Me personally, I don't have a degree. I didn't even graduate high school. But if you ask me questions about the heliocentric and all that, I can tell you all the answers to it, most of them. I know all the talking points, and I understand most of the science that goes along with it. Now, why is it I'm able to understand that, and I don't even have a high school education? Maybe because education doesn't make you smart. You think? If you can teach yourself, if you can read a book and comprehend what it says and remember the details of it, then you can do like anybody else can. You can get a degree. It's simple. Read a book and answer the questions right. It's not difficult. It's not like they double test you and make sure that you can actually perform what you learned, right? All you got to do is answer damn multiple choice questions. How hard is that? My cat could probably pass some of those classes. You know, come on, man. But we hold this thing over people's head like a degree. You know, I'm a professor. I've got a doctorate. I don't care. I could have got a doctorate too if I would have stayed in school. I was too lazy. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm intelligent, does it? No. And it doesn't make you more intelligent than me. It makes you more. You have more knowledge, maybe more wisdom when it comes to the details of what you learned. But you're not any more intelligent than I am. Not by any means. In fact, you might even be dumber than me and you still got a degree. What does that prove? It doesn't prove anything. That's why I don't measure people's intelligence by their damn degree, because it doesn't help you. Because if you got a degree in art and all you know how to do is paint and do shadows, then does that make you smart? No. If you only knew one thing, like how to fix cars, that wouldn't make you smart, would it? No. No. A smart person can learn anything. They can teach themselves anything. That you watch someone else do it or have them explain it, and you just copy it. That's what intelligence is. It's not that thing where you just memorize crap and you can spout it off. That's not intelligence.
That's not IQ.
Right?
Yeah. Come on, man. If you can't tell
That's science. Yeah, science.
You can't tell there's
So if we're going to use science, let's use the science that proves things instead of the science where we all just keep guessing and arguing about who guessed better. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense, right?
You can't tell there's between me and Trump. You ain't black.
And furthermore, I want to say one last thing. When I'm wrong and I realize it, I'll admit it every single time. And I'll almost always even apologize for it. But what I won't do is accept someone's crap telling me that something's different than what I saw it unless they show it to me. I'm just never going to do that. I'm sorry. And I don't expect you to either.
Yeah, you use the tools at your disposal way back in the 90s when the PC first came out. It was being a little bit sluggish or acting a little bit strange. You use Google, and then suddenly you know how to change power supplies, RAMs, solder CPUs, blah, 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 blah. You just did it all by yourself. That's IQ, it's not intelligence. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, just to go back there, a point that you were making there, I think the hardest part is to get people to even look at the idea that they might not be living in a spinning ball. That's the hardest thing. People just don't. They just automatically...
Yeah, you wouldn't think it would be hard considering they'll spend 2 hours arguing with you about it, right?
They'll just automatically, most people today will just automatically dismiss it as an arcane idea. If it doesn't, that's just, it's just fucking laughable. It's the possibility that there could be some truth to it won't even enter their heads, man. It's just bang, out. It goes in one ear, out the other.
I know. It's frustrating. It really is. When I was a kid and I used to read, like Revelation, and I'd wonder, like, what does it mean? What is it really describing, and will this ever happen? And I always thought, a lot of the stuff that was in there made a lot of sense with what was going on in the world. And now I'm to a point where there's not really anything else in there that I haven't compared to something that I see in the world. And it makes me wonder, has that always been there? Or did I just receive it over a period of time because of my belief in it? That I can't really answer, but it sure doesn't feel like a lie to me. It feels like genuine reality, like it matches up with things. And I can't argue with that. So I can't just throw out the Bible. Like, I know a lot of people say that, that's not proof or anything. And you're probably right. But the proof for me is that if a book exists that literally has all kinds of truth in it, but it's a matter of you investigating it and opening the book and realizing that that's what it is. And the faith that you have in that this is a book that's going to help you, and you read it and you'll actually find information in there that will help you. And I could give you examples, but I think most people that have had any kind of like religious experience probably know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you're going through something difficult in your life and you just think to yourself, you look up and you think, whoever you are up there, whatever it is that made me, why is this happening to me? Explain it to me. I'm telling you, every time I do that, within 48 hours, I get some kind of an answer. It's not always an answer I'm expecting. Sometimes it's just somebody that'll recognize that I'm going through that problem, and they'll ask me about it. And then I'll have a big old conversation. And afterwards, I'll realize, okay, I get it now. It kind of makes sense. I can't say that you would agree with me if I showed you that, or if you were to experience what I did. But all I can say is that that's what's convinced me my whole life, is those things. And that stuff manifesting and being true and making me feel in my heart like, wow, if I would have listened to this storyline, if I would have listened to the principles in this story when I read it the first time, I wouldn't have gotten in that trouble. And that's profound. That's I don't know how, I've never read a book that was like that before. I mean, I've read all kinds of science fiction books, all kinds of weird, self-help things and all that. And I've never had it like literally speak the truth like out of the pages through someone else's story. Never in my life. The Bible's the only book that I've ever had experience that does that, right? And so I have to admit, there's something about it. I don't know what it is that tells me that if God does exist, which I believe he does, whether he's some guy in a robe or whether he's just another being that put us in here, he exists. You know what I'm saying? And he would have made sure that there was a message for me, so that if I did grow up in an area where people didn't believe in him or didn't know him, I could still have the benefit of finding the answer to that if I seek it, right? Because that's all it's there for. It's not there to be shoved down anybody's throat or forced on anybody. It's simply to share stories and things from the past. And maybe it's even just made up stories. Who cares? There's truth in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I just don't get why, you know, like, I guess I kind of went off on a rant, but I don't get why I'm not allowed to use that and share that as my witness because the person doesn't believe in God. I find that kind of ridiculous because it's still true to me. And I still, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to know, like, from talking to me and getting to know me, that I really truly believe in this stuff. I'm not nuts. I believe it because I've been proven. And I understand that you don't understand that, but I can't help that, right? All I can do is share and hope that you understand me and at least don't think I'm nuts. But I can't really make you believe it or make you understand it. It's just who I am. You just have to accept it more is what it is. So I find that a lot of times I just have to say, you know what? I disagree with you, but I like talking to you. So I'm not going to, like, just throw away the friendship and call you a numpty dumbass because there's no reason for that, right? Besides the fact that you don't agree with me on this subject, we get along just fine. So there's no reason for me to be, you know, like, be like, well, I don't want you around me. But at the same time, if that person, every time I bring them over and they have a conversation, they just bring me down and try to confuse me, and they never like want to talk about the truth, I'm not going to invite them. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm going to be mean to them. I just won't invite them to my house anymore or into the conversation. It's not hard. You can run away. You know, you have the free will to just get up and move if you don't like something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what is reality? And there's a lot of fakeness.
I know what reality is.
Well,
when somebody punches you in the nose, that's reality, right?
I know.
You can feel it, you can smell it, you can taste it, you can touch it. That's reality.
Okay, all right.
Reasoning isn't necessarily. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm mumbling.
Yeah, but that's not to say that there isn't some kind of self-help book here too that might be true, like the Bible.
Of course there is. And I would almost guarantee that the people who wrote those books read the Bible and that's where they got the information from. But I can be wrong. Maybe some of the stuff that's in there is obvious and it could be in any book, but I just find that there's a lot of stuff in there that I haven't even experienced it all. Like, I've read the whole thing once, maybe twice. I've listened to it on tape quite a few times, but I don't study it every single day, but I do look for it when I need help. You know, when I'm having trouble, like I have lately, I've looked in the Bible a lot lately. And it has helped me get through. It's helped me cope. It showed me storylines and places where in the Bible where people had the same kind of conundrum I'm having, where they're losing people in their family and things.
Just about to ask you, did you find that what you were reading was correlating with an actual situation you were going through at that time? Yeah.
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 Exactly.
I found that too. I was religious for many.
And it's like, you know,
I just
a lot of times it gave me peace knowing that, you know, somebody else went through it, and it was like, wow, they, you know, and then at the end I was like, wow, that's, you know what I mean, right? Like, that's the only way stuff gets proven to me, really. It's got to be shown.
Isn't that strange? Yeah, it's like strange. It's like you read a part, you read something, and the very same thing, similar situation in a different context, happens that day. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I've had it happen a couple times where I would just open it up, like just ask for a question and open it, and it would go. And I'm telling you, every time I've done that, it actually there was something in there. It might have taken me reading a few phrases or a few, you know, paragraphs or whatever, but it's like it's like no matter where you open it up to, there's something to learn. You know, there's something to be shared with you, and it's not necessarily like divine necessarily. I guess it's just truth. I mean, it's just happens to be facts. And if that helps you, then use it. If not, then you can way if you want, but don't get mad at me because I want to use it because I find a lot of truth in it. So why not use it as a reference? I mean, I can use Shakespeare as a reference and nobody gets mad, right? I can use Einstein's writings. I can use anybody, Darwin's, right? Nobody's going to get mad at me for that, right? So why can't I use divine writing from whoever wrote it? You know, like they were all written by different people. What's wrong with that? I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like if what they're writing about is true and you can find some truth or whatever, you get something out of it, then what's the harm in it? Why be afraid of it? Why get angry? Why say it's irrelevant? Because it's not irrelevant, right? Okay, I'll shut up about it. Get back to play.
That's good. Platter.
Yeah, the truth does.
Holy shit, bro. That's funny.
Like that one, big lad.
I like that, bro. Holy shit.
You're a man. Men need to. Yeah, I love those commercials. They're funny.
It didn't really help, but that's just a funny joke from back home.
I know, I got it. What do you guys think about it? Come on, nobody's gonna even attack me, or nobody's gonna say anything counter or nothing. Like, I'm not trying to start a fight. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, what do you guys think about that? Do you guys have experiences like that, or am I the only one?
Put him up. I'll fight you one hand behind my back.
What's your claim, Rookie?
No play. I'm just trying to keep the conversation going, I guess. I mean, I like to talk, so that helps too.
The lessons I took from scripture, I always refer to it as scripture versus religion. You say religion and it starts wars, right? So we go above that and we go scripture because it's written, just like your scientific guys wrote stuff. Our guys wrote stuff, and I like to refer to it. I have, and this is just a personal testament. This is not me trying to pull on heartstrings or anything like that. I'm just being authentic and raw with you guys. I'm 42 myself, multiple sclerosis, in a wheelchair part-time. I totally understand the aspect of life will present you with struggles, right? And this is why I was saying earlier that we're all brought to a place where we all have things and shit that stuff that we're dealing with. And I like to take the mental approach to things that nobody is a victim here, because Christ did it without sin, right? And sorry to again revert to scripture, but that's the man that we look to be the role model, to try to instill the love that he tried to instill in us in teaching. So yeah, there's tons of lessons to be taken. I think the biggest thing for me is that you never get broken off a bigger cross than you can't bear.
Yeah, no, never give you what you can't bear. Yeah.
I'll let her know. I was going to say is, I think it would be a fun experiment to take these videos that supposedly debunk our evidence and just pick them apart. I think maybe there are people already doing that, but I think that we need to. I think I'm going to do some research on how some of the things that, like, I don't know much about Photoshop. I can usually tell when Photoshop's used, but I don't necessarily know what they call the different level change and all that. I don't really know how to do it. So I'd probably need help with that end of it. And I'm thinking about just literally tearing apart all these videos that supposedly debunk evidence that we both, that we all know is true, right? But they somehow find some little way to, like, make it look wrong, right? But they never really bring any evidence. And I think that if we expose that, it might actually have a better effect on people that don't agree with us or think we're lying or think we're just nuts. It might give them a better perspective of what we really are saying. Like, I think a lot of people that come in here, and I've noticed that this still happens, like, people come in here and they think that we believe whatever they saw, whatever they heard on TV about flat earthers. They don't consider the fact that we're probably all individual and we probably all believe different aspects of it, right? Because some of the stuff that we talk about, we can't prove. So we're going to have differences, right? So I don't know, I just think it's profound that how we don't show things for what they really are. Like, I get in trouble all the time because I tell people the truth. Somebody says something that I think is wrong, I won't necessarily call them out and say, hey, you're a dumbass, or be mean to them, But I'm not going to let someone stand there when I know they're lying to me and allow them to continue on with this charade. I'm going to let them know, hey, I already know you're full of it. Let's move beyond that. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's move beyond the playing games and pretending and all that. Like we all can do that, right?
Yeah, that's kind of real life. That's me in real life too, bro. If somebody oversteps the mark, I just can't help myself. It's just a compunction. I just tell them exactly.
Yeah, I know it is. It's hard for me too. I find myself calling people names, and then I'm like, well, I don't mean it that way. I just mean I'm frustrated because you're not listening to me. But I mean, so in a way, it happens. It slips. You get upset. When people are especially just trying to troll you and irritate you, I believe obviously you should take them somewhere else so that you're not doing it, in a place where everybody kind of wants it to be calm. But you should be able to have a battleground for you to go and talk to the person and hash it out if you want to. What I mean?
Well, yeah, but when everyone in the group is too scared to say anything because it might lead to confrontation.
Yeah, right.
You're going to be the guys who's
But
going to.
see, like I said, that's the reason why I say I get in trouble a lot, because I'll call that out, and I know it makes people uncomfortable because some people don't agree. But I'm not trying to make anybody look bad. I'm just trying to say this is something that I see about the place where I like to spend my time, and it bothers me because it makes me feel like I'm like that, and that the people that come in here and that they come in here to find information, whether they're trolling or not, that they have that they're going to think that it's some kind of a joke, that we're just there to pick on them and make fun of them. And I don't want people to think that, even though that's kind of what ends up happening. It's kind of inevitable, but it's not like I want that to work out that way. I'd rather have them understand and see what I'm talking about and go do some research and then come to that conclusion. That's the easiest way to share with somebody, correct? You know what I mean? And it bugs me because, of course, I got picked on as a kid. I got abused physically, mentally, and sexually. So I know what it's like to be picked on. And so that's why it bothers me so much. But I don't think when we're calling each other names or we're saying, hey, you're a dummy, or we're just goofing around, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when somebody comes in and they're stubborn, they're incog and we know this. We know it's their brain protecting itself. We know it's a psychological problem. It's not something they really have control over at some point, right? Or maybe they do or don't, but we all know that it's a difficult situation. Well, we put them in that position. We get them incog and then we call them names. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, like you say, I went through the whole being bullied thing and being a bully too, but I left that shit back in high school,
Mm-hmm.
There was a doorman. He was
I thought it was gone too, but yeah, it seems to pop its head up here and there in different places, right?
Yeah, I did the same thing, man. I mean, I was bullied and picked on, and I bullied and picked on people, but not to a fucking bad degree. But then I just, I don't know, when I turned 17, 18, I just left all that shit behind.
Yeah, you grow out of it, right? You realize that, all it does is cause strife and frustration, and especially in days like these where kids carry guns, you got to be careful who you mouth off to, But, I mean, I understand we're online and all that, but, I want, I really do want to feel like when I send someone to this particular room, that's not going to happen to them. I wish I could say that, but it's sad that I can't do that necessarily, because I don't. Of course, it depends on their attitude too. I'm not saying that we're all guilty and that these guys are all innocent by any means. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it feels like as if instead of using kit gloves and trying to be civil, we're just more like trying to have fun by making fun. And that's what we get mad at them for. And I think that's unfair. And I think that turns a lot of people off to even looking at the idea of flat Earth, just because it sounds like we're just throwing shit back and forth. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, okay, we're going to fling shit on you, and then it goes back and forth. It's just a bunch of kids fighting over stupid stuff, right?
Like monkeys.
I would like to feel like that this was a place where you come and you actually find out information and you don't get insulted.
Well, that happens a lot of the time.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it does happen. But it's usually with someone who is open-minded, right? But when someone goes into cogdis, which we know is going to happen to a lot of people, we're not light them. We get rough with them, and then they run away, and then you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I should just shut up and get over it. But
I have my own chair.
I'm trying to get my point across, because I think people misunderstand when I complain. Okay, I complain because I don't see a lot of people complaining about anything. I look in the complaint place, and there's no posts. I look in the locker room, and yeah, we talk about complaining about the people that keep coming back and all that, but I don't see a lot of people complaining about what's going on the live stream. There just isn't. And I'm concerned about that, because I see a lot of stuff. I'm not saying that all of it's really bad and horrible and that people need to be kicked out. I'm just saying that these people are nice people. I know they are, but yet they're acting like what they're not. They're being something they're not. You know what I'm saying? We're all good people in here. I know we can all be nice and we can all have a cordial conversation, right? But for some reason, we get together in certain groups and a certain person sets us off, and next thing you know, we're berating somebody for no reason except they just don't want to listen to us. You know what I mean? Like, and that just seems like a childish thing to do. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I need to, go back to school. I don't know.
I don't mean to be rude, Rookie. I don't mean to be rude, but you're repeating yourself now.
All right, I'm sorry. I think I made my point, right? So I'll shut up then. Thanks for letting me talk, though. Appreciate it.
I like to think of when somebody's honestly seeking questions or asking questions, you can genuinely tell when you engage with them whether they're trolling for information or they're generally engaging with you for collecting information for their purpose. The
Even
aspect
if they're a
of
troll, do they
treating...
necessarily deserve to be treated that way?
Pardon me?
If they're just coming in here to be entertained by us, by giving us a little bit of crap and slinging stuff at us, like a lot of people do anyway.
Exactly.
Is there really harm in that? Like, do we really need to be mean to them for it?
It's not a question of being mean, but what I'm saying is that from a standpoint of them creating a disturbance, if you will, from a standpoint of asking stupid questions, right? I look at each interaction with an individual as me extending energy to that person. I look at that person as an investment, right? If that person is not willing to onboard the information that I'm trying to share with them, and I'm not saying I'm a teacher, but if that person is not willing to onboard the information I'm sharing with them, then why am I going to knowingly, actively put my energy into that person? That's counterproductive. I would rather save my energy for someone else or another opportunity, go play video games or whatever else. It's just not worth the frustration and the place it's going to take you to for that dealing with that ignorant person. Am I wrong?
I agree with you. I don't think you're wrong at all. But that's why I say it's easy. We can just push a button, right? And they're gone. Done.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy thing to do. But whenever there's, some people that join and they want to kind of like argue with anybody's here about whatever topic, if there's someone that is, I don't know, is tired of speaking to this person or doesn't want to speak to that person, just pass the mic. Just let someone else speak to the person. I don't like the way you talk about defending your glow belief. Yeah, you don't want to talk to that person anymore. Just mute yourself and allow someone else to speak to the person. If no one is here to speak to that glow believer or whatever believer, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. And a lot of people do that. Yeah, a lot of people do that. That's a good way to do it. Yeah, pass it off. And I'm not pointing any fingers because I've done it. I've been mean. I've been mean quite a few times.
I mean, and you guys can do whatever you want. I'm not gonna stop you, but like I've seen many times, like I don't like talking to this guy. I don't like what he's saying. But at the same time, other people are trying to speak to the guy, right? So allow those people to speak to him if you don't like the guy. So you don't like the guy or the girl, whatever, don't speak to them. Allow other people to speak. Pretty simple.
Yeah, I think it comes down to pride, really. It's like once we realize that we think someone's not truthful and that they're trolly, then we want to protect our friends, of course, from wasting their time with them. But yeah, it's kind of difficult because I'm the same way. Sometimes I'll want to talk to them anyway, just because maybe I can throw something at them that you didn't think of. You know what I mean?
Jamesy.
Yo.
You got more rules than I ever seen in one human being. Are you going for a world record or what?
Well, I don't carry them with me. It's just there in the clouds.
That's fucking awesome, bro. I never seen the like.
I like one major rule that's really easy to remember and really easy to understand. Do no harm.
I like original thinker. I think it's the best rule anybody ever gave to me.
You like?
You like? I like very much.
I like too.
My sister, she best prostitute all Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I like scissors too. Let's see. Wait. What's going on?
What do you mean what's going on?
PMAC. That's PMAC. Speaking about original thinker. And he has original thinker.
That's the one, bro. That's the one everybody's looking for. You don't get that for nothing.
What does original mean?
I mean, it's just a label, but if you ask me what it means, I guess
Original means that it's not copy.
yeah, you're not copying what other people are saying. Obviously, I mean, whenever you say something, you're probably repeating what you read somewhere or you learned from someone else. But you can kind of come to some
you come to your own conclusions
realization.
and you change. Right.
You can realize things from. Let's say you learn something from someone, like a little piece of information, and then you put three pieces of information together, and you come to a conclusion that nobody told you before.
And nobody's never thought of.
Yeah. You're an original thinker, I'll say. That's just me. But I don't think you can just come with something without information or language or meaning of words, right? You put everything, you put things together, and then you bring up the conclusion.
It has to be a conglomerate, or things that come together. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you can't make an original thought just out of the blue. It has to be an amalgamation of all kinds of fucking things. Anyway, it's like my buddies. I came up with a saying, and they like it. We're sitting one night. You know how you say "easy peasy, lemon squeezy"? I just says "easy peasy, my balls are squeezy."
Okay. Like lemons, like you can squeeze lemons.
Yeah, it was an original joke. Easy peasy, my balls are squeezy.
Yeah, the lemons when you make lemonade, right? You squeeze them and make a lemonade.
Yeah.
Are you testing to see if I'm going to pick on you now?
Lemons are squeezy. Yeah, we get it.
Easy peasy, my balls are squeezy. Yeah. Anyway,
I got this idea. I want to change the name from football to another name, but bear with me. It's not much different. I want to call it footballs. What do you think? Good, right? Thank you very much.
Baseballs?
See, everything I say makes sense. Remember, don't forget that. It makes sense. Just think about it long.
Rookie.
Earlier on there. Sorry, God, Rockin'.
Hey, Rookie, I think the Globers would like that idea.
You're probably right.
Yeah. The more balls, the better.
Earlier on there, Hank says something about,
hey,
none of you guys know the size, my foot size, right? And he was talking. None of you guys know my foot size of my feet, right? And I thought he was going to say
your foot size is the size from the bottom of your hand to the tip of your finger. That's
he's a size 12. I thought he was going to say, but if I stick it up your ass, you'll soon know the fucking size of it, bro.
Well, maybe you'd probably notice every bit of it. Yes, but I don't know that you would be able to tell exactly the length of it. Well, maybe you could. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We ought to check that out, though. You want to check it out?
Too hard on it, bro. None of you guys know the size of my foot.
Now, see, there's all these great ideas in the world, but when you come down to who's going to actually do it, then everybody goes, no, it's all good. I don't need to do that.
A friend of mine showed up the other day at the door. I just so happened to be standing at the front door. He got out of his car. He walked up to me. I said to him, "Hey, is your name Justin?" He says, "What do you mean, Paul?" I says, "You're just in time to help me fit these car seats." You fuck off. And then he spent the next half hour helping me fit car seats.
Car seats are fun.
Who's astrophysicist? Is
Forward facing or backward facing?
Oh, he's a gold. Huh?
Those car seats, were they forward facing or backward facing?
Good question.
Astrophysicist is Radwin. Or Warden.
So you guys, you guys taught me something today in the chat. In order to establish the fact that something's moving, you have to have a point of reference, like 2 points, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, and I'm asking this question from an ignorant place. What are the 2 points that we're using to establish the fact that we're moving that is not man supplied? Like, what are our reference points? I'm asking that openly to the chat.
Years.
Yeah, what are we observing that tells us that we're moving?
I ain't found nothing. Except when I'm drunk. Like, I've gotten dizzy when I'm drunk, but other than that, and earthquakes, I've never felt anything move. But that's just me. That could be.
So sky science is the only reference that we have, i.e., like the stars Polaris being a constant point, the stars turning around Polaris. But there's nothing on our relative point that we can grasp that tells us that we, in fact, are moving, right?
Yeah. And well, I would say that if we were really moving as fast as they claim we are, then I don't think we would be alive. I think we would probably have chaos would have happened, and the Earth would have went off into space in little pieces, because the change in speeds would cause chaos. But that's just my opinion, like I said.
My opinion is this: I like math and I like speed. And speed, we always speaking about 1,000 miles per hour, but that is around. That is axial rotation. I like that another speed when we are going on the left or the right doesn't matter, but we are going aside 66,000 miles per hour, and that is more interesting for me than 1,000 miles per hour.
Right, because we're moving in 4 different directions, supposedly. We're spinning, then we're moving around the sun. The sun's moving around the universe. The universe is going around the supposed great attractor, right?
And we have gradients in the atmosphere, and all that atmosphere is together all the time with us, when we are moving.
So that's what I'm saying. We don't have an actual visual reference point that tells us we're moving.
We have what is
the skylights move around in a circle, but like I said, if you're moving as fast as they claim you are, you wouldn't be able to see them. They'd just be streaks.
That's sky stuff. I'm talking about that we don't have anything on relative to us on our plane. Tells us
I got you.
We're moving. That's my question, right? Sky science tells us we're moving, which is improvable what our relationship is with sky science. So if I fell out of my mother's womb and all I learned was numbers all my life and I never learned to read, right, my observable ignorance at 42 years of old, and I'll be that fool because I didn't read a damn book growing up. It was pointless. My observable science says that I'm on a stable plane. There's nothing that I can touch that tells me that I'm moving. Am I right or am I wrong? Like, I'm just talking out loud.
And I could go, yeah, absolutely. And I would even go as far as to say that whenever something underneath your feet does move, you absolutely do notice it. You do. Unless you're moving in such a rate to where you don't notice that being any different. Like if you're spinning in some kind of a jungle gym or something, then you wouldn't notice an earthquake, but you're standing still.
What is reference frame for the Earth tilt of 23 degrees?
Well, that's where I'm about to go. So as of June 15th, I'm declaring that I'm a man of ignorance. I've never read a book a day in my life. All I know is numbers, right? And my reference point is a stable plane. That I'm going to argue from a place of idiocy and see where it gets me, the village idiot, if you will. And 23.4 again is interesting.
You'd be better off that way, bro.
That's 66.6 degrees off of 90 degrees, which is a number of the devil, right? How many seconds in
No,
a
66,600 miles per hour. Earth moving is also, but we don't look at that.
Right. And how many seconds in a minute, and how many minutes in a second, and how many hours in a day, and six, and how many reference points do we need before we start to say there's?
Well, math is designed to end up on sixes, isn't it? Isn't
We
that
don't
how
have
it's designed?
reference. We don't have reference for point for that tilt. You need to have some closed object around the Earth to measure reference tilt. You need to have some kind of closed space or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think even if it was enclosed, but it was spinning, I think it would still cause chaos. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of the 23.4 point, earlier we were talking about how to lay a bridge, right? And the fact that they lay a bridge into over water. They'll put the piles into the floor of the sea, right? The seabed floor. They drive the piles in, and those piles are based on a level, which is based on an air bubble, ultimately, at the end of the day, right? The air bubble shows up, they lay the pile accordingly, and hammer, however many feet required based on the drawings and the calculations of the weight it's going to carry, so on and so forth, right? There's no reference point based on for that air bubble to know which way is up other than atmospheric pressure of the water. Am I correct in saying that?
It sounds right.
Maybe.
There's no tilt. It's entertaining. 23.4. No.
Do you know who the man with the highest IQ ever in the world is? An American. William James said is 207.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's amazing, bro. He was enrolled in Harvard by the time he was 11. He could speak 7 languages. 11 years of age. He was reading when he was 2 or 3. He was reading the newspaper.
You know what I think makes a genius?
Anyway, a little bit off topic.
I have a request, serious question. Isn't the toilet on an ISS the most ridiculous thing that there is? Like, I just watched the video again, like, how they explain it and so forth. And how are you able to poop into the plastic bag?
It goes chugga chugga chugga.
When your
we have no gravity in order for it to fall.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
and where would it go if it was runny? Yeah, there's questions that need to be answered.
What if you just can't get off the toilet?
And also, why is this guy and the woman? There's also a video of a woman showing how it works. Why is she or him? Why are they touching it as if no one ever used it? Like, would you ever touch a toilet that way they do in the video?
Well, I think if you were agreeing to get on a space station with that small of a space with people in it together, I think you probably wouldn't mind too much about touching them because you're breathing in all their dander and everything. If you're in a ship like that, really, if it's really real, you'd be breathing in their dander and you'd be eating it all the time because it's a small space. But that's just my opinion.
Right. But the toilet really gives
I don't think I'd be worried about the
The toilet really gives it away, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree because I think there was one where I was watching the other day where it showed how they do it in an airplane, how they suck it into a little bin in the back of the plane. And I'm sitting there thinking, I wonder how they do it on the space station.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Especially when he shows how he puts a little bit, like, he uses a water bag to put water into that suction thingy for peeing, and the water just spills around. Like, if that, like, and he doesn't even use much pressure, right? And we all know how much pressure there is when you pee normally, right, on Earth, as a man, I mean,
But in weightlessness, it would be different, would it not? If you were truly weightless, your bladder would have different pressure amount.
Do you think?
So there's people flying by in harnesses.
I don't think. I know it would be. I know it would.
People grabbing for things that aren't there.
I know.
The toilet is the cleanser for you.
Actually, if you just watch the rockets take off until they actually get up and they pop whatever that first stage thing that falls off, almost every single one of those shows an anomaly. Every single one of those rocket launches has an anomaly where the rocket tube that falls off goes the wrong direction in one camera than it does in the other. Every single one, but I think only one that I found that's actually looks like it should. They literally all are fake. They're just the same camera setup. It's like a program that they just put the information and the photographs of the spaceman in there, and it just pops out a video. That's what I think it is. But that's my opinion, of course.
Yeah, same with SpaceX. It's always the same camera setting and what they show. It's so bad. Actually.
Yeah, I could share. I've got a bunch of clips of them. I could share some if you guys wanted to, but I didn't think anybody really cared. But it's up to you.
Sure.
All right, give me a sec. I'll share a couple clips.
I wonder if that smartest, the highest IQ guy who ever lived, believed that we lived on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball. Kind of wonder if he believed that or not. I kind of also wonder if he believed that tiny, invisible microbes cause illness, disease, and even death. I kind of wonder if he, the smartest, highest IQ guy on the earth, believed in that as well. So it kind of makes you. So the person who made the comment about never reading a book is probably far ahead of that highest IQ guy ever.
You think?
Who knows?
I appreciate that, man. I studied architecture, so I know how to help buildings go together, and there's no correction for any kind of tilt ever. Like when we do a foundation, we go below grade, depending on the structure. If you're doing like the CN Tower, that thing's got to go crazy below grade, and all that stuff is laid. And that's why I paint the picture of building a bridge with the air bubble, right? Because I understand how these foundations work and the piling systems and all that stuff. So to be able to no, I don't want to say extrapolate, but to be able to understand the application of that on a curve it would be crazy.
You can make a huge argument that the more you read and the more you know, by the time you're 25, the more indoctrinated you are, the more brainwashed you are, the more programmed you are. So just because you read a lot when you're young means squat.
Can you maybe explain me the clips a bit? Sorry. Is it because it on the one video it falls away on an angled perspective, and on the other one it falls away straight? Rookie?
I just posted 5 different clips there that you guys can take a look at. You'll notice that in each clip on the left side, you're looking from the inside of the capsule that falls off up towards the rocket as it falls, as it moves away from you and you're falling backwards down. And the other camera is supposedly from the side view of the actual engine, looking at an odd angle, not quite 90 degrees, away from the top and, from up and down, but it's away from center. It's away from looking down towards the actual thing falling off. But for some reason, that little piece of tubing moves to the right, away from it, perfectly exactly in the same way that it does in the one on the left. But that shouldn't happen if you're looking at an angle from the side of the motor, right? It doesn't make any sense. And I think every single video I've looked at, I didn't clip all of them, but those are 5 different ones, 5 different SpaceX rocket launches, and they all have the same anomaly. Now, why would they leave that in there if it was an anomaly? Maybe because they don't know. I don't know. You figure. I don't know how to figure that.
But it could be also because of that wide angle camera,
No. I already tested that part, and that's not it.
Anyways, if you have some interest in me debunking the SpaceX Dragon capsule as being CGI, here you go. Maybe we should do a follow-up video to make it more simplified.
Yeah, I could pick it apart. I could pick one space mission and I could pick it apart and probably show you 1,000 different things that are wrong. Yeah, definitely. It's really awesome. Like one that gets me all the time is when they show it taken off and there's actually a shadow where the flame coming out of the bottom of it. And it's just a flame. It's not smoke yet. It's just a flame, but yet it leaves a shadow on the ground. Now, the last time I checked, flames don't leave shadows. But, you know, NASA's videos show them. So maybe they live on another planet or another place where, you know, there's magic.
Wow.
I mean, flames can make shadows. It depends on what is being burned.
I've got
Hello.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Welcome to this.
I've got this clip where they say that there's 3 people on the SpaceX in the Dragon, right? There's 3 people in there, and it shows all 3 of them sitting in their seats, moving their hands around and pushing buttons on the can. And then you look below their feet, and there's 4 other people standing down and below them, moving stuff around and connecting wires. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought there was only 3 people on this mission. Who are these 4 guys with no spacesuits on? Doesn't make sense to me, but you know.
Hey, Rookie, just so you know, technically speaking, it is possible for a flame to have a shadow.
Yeah, anything could have a shadow.
In certain circumstances, yes.
An ant, ant. Remember the ants?
Does anyone?
Well, I've shot off quite a few rockets. They're provided they're solid fuel rockets, but it does leave a smoke trail. But the flame itself does not leave a shadow.
Well, it does if you look closely.
Does anyone does anyone know where I can find the original video where this one astronaut is grabbing nothing?
Yeah. That's what do you call him? Is the hat thing? Fuck, man. That's a good one.
I think to find it on NASA.com, you have to know like the mission and stuff.
Right.
And he's putting it on the shelf.
I don't know which one it is, but I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard to find if you were, you know, provided that you search this stuff all the time. You'd probably be able to find it by checking your like search history or something on Google.
Oh, I delete my history every night, bro. Can't have all that out there.
Oh well, I guess not. I'm just saying, you know, they keep track of it whether or not you delete it or not, right?
Oh yeah, it's all stuffed in a server somewhere.
I think he's talking about the video where it's like a heavyset guy with dark hair, and he reaches out to grab a hat that the guy didn't pass him yet, and then he like sets it to the side. I think that's the one he's talking about.
Yeah, we all know it. We've all seen it.
Exactly that one. You know what is strange? Even this 8K video, you have these weird dots all over.
There it is. Somebody found it. Miguel found it.
Oh, no, Miguel. Miguel.
Yeah, exactly that one. But does anyone know from where I can find the original of that one?
Let me see.
I'm sure there's a way, but I think you'd have to use like reverse like search. Like you'd have to find out what space mission it was and then like look through all the videos until you found it. But I don't know. Maybe there's a way.
Yeah. One more thing I always don't understand. If you look at the 8K video, for example, why is it that you have these weird pixels in every video that they record, even this 8K one? Like weird pixels all over the screen.
I don't know, but it's always there. They claim it's from transmission from space, I guess, is what they claim. But we both know that they send it in packets. They don't miss packets. They just come in slow, and they come in at the wrong speed sometimes. They don't just disappear.
People fading in and out, people flying in harnesses, people reaching for things that aren't there. This is the organization.
And they wouldn't need to do that in a weightless environment, right?
About how water behaves or shit like that. Just look at that, man. Just look at that and think.
And the door that they exit the space station from in order to go do spacewalks is literally made out of like a flimsy plastic cardboard stuff. It literally like opens and just goes and wiggles. It's like you're telling me that you sealed something from the vacuum of -7. Come on, dude, really? And you use a door that's literally doesn't even like seal and like lock and like twist like bolts to hold it shut? No, you're not convincing me of that, bro. I'm sorry.
I just found something really weird.
That's like saying that you can use a Flex Seal on the bottom of a damn, a military ship and it's going to keep it from sinking. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work like that.
I just found something really weird in that 8K video. And so that someone wants to see it really quick in a streaming channel. I want to show you something. No.
I don't mind. I'll go over with you if you want to play it or something.
Yeah.
I think I might be able to.
I just want to quickly show you something.
Where do you want to go? Like learning curve or something?
Cinema.
All right, I'll go though. I'll go over there with you and check it out.
So obsessed, yeah. 2.0. Did the server have a fart or something? I lost connection. Where'd Ricky go? Kiwi. Oh, Kiwi's still there.
Did it get that quiet again? Check, check.
Sonny. Was full with rain.
Sonny, we need a song. You have a song for us?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Let me put one on.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully I won't be too repetitious. Let's see.
Sonny, you said that you could do Fire and Rain by James Taylor on your guitar. Now, was I mistaken?
Not Fire and Rain. Shoot. You Got a Friend.
Hey, can we hear that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't.
Ain't good to know.
I wouldn't want to try to play that a cappella. I never really figured the entire thing how I would play and sing that and pull that off. It would take
Don't
quite
worry
a bit.
about it. I'll sing it, man. You just play it, bro.
I'm just gonna play one of our friends' songs.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Sonny, you just call out my name and I'll be there.
I'll be there. Like, see, this person we knew that used to be on the server named Aramiston. He wrote a bunch of parody songs for us. He had a heart attack and he was in the hospital. And then we heard from him once after that, a couple weeks after. But after that, I never saw him on here ever again.
Damn. Hey, Sonny. Winter, spring, summer, or fall. All you have to do is.
And Sonny will be there.
Yes, we will.
Summer or fall, all you got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will.
You got a
Forgot what he
friend.
wrote.
Well, ain't it good to know?
To debate you again. Dun, dun, dun. I'll be on the server. What is it? Oh shit! I have the word somewhere.
Hey, Sonny, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end.
Huh. That's a good one.
Yeah. I always thought I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus?
Hold on a second. Here, while we're waiting, let's listen to this. Hold on. Let me see. Is this a song? I don't know what this is exactly, but we'll try it.
Holy shit balls.
I gotta check my water. 1 second. There you go.
Why We don't have time for a meeting of the
Flat Earth Society.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I thought there was something else coming up. What happened?
Astronauts to the moon.
Sequence start. Honey suckers, aren't they?
You've had your time, now you gotta go.
Yo.
So withdraw, pitch and yaw, algebra, don't gnaw. No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA gnaw, Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 9 and move to non. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas nasa.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes,
We want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair.
Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Round up those lives from long ago. Adios, idiots. Take with y'all the lunar modula and the robot. Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9 first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be taking ya. Keep an eye in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billion.
Ilona, Gonga Kota, Hamdu Namsa Namja Noya Gunu Amsa. Imunkwa, Hokutsioda, Ponantusa Nimpusa Utila.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes,
we want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair.
Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face. Hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new face.
Hey, we want some new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes,
we want some new face. NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair.
Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face.
New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun, cazzo.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How'd you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
That was a good start. That was a good start, Sonny. Was that enough time to get yourself set up there?
The guy who turned me on to Discord a couple months ago is listening on Livestream on YouTube right now. His name is Jay from the UK. He said he's finally going to join Livestream here next Tuesday or Wednesday, so we have to hold him to it. So everybody give a shout out to Jay from the UK and tell him we'll look forward to seeing you next Tuesday or Wednesday. Put the pressure on. He's got to join.
Jay from the UK, no pressure. You can join Thursday or Friday. It's all good.
Jay from the UK, we are out here, my guy, ready and waiting to discuss this entire idea with you. Looking forward to it, man. Let's go.
Jay from the UK thinks we live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball. Not really.
Sticky water.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking, Jay. Just joking.
Sticky water.
And he's disappeared.
Astronauts of space. It's space Ghostronaut.
When I wake up in the morning, girl, the sun gets in my eyes. After wipe shit from the eyes. Then I look at NASA, and I know it has to be fakery. Oh, Astro, you see when you post that there now about them rockets landing on fucking this is what they call it, best things. I'm beginning to think that Elon Musk might be the actual Antichrist because he would cause fire to come down from heaven and all this fucking shit. People
Barges.
Barges, thank you, barges. Oh, thanks. Barges. Cause fire to come down from heaven and all this shite.
Wasn't there some guy in the 50s or something like that wrote about a guy taking humanity to Mars?
That was
also called Elon?
Yeah, Elon. Didn't use the word Musk. That was Werner von Braun, right? What a science
Oh, that rings a bell. It might be him.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Wouter von Braun, yeah.
Can't
You gotta-
remember where I heard it from, but it just came up in passing, you know.
Yeah, it's always there somewhere, man. So I'm actually starting to think that Elon Musk might be this third Antichrist they're talking about. I seriously, I'm starting to consider it. I always thought it.
My
Go ahead,
money,
jump.
my money for the AC is on somebody with the initials BO. So I'll let you guys figure that one out. Sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry, I interrupted you when I could say that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. That's too cryptic, bro. B.O.
We love a good riddle. ACBO.
No, it's not. He's the one that got inducted into the UN after he served as president.
You're roboting.
God damn it, Hank.
We didn't hear anything you said, Larry.
Yeah, you see that one there? When they materialized that little fuzzy ball creature in front of her. That was like shooting yourself in the foot. You just prove that you're doing CGI up in the ISS, right?
I feel like the CGI or the blue green screen is kind of like established because they have fucked up so many times with like releasing pictures and videos about them actually being behind it without all these things on the other side, without taking all the glitches in. They have actually shown us when they stand in studios and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't have the videos or pictures by hand, but I know there is a lot of them out there. It's not just the glitches; they actually show us what they're doing. You know.
Yeah, this is why it's so good that humans are infallible. They're not impervious to making mistakes because they're making mistakes all the time. Infallible, impervious, fucking big words ever. I remember seeing that and I thought, holy shit, you just saw yourself right in the foot, sir. You just showed us that you're using CGI on the ISS.
Yeah, I mean, even from some of the earlier videos from the space station, whatever, they also show when they try to grab like a handle, they're grabbing the air, for example, stuff like that.
And I'm glad for it, man. I'm glad for it because it's like
yeah, and all the clear signs of harnesses, stuff like. I mean, you have to be blind to not see these things.
You do, but some people are.
So, do you think they're only put there for the select people that are capable of seeing it, or do you think that they're just so lazy and incompetent and stupid that these little things are actually mistakes? That's my question.
I mean, it depends how you look at this, because there is that theory that the powers that be, they must show us what they're doing because karma, blah blah blah. You know.
Yeah. Those of the
Can't remember the full story.
No, I think it's just them fucking up.
I mean, that could be too. Like, I mean, as you said, we are humans. We make mistakes. And then again, technology is not perfect, and some of these is allegedly, made in real time, and that is when the real human mistakes show, I would say.
Well, they went to the moon like, 7 times? And they're floating around ISSs and all that shit. And we've always said this. It would be very, very simple. Before even Jeranism said it, long before, just take a drone, no human life in danger, set it on the fucking moon. Take 100 of them, put them on the moon, look at the Earth, and charge people for screensavers of pictures from the Earth, from the moon. But they can't do that. The reason they can't do that is because they can't go there. I just wonder what possesses a person to be so devious, just to fool all mankind, just to save his soul. Is it a place for the hopeless sinner?
Yeah, I don't know.
They need us to be like cattle, and we're a bit smarter than cattle, so they need something to make us think. This is it. Don't explore. Don't question. We're smart. You're dumb. We can do this. You can't.
Yeah, at the same time, they're saying like there's a whole universe of possibilities out there, but at the same time, they're saying we're basically we're
If
stuck.
everything has been explored, you can't go further.
Yeah, so it's kind of a contradiction. But there's hope because one day we'll be able to travel through fucking wormholes and shit that we might find out there somewhere. But in reality, there's no such thing. So it's like they're giving you hope, but there's no hope at all.
It's great science. It's great science fiction, very entertaining, but when applied to real life, not so fun.
So let me get this straight. The Globers are saying that the world is an object in space, but there's dirt in the sky that we can walk on up there, and that there's holes that exist in space.
Giant space worms.
I don't know. I've only seen like wormholes on the ground. I've only seen worms on the ground.
Oh, they took
I've only seen,
Hank, they took a picture of a black hole the other day. Did you see that? That was amazing.
That black and red picture thingy with a little circle.
Yeah, it's just kind of light. This is the first black hole picture of it, and everybody clapped. Absolutely ridiculous.
Didn't we already have a picture of a black hole with Snoop Dogg smoking a blunt?
That's right. That's right. Like, if you had a black hole, right, swallowing everything up, there'd be nothing left. Think about that. If nothing escapes out of this shit thing, right, it just swallows everything whole, and it just does the circular thing, and it just swallows everything up, and everything within its path is swallowed up. Well, eventually, it's just going to swallow everything up, right?
What about when the wormholes start to swallow each other up? Is that just like a new Big Bang?
The fucking wormholes are cannibals, bro.
I still want to know how you have a hole in a hole.
Lego experiment.
Robot
You're
for me.
roboting pretty bad there, man.
Hank, are you a robot from the future?
I know he's joining us from the future, so it's kind of taking time for him to.
I can actually see it.
I thought New Zealand was in the future.
No, yeah, maybe we are in the future and he's in the past. He's trying to catch up.
Okay, that makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah,
It doesn't make much sense at all.
What are they?
But a little bit of sense, not really any. So let's see. Yeah, my mom just told me her power just came back on. That's been out for like 5 hours. It's fun. No reason for any of this.
We've had warnings in Australia that
Your mom is lucky.
large areas of Australia could be subject to power outages, and they haven't given us a reason why. They just said be ready for it.
Yeah, it's probably because of camel farts and cow farts and not being green enough.
Phoenician swamp gas is bad for the environment.
I'm just reporting out what's happening in Ohio for anybody that's listening.
If we had more fucking windmills and fucking solar panels, it would be grand, sir.
I gotta go play Johnny Cannabis Seed. I'll be right back.
This world, right now, is so ridiculous. I can't even put a number on it. It's just, if I could put an animal on the way the world's going now, I would call it a bat. Because it's batshit crazy. It's
No, I'm
absolute.
not.
Yeah, no, it's fucking lunatic, bro. The shit they come up with every day.
Well, I mean, you take into consideration on how the Fed is just tightening on interest rates, right? So it's going to affect the world economy. Hence, the world really runs off the U.S. economy, right? So
I suppose that's why I have an interest in what happens in the U.S. I know I'm fascinated by it. They got a president who can't fucking string two sentences together.
well, then again, I mean, right? He's a puppet. In other words,
it's a puppet. Yeah, he is.
On everyone who thought they were going to get batshit crazy on crypto, I mean, their reality is coming to fact. They were thinking that it's digital gold, it's a hedge against inflation. Well, we're clearly seeing that the real hedge against inflation is precious metals, and inflation's only begun, man. We're heading through a recession is around the corner, and it's going to be the ugliest one that the world's ever seen.
All the crypto millionaires are now crypto welfare recipients.
I believe you, MTC. You're right, bro. We're heading for a great reset, bro. The absolute.
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely.
Resets.
The problem is that the cost of consumables. So I mean, you go to the grocery store or consumables in general, whether it be I mean, your everyday staples or anything really. It's rising too quick, and the everyday person's salary isn't following.
I mean, it didn't even follow before, and now with this rapid speed, it's just going downhill really fast. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, essentially, I mean, look, okay, I'm in my early 30s. If you look back at when my parents were in their early 30s, I mean, a brand new car cost them maybe $3,000. Their annual salary was probably 30 grand. A home cost 40,000, while things have fucking, excuse my language, probably 10, 20x, and the salaries are just not following, right?
Okay, so check this out. I paid $180 for our house, and that was 6 years ago. And right now, I think it's at $320 if I want to sell, but I'm not selling.
You should actually sell, because the U.S. has actually they've already started to see a decline in home prices. So in certain states they've already seen between 5 to 30% decline in home prices, while the annual mortgage rates have been rising. So, example, last year you could have picked up a rate at around 1.5%, 1.75% on a 5-year locked 25-year amortization. And I mean, now it's upward 4.5%. We'll touch a 6 to 8% easy by the end of this calendar year. Quote me on that, and we'll speak at the end of the calendar year, and you'll let me know if I was in the right.
And that price that's based on is on the real estate price they have listed for the last time it sold. And I also added like a 1,200 foot addition onto the house. So that, I mean, I really should sell, but we can't right now.
Where's he going to go? Right? If it's a seller's market, he's going to sell
right
it.
Now,
yeah,
absolutely. It's a seller's market, but soon it's going to be a buyer's market, man.
So you're hoping to make that lateral transition. Sorry, guys, I'm on my alt account. It's Kiwi. I'm kilowatt on my alt account.
Right. BlackRock will buy your house, bro.
See,
Bro, you know how many homes BlackRock is in, man? They're the smartest investment bank out there, man.
60%. I think it's about.
They're just so wise. They know everyone's gonna.
Israelis have really so.
Hank,
we can't hear you, bud.
Hank's a robot from outer
We can't hear
space.
you, bud.
please come back in, Hank, because we enjoy your input.
It was cutting out, bud. Anyways, it's crazy. What this world is.
This world. Have you seen this world? It's crazy, bro. It's absolutely fucking insane. What the hell is going on, bro? I wake up every morning, fucking wipe my ass, and then what's next?
I mean, I'm in the janitorial sanitation business, so I distribute JanSan products, example, hand paper, toilet paper, to industrial buildings, commercial buildings, institutional buildings, and Kimberly-Clark, the largest paper manufacturer, so they own Scott, which I'm sure all of you know. They own the brand Kleenex, which I'm sure all of you know. They're all increasing their cost by 30 to 60% from now to August. You'll see a massive increase on the toilet paper you're purchasing at the everyday store. It's toilet paper, hand paper, whether it be tissue paper as well. I mean, it's not sustainable anymore. It doesn't work.
No, there's definitely something going on. They're destroying fucking meat processing plants and all kinds of shit. Definitely something going on. And there's all these videos about fucking eating insects and all kinds of shit. I mean, you see the world like 10 years from now, I don't want to fucking live in it, bro. I see all these people with purple hair and fucking their nose pierced. Don't eat meat. And I identify as they, them, him.
Well, I mean, that's different. I mean, in another way, we have to respect other people, right? I mean, if they want to be a him, her, they, or as they please. I mean,
no, we don't. Yeah, well, okay, respect them, and no, but nah.
They're just as much as a human being as you are, right?
Well, they're just yes, except
they might have a couple of screws loose, but maybe that's not their fault. And, you know, it's not their fault.
Is that conditioning?
I don't know, man. I see the glass half empty and half full as well, right? So
pessimist and optimist. That's great, bro.
Optimism is good. Delusion is bad. And we need to know the difference between optimism and delusion. And just to segue for what somebody said, 10 years from now, if you don't play in this system that's been pushed on us for the last 27 months, you won't see 2 years from now because it's just designed to, if you don't play, they won't let you live. And it's
yeah, you'll fail. Absolutely, exactly. They'll force you to fail, right?
Man, fuck them in the reality, bro. Fuck them in the reality. Why would I even want to be here, bro?
All you can do is save one life at a time, change one mind at a time, plant one seed at a time, water it from time to time, and move on to the next plant, to the next seed, and see if that can grow. But that's all you can do.
Truth is, well, I suppose the truth is, you and I won't be here in 20 years, or 30 years, or 40 years. All right? But do you think that the direction this world is taking is a good place? It's a good way. It's a good direction.
The world is controlled by Satan, by the devil and his demons. Christ, God, sits on top of the firmament. He knows we're all grasshoppers. He knows everybody who's alive. Anybody who's accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior will be saved for eternity. But Satan and his demons own this world right now, and there are lots of good people, including people on here.
What do you mean right now?
So you just need to stay a good person, seek God while He may be found, and go from there.
There's a possibility that we have a couple of goes at this, or just one. What do you think? You think we have one go at this? Just one go?
No, you keep going over and over until you get it right.
Oh, you believe that?
Oh yeah, we got it right. We're the flat earthers. Yep. We already know that the other people exist that are doing fucking crazy shit. They advertise it on television.
Yeah. I think we're doing the fact that we know what we know keeps us in line with what we were told.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Right? I love it.
Makes you want to be in line with what you're saying. It only makes sense. It's not like it's like, oh, spooky, I better do this. It's like, no, it makes sense. I better just do this.
Yeah.
Their power is off again.
Awesome.
Interesting. Okay. Well, it's going to be one of these days.
Play us the song, Sonny.
All right, yeah, I'm trying to get ready to go out, and I've been procrastinating all day long, watching water distill. What, Rad? When?
Sonny, have you been on the distilled water bandwagon for a while?
You know, I just got this still, and now for the last 3 days, I just got it started 3 days ago. So I've been running it like for about 8 or 10 hours a day.
What are you guys on about with distilled water?
Yeah, it's the purest water that you can have, actually. Vapor distilled.
Yeah, it's really, really good stuff. It's not easy to make. It's not easy to buy, and and I've told people, and I've heard, because I'm not on it, but I've heard people say that when you purify your system with distilled water, expect to have the runs or diarrhea for a couple,
Yeah,
3
it's
days,
actually it's
a
doing
couple, 3 days.
it's doing a number on my system, and I'm getting over like some addiction problems. Like I'm trying to
Yeah.
clear my entire system out,
Yeah.
and so, but along with kind of being sick, like it's cleaning me out, and you can have like a healing crisis too. Like once it starts cleaning all that junk out, like stuff starts to come up.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you go the distilled water route, God bless you, but be ready for 2 or 3 or maybe even more days of some discomfort, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I still am enjoying the pleasure of knowing that because I have a ceramic pot, that you put a 5-gallon jug on. So once it sits in there, and I put a little sea salt, like Himalayan salt, in there. It is the cleanest tasting water. Oh my God, everything tastes good now. Like I can even make powdered milk with this water and shake it up and chill it, and it tastes just as good as regular milk. Almost.
Yeah, the word is obviously you don't want to drink tap water because it's junk in there.
Yeah.
But even bottled water, which our family's been drinking for a decade now, you have to deal with the plastic, and the plastic is not good for you.
There's
Yeah,
lots of
well, you should see.
microplastics in the water bottles, especially if you expose it to like heat or cold. Like
Yeah,
the particles will start to get released into the water.
Shedding,
You don't want to drink that.
Yeah, so if you saw this is a 2.5-gallon pot that this all steams up in, and you should see the residue that was at the bottom. A section of the bottom, about an 8-inch diameter section of silt and solid materials that were forming a beach. You know how the waves, when they go back and forth across the beach, they make these ripples and stuff?
Yeah.
There was this on the bottom of the pan, sludge, like solid material that came out of this water that if you're drinking tap water, you're drinking. Unless you, like, if you filter it, okay, you're going to filter some of that out, but not all of it.
That's
Like
disgusting.
I'm steaming all of it out, and the shit on the sides is like a calcium deposit, yellow, nasty shit it's brown. It's really gross.
So that's the stuff that they calcify your pineal gland with. And your pineal gland is your third eye. That is what they talk about in the scripture. Open the eye and let the body be filled with light.
I really think so. There's something.
No, I'm telling you, for fact, fluoride is what they add to calcify your pineal gland. That's what you're extracting from the water.
So listen to me. The little tiny bit of runoff that's water. Like I could actually, the benefit I'm receiving from the water, like I don't even feel like I need to take a shower every day. I think I could take a shower every 2 days, and I think I feel better. Just rinse my face off, do a little, praise the Lord. Like, what do they do? The cross, sign of the cross. Like,
so here's a question for you. How much water do you drink on average per day? Not before you started to distill your water. How much water were you drinking per day?
About a half a gallon to a gallon, somewhere right in that area. Almost a gallon, especially if I'm writing.
Give me cups. That's what, 8 cups?
Yeah, probably 6 to 8 cups.
Okay, so you imagine you're intaking what you're boiling out now, right? So you are intaking that amount of stuff that you're boiling out now.
Yeah,
so if you're to distill 2 gallons of water, right? Whatever you're boiling out of that's what you're talking about. You're intaking, and you're not having to take a shower and stuff. Like, because we process these things, right? We are processing plants, right? Just like energy.
Yeah, and I was eating a lot of meat, and I was having some difficulty. I think it was too rough, especially I was having some other issues, and but that's kind of the only food I had. So I had to start going back to eating really bland, like just oatmeal with maybe just a little bit of brown sugar and some milk in it, but not too much milk, and just eat like really bland foods. And I did that today, and I felt better. Then I relapsed and ate a cookie, and then my stomach started hurting again.
Are you on any other diets too?
No, I'm on the diet of whatever food is available, I will eat. If I'm out of food, I have emergency food I can eat.
You're on the seafood diet.
Shoot, like no food diet.
I see food and I eat it.
I see food exactly. That's right.
All I would tell people about meat is go to lamb, because lamb is your best source of zinc, and we hardly ever get enough zinc in our diet. So go to lamb once or twice a week. Go to white chicken, and go to salmon, and do your brown rice, do your broccoli, do anything that's green, do anything that's red, and just kind of go from there. And I tell anybody, avoid bread at all costs unless you just want to indulge yourself once in a while, but avoid bread at all costs.
But
And
listen, some of that stuff I can't eat. Like I can't eat that brown rice. I can't. I used to love it. I used to think I loved it, but it causes me serious problems. I can't eat rice of any kind actually, and bread I definitely stay away from. Now, a good cracker now and then with some cheese, I'll go for that sometimes. Or even just some French toast. Very seldomly, I don't even like. Yeah, I hardly can buy a loaf of bread because I'll have to put it in the fridge, so it'll have to last me like 2 weeks because I just won't eat it.
And another thing I had to get used to, because I grew up with milk chocolate, as a lot of us did, with M&Ms and stuff like that. But the thing you have to get into with chocolate is 88% chocolate, 85% chocolate,
Yes,
90
that's what I
may
like
be
that. The
it may be
90%.
the best food you can actually consume is 85 to 90% chocolate. It may be the best food out there. Period.
It's really great. It's very good.
According to who?
Oh, 88% chocolate. If you look at the ingredients in the back, it basically gives you everything you need, and it helps your digestion. It thins your blood, and so things that thin your blood that are natural, and things that help you with your digestion
You just, I'm
is
sorry,
really great as well.
that cacao, which is what chocolate comes from, you're calling it chocolate, but 80 plus whatever it is, that's cacao. And you're saying that it contains everything that you need. That's very dangerous advice, my friend. It doesn't contain everything that you need. I'm sorry.
I don't think I said everything. I said it's perhaps the best thing you can possibly eat. I didn't say everything. And if you go by the fact that 88% chocolate is a natural blood thinner, and it's actually helps you with your digestion, those are two things that are awesome. And you just read the back of it, what's in it. It's really awesome as well.
Were you telling to somebody that has been dealing with digestion issues since he's a kid? And chocolate, actually, I used to eat a lot of raw chocolate straight from the farm. My friend used to bring it from Ecuador, and I thought it was healthy for me, and it actually used to mess up my stomach. And when you look into it, for some people, not everybody, but for some people that we are sensitive to what is called oxalates. Oxalates is a type of crystal mineral in foods that actually creates inflammation in the gut, and raw chocolate like that, cacao, is pretty high in oxalates. So some people are not compatible with that type of food.
And some people comes down to a percentage, and if that is the case for an individual person, then that's a case for individual person. But by and large, 88%, 90% chocolate is considered very, very, very good for people. Most people don't know that. They do the milk chocolate route, or they do the 72% route. Do the 88% route, try it, do it every day for a month or two, and see what it does for you. For me, I've been doing it for 6 years, ever since I had my heart situation back in 2016, and it helps me tremendously. So for me, it's a good thing. For what I've read, it's a good thing for people. People, have a hard time getting used to how, what do you want to call, not sweet it is, and so they have a hard time with that.
but it's just something that needs to be explored, as well as all greens and all reds and salmon, lamb, and white chicken.
You guys like the Mediterranean diet?
I don't have a name for those things. I have shied away from calling anything.
What about chicken
particular
liver, beef liver? I've been enjoying that pretty much actually lately.
The most nutritious food known is liver. Actually, it has most of the constituents that the human body needs, and it's very compacted in nutrition.
You know, isn't that strange? And it's cheap because I think people don't like when I grew up, they kept it like they wrapped it just like
Yeah.
they did steaks, this bloody piece of pork,
Yeah.
and
It
and I
actually
think now they have to put it in a container because I think people won't buy it because the way it looks, but it's cheaper than almost everything else.
Yeah, it's actually people. A lot of people cannot stand the taste, the you know how it feels. It feels like grainy. It feels like.
high on taste.
I like it.
But gram per gram, liver is probably the most nutritious food in Earth.
I'm gonna start eating more of it, but can I? Oh, is it possible to overdo it with something like that, or not really?
Well, the thing is that liver is pretty high in some things like heme iron, and everything in excess could cause problems. But if you eat it like twice a week, you should be fine.
I got it. Yeah, I get. Yeah, that's probably good.
Yeah, I think, Sonny, we don't want to eat salmon every day or white chicken every day. We don't want to, eat everything, but once or twice a week, and you find 3 or 4 or 5 meats that are good for you, just alternate that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find more lamb. Like the store, they only had it once, and then they didn't have it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to get some more lamb. The last time I put the lamb and the bone, like after I ate the meat, I put the bones and made a bone broth. That was the best bone broth ever, man.
I love bone broth. I feel that.
I cooked it for like 12 hours.
Now y'all making me hungry.
My girl makes the best bone broth. I challenge you.
I never really did it before, and actually, I just had some organic vegetable broth, I think, or chicken broth or something in there, and just put it in the slow cooker and just let it cook and left it alone. I didn't do anything to it.
Yeah, you can get creative with it. Like the bone broth. We make what is called like a we call it bone broth, but it's actually a mix. We also put chicken feet, and this is from a
really,
doctor. Yeah, this comes from a doctor, and this doctor cures arthritis and bullshit like that, like joint problems with this. And it's chicken feet with bones that have a lot of cartilage. And you do that for your fasting water every day.
Interesting. You know what? Because I knew someone and their parents, I guess this girl's mom was Italian, and they invited me over once. This was many, many years ago in Venice, California, and they had a big, huge pot of chicken foot soup, and I did eat chicken foot soup. I actually liked it.
Yeah,
very chickeny tasting.
They look weird, but they're not bad when they're cooked correctly.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about chicken feet is it has the raw materials and some specific acids that helps the joints. And, and bone broth has a lot of minerals and collagen and specific things that helps the joint also. It's a combination of specific raw materials for the joints and the gut.
Good. Awesome stuff, man. Anyway, I'm going to get ready to go outside now for a little while. I'll talk to you guys a little later.
Wait, whoa.
Have a good night, man.
No, you're supposed to play a song, bro.
Like play what kind of song?
Any fucking song, bro.
I'm supposed to play a song.
Yeah.
I'm
Before you go outside, play a fucking song.
I'm going to make something up here. Here's this song. It'll probably just be instrumental because I wasn't really prepared.
That's fine. That's fine.
with my old strings. These strings are so old. I played with some people that said, "You sound like a dick. Why don't you put the like tuner on your guitar instead of tuning?" But don't you like to hear an instrument tuning? Like when I went and saw like a orchestra or something, like I kind of enjoyed them all going do 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 do, you know, like get all in tune.
It depends. I play guitar too. I see it from both ways. If you're like in a live band and you're playing like rock, metal music, you don't want to be tuning with like all that distortion and stuff.
That's
That can
true.
sound nasty.
Oh, that's true. I can understand that.
But like acoustic guitar, I do like the tuning. Very pleasant instrument.
Oh, my nails are too long. Shoot, I'm so laxed. Hold on a second.
Do you paint your long nails, Sonny?
No, not anymore. I'm fresh out of nail paint.
Thank God for that.
I'll get you some in the mail.
No thanks. I've used it on my guitar before because it's a cellulose, like a paint, like the cellulose paint.
So
what?
So you think you can tell?
Okay, is that a request?
Not really.
Maybe.
Yeah, wish you were here.
I'm out of
Best rock tune ever. Best rock tune ever. In the
Radio
history of rock.
Creep with Radiohead.
Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. It's not. It's okay.
I haven't heard it. Oops.
Sonny.
Yep. Yes.
How we doing? So
Okay, don't sing it until I do the. Remember, there's a part in the beginning. It's the intro.
There it is.
baby me. Here we go. So you think you can tell? Heaven from hell, blue skies from me. Can you tell I get to feel from a clouds to you? The smile from the veil. Do you think you can tell?
Did they
You think that you stray? Your hair was close.
Hot
Your eyes is for trees. Your eyes are rose. Cold cup of the train.
Did you say I walk on part of the wall?
For the lead road, give a How I wish you were here. We just feel ourselves swimming in the fish pond. Yeah. Wish you were here. We just feel ourselves swimming in a fish pond.
Shout out to the fishbowl.
Yeah.
So well done. That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
You ripped, dude. Well done, man.
Thank you, Sonny.
Thank you.
That's probably the best tune ever in the history of mankind.
Thanks, you guys. You guys are great. I love y'all.
Do, Sonny. Love you too, man.
I just leave the Discord on, so you guys are talking to my plant when I'm away. So be nice.
Everyone bully him. Make his plant cry.
Well, you might have to select a few people to mute. Like
no, I'm joking.
Like
it's
the liars. The ones that
do
want
it.
to
Science experiment.
continually lie, they need to be silenced with a silencer. One more word out of you, you lying son of a bitch, and I'm gonna plug you shut.
You bastard.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Clint Eastwood movie script.
Do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? No. Good, man. We'll go with that. Windows shutting down.
Have you guys seen that new rocket that Elon Musk is supposedly building that's like 700 feet tall? And it's got this big rocket booster on the bottom. And it's got like 60, I don't know how many engines on it, but it's got so many engines on the bottom of it that it's like ridiculous. I seen a little video on it today. I watched it just out of curiosity. And oh my God, it is so ridiculously unrealistic.
Overpowered.
Well, it's just obviously not it's not gonna work. Even if they say it's doing what it's doing, it's just obviously not. It's just
we know it's
almost as tall as the Eiffel Tower, just short of it.
Hey, God Rockin', will it make it out to the ocean so they can go fetch it out?
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I predict it's going to be one of those accidental explosions.
Oh,
that's still good entertainment.
Yeah.
It's got to make it at least out to the Bermuda Triangle so they can scare everybody so they can go get it when it goes into the ocean.
Yeah, I just, when I tried to explain this, you guys have probably heard me more than once about the rocket launches. They go up, arch over, and then you see them the whole way down until they disappear into the horizon. And the key thing is you can still see it the entire time. It's visible with the naked eye. So how far away can you see a commercial airliner or an object the size of a rocket or whatever? How many miles does it travel before it reaches its vanishing point? Probably no more than 200 miles, I would imagine. And so when it's arched over and headed down, and they tell you it's fallen over the edge of the planet, that's would have to be over 4,000 miles away, and you can still see it. That makes a lot of fucking sense. No sound barrier, never hear a sonic boom. And it just looks like it's barely moving as it's going across the sky. And they try to tell you it's going 17,000 miles an hour, 5 times the speed of a bullet. Yeah.
Hey, God Rock, and I got banned from Twitter a year ago, 20,000 followers for 10 years, and Elon Musk still hasn't restored my account yet. Should I complain?
I would say you're probably wasting your breath or your finger or your typing. Probably going to be a waste of time. But
I thought Elon was my friend.
No, Elon is nothing more than a puppet working for the controllers.
I thought he was my friend.
We all did. He looked so photogenic, so, quirky and nerdy.
And retarded.
And South African. So exotic.
Oh, boy.
Yes, brothers and sisters.
Careful, we're streaming, boys.
We're streaming? Uh-oh. What does that mean?
Don't want to get reported for hate speech.
Yes.
I love to hate Elon Musk. So that's love.
Wait a minute. Is he white? Well, then that's fine.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You can ridicule and do anything you want to the white race now. They deserve it.
They need to be paid back for bringing out that whole Christianity thing to the European West.
If Elon brings back my Twitter account, I'll vote for him for president of the UN.
That would be a landslide election.
Elon, please, I want my Twitter account back. Please, Elon, please.
I don't think that they'd be able to steal enough votes with the whole Diebold voting machines and stuff like that, or whichever company they're using to steal the votes now. I don't think that there'd be a possibility of stealing any of that vote.
I wonder if he's going to put vote for Elon on the side of his next rocket.
You can't vote for him. He's white.
Well, we could always dunk him in a tub of colored paint, make him something else, I guess.
That's blackface. That's racist.
What is racist? I don't even know what that word means.
Any sort of race that keeps you from getting political power is racist, basically.
I always thought a race was something that you did, like when you run a race. Like you have to get out and put your tennis shoes on and run like a son of a bitch.
Yeah. I think people thought of the races as these root peoples, these races like a root. I think race is related to the word for root, something from which a tree grows of some sort. Basically, they're saying that there's something about this people that allowed them to grow in this way versus something about this people that allowed them to grow in this way, whatever it is.
I'm checking my feet right now for roots. I don't see any.
Ideological roots, political roots, roots of power, that sort of thing, roots of position, that sort of thing.
So non-visible.
Yeah, it is kind of ideological.
You got to check your feet for refraction if you want to measure your shoe size.
Oh, boy. Boy, I'm so sick and tired of that word refraction. Oh, boy. They just do not want to give up on it. There's so much bullshit.
Hey, God Rockin'?
Yes, sir.
Refraction, 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 refraction.
If you were here right now, I might just
beating your fucking head.
Oh, okay.
As much as I love you, that deserves a slap.
That definitely.
Oh, is that like a Will Smith, Chris Rocksmack? You know, one of those fake ones?
Yeah, a little
Bigger,
harder. A little bit harder.
Bigger.
Okay. All right. Anger issues. I see you have anger issues. Refraction.
No, I don't have anger issues. Just get angry enough.
That makes me happy. Now I got a reason. I got a real reason.
Give me a reason.
Yeah.
Be angry.
Yeah, I just put together a presentation on refraction, so I'm just waiting for a Glober to come in here and chant it.
Do you know Drake's it almost sounds like Get Beget. His voice is very fucking calm, isn't it? Drake's has got a voice that's really catchy. I'm just waiting here. Am I wrong? Am I right?
Well, there's no wrong and right in that. It's just what it is. Trace has got him and his sister both have got a very, very pleasing type of speech, and they're fun to listen to, both of them.
Well, I don't know about fun.
Well, you just don't know how to have fun then.
But soothing. Yeah, I have no idea, bro. Grace, wisdom, and harmony.
So, question. If the moon is semi-translucent,
and the
right?
earth
It doesn't cast a shadow, right? And sometimes we can see through it. Does the word refracted not work to our advantage in that standpoint?
No.
No, I don't think refraction does anybody anything but distraction. Refraction should be completely changed to read. I don't know how would you change that from refraction to distraction.
Yeah, just distraction.
I'm like
7/6R distraction going on here.
Hey, am I distracting you?
My distraction.
I'm like 80%
Am I breaking
sure
your
I just ran
concentration?
into Miley Cyrus.
Hey, she actually did a really good song, right? Zombies.
Like I deliver some food. This cute, bright-eyed, big smile girl was like, "Hey, thanks," in her deep voicedness, and I'm like, "You can't stare, idiot. That's kind of weird. You're in front of some girl's door, but she definitely looks like this girl, Miley." And I wanted to say, "You're not. Nah, you're not. Okay, whatever."
I might be.
I've done that before. There was this guy, the guy from People of Earth, the one with the afro, the black guy. I met him and I'm like, "Are you?" He's like, "I am." That was a pretty cool moment.
A yam with a yam.
Yeah, I am what I am. Hello, Papa. Some crazy shit, bro.
Have any of you guys looked at this stupid? I don't even know what it's called. Advanced Earth Calculator.
No. Moving on.
It's I can't remember the guy's name.
It's the Flat Earth Insanity one?
Yeah, it's so insane, yes. But it's got so many R's in the calculation that it's like, what do they call that when you're using curvature?
Begging the question?
Is that what it means when you're using the radius to prove the radius?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they just do it over and over again. It's a lot of fun because you can just tell them, well, you have no measurement for the radius in the first place, so it's all just stories.
Right. That was my point. Exactly.
It's hilarious.
Oh, you have a point?
Yeah, does a Glober have a point?
Not a valid one.
I'm just going to start trolling them with, you guys haven't accounted for distraction. You got to account for distraction.
That's a terrible point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also true. How do you account for that much distraction?
Yeah.
So, Godrod, where can I find this advanced Earth curve calculator?
Well, I've got it up on my screen. I'm trying to figure a way to put it on the.
I played around with that one before, and when maxing out the refraction index that they have in that calculator, the maximum distance to the horizon that it gets for the black swan is 1.8 miles. And that's way over the top, like way past 7/6R refraction. So there's like, even though they're begging the question, there's nothing they can even do to make any of it work.
So they take it from 1.22 miles to 1.8 based on refraction only?
Yeah, and that's way past the standard, the 7/6R standard refraction that they use. That would take their geometric horizon in the black swan to about 1.4 miles. So they're adding a bunch more in there, and still it's not enough because they need to multiply their radius to like 268,000 miles.
Yeah, the funny part is they never actually account for what the conditions would be if those conditions existed in reality. They're crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah,
now I know who Dries is. That's a good fucking rapper, bro.
I put it in the live stream. It's the Walter Bislin calculator.
Okay, so that's a different one than the one I was talking about, but same deal.
It's so ridiculous. Oh my god, when you look at it, it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I went over to Panda's server and I had it out with him for about a half an hour over refraction, and he gave me this, posted some drawing of the globe with the light curving and then going through all these layers of atmosphere, when he's trying to tell me at the same time that the light stays like at the same distance off the Earth and then curves up over the curve and doesn't pass through any other layers of atmosphere. It stays in the one, but his drawing showed it, the light coming from way out in space, going through every layer of atmosphere you could possibly think of. But I tried to explain to him, I said, that's not where the light's coming from, bro. It's coming from 6 feet off the ground. Why are you showing it coming from a mile off the surface of the Earth?
It's so preposterous because they have to just measure curvature of the Earth to begin with for any of this stuff they say to have validity. They can't just keep making excuses for why they can't show it to us. That's not proof of their globe.
Well, the entire heliocentric model is exactly that. I mean, you can't show anything to support any of it. So, and you'd think that would be a red flag for any competent brain that functions properly. You would think that if you got to use every possible excuse or every possible made up scenario that you can find in order to explain the globe Earth, that would seems like that should be a red flag. But for them,
Wait.
not.
What?
Yeah.
Just kidding, bro.
Hey, I'm about 15 feet from my television, and I see refraction. So can I calculate that out to about a mile or so? If I could watch my TV, how much refraction there would be?
Yeah, just use some 7/6R standard distraction.
So when I'm watching Don Lemon on CNN, I'm not actually seeing Don Lemon. I'm seeing.
You're actually watching Don Lemon? What the fuck's
Yeah,
wrong with you, bro?
you got to account for standard distraction.
If I'm not watching Don Lemon, I'm actually seeing Anderson Cooper. Is that what you're saying?
Why would you?
Anderson Cooper, Don Lemon? What the fuck's wrong with you, bro?
I watch CNN sometimes to see what the enemy is planning to do. I watch it to see what the enemy is doing to us 3 to 6 to 9 months away. I go back to the football analogy. Let's say that it's halftime of a football game, and you want to find out what the other team wants to do to you in the second half. You go into their locker room if you could, and listen to what they game plan for you. That's what CNN does for us. They are telling us what they're going to do to us the next 3 to 6 to 12 months. So I won't be surprised.
That's actually a true story.
Yeah.
That's the Comedy News Network, right? I watched that one. It's funny.
My friend, it could be the Clown News Network. It could be the Comedy News Network. It could be lots of different things.
It's the same thing.
Actually, I'll post something about all the things that it could be. Let me find that. I'll post it.
My God.
It's funny whenever I say I watch CNN, before I say anything else, somebody always goes, "You watch CNN?" And I go, "Wait a minute. There's a reason why I do it." But everybody, I can't even get another word out. They go, "You watch CNN? What's wrong with you?"
You
It's so funny. It's
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
funny.
I'm sorry, but I concur with them. What in the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
You guys are hilarious. And whenever I say I'm sitting here watching CNN, I have it up like on 6 or 8, so so it's not very loud. I just watch the bottom part, where all the the bulletins are.
What do you mean 6 or 8's not very loud? That's almost the top of the volume level. What?
No, top of my volume level is like 65 or 70.
Oh well. All right, fuck. Got me on that one. I concede.
Oh my God.
Wow, my screen just went black. I can't get nothing to work on my computer. I can hear you guys, but my screen is completely black. Nothing coming up.
CIA.
But back when I was into politics, I made a little meme about CNN, what it stands for. So I just posted it.
Corrupt News Network. That'll be all right. We just ended there. Constipated.
Feel free to add anything you want to.
For fuck's sake, that's a good animal. crappy news. Chrissy's clown. I like that one. Clown news network.
Okay, allow me to do this one more time. Okay, hey guys, I watch CNN. You watch CNN? I can't believe I CNN. What are you doing that for? What are you doing that for? Ah, you guys are hilarious.
That's good. That's fun. Crazy News Network. My balls are not in the news network. That's there, but I just made it up. Balls.
Oh,
Yeah, that was good. Hey.
it happens every time.
I just make shit up, bro.
Oh, you know what? I am convinced CNN just makes stuff up. They are not based in reality. They just make stuff up.
I don't care whether you think my balls are fucking round or triangular. I just make shit up, bro. We square balls network. Conspiracy, criminal crappy. It's basically them.
See, there was a time when I thought Fox News good, CNN bad. Now I think Fox News bad, CNN bad. So that's how I think now.
They're both bad.
Yeah. Or if you want to do the beer analogy, you have CNN, and then you have Fox News is CNN Light. So you can do it that way.
That makes sense. Clinton News Network. Corrupt news. Chinese.
Did I put communist? Yeah, there's communist. Okay, good.
Oh, it's definitely there. Because you see, it's fucking there. Fake news. You're fake news.
Yeah, I used to be consumed with politics, and I had been since 1980. So when I realized in 2020 it was all a joke, I had to forgive myself for believing something for 40 years that was all a joke.
How'd
So,
that go?
well, I'm still in rehab.
Ah, Jesus. I'm still in rehab.
Yeah, I forgive myself over the medical stuff and the.
I'm not quite yet, though.
I forgive myself over the medical stuff and the flat earth stuff. I didn't know any better because I wasn't allowed to know any better. But I could have told myself 40 years ago it was all crap, and I didn't.
That's fucking brilliant, bro. That's actually brilliant. Hey. The Spurs news created new clown, crazy cabal. Can you take years? Who? Fuck's sake, tears, bro.
Just the last point on politics. I know we shouldn't talk politics because it can be very personal to people. But I was a Trump cultist for over 4 years, from March of 2016 to June of 2020. And so when I hear a Trump cultist, I know a Trump cultist because I used to be one. Just like if you're an alcoholic, if you're an ex-alcoholic, when you see one, you recognize it. When if you're an ex-drug addict, when you see one, you know one. So when I hear a Trump cultist going on, I know when I hear one because I used to be one.
I gotta tell you. That was probably the funniest thing I ever seen.
What if you are a drunk master? Do you recognize other drunk masters?
Doesn't matter if you're drunk or not, bro. You think drunk people care if you're fucking drunk or not?
I don't know, man. Drunken masters like PMAC, Helio, Boo.
I am actually. I don't care, bro. I have a seat in Cog this. It's all mine, bro. But that was funny.
Who's in this?
You.
Oh yeah.
Get back. Get back.
I'm a this VIP.
So am I. Jesus, we have something in common, bro. What's up with that?
Wonder how long it'll take Matthew to catch on to the advanced Earth curve calculator with this fun little thing called refraction. That's such a joke.
So little time. Try to make a move just to stay in the game. I try to make wake and remember my name, but I don't feel the same.
You might get the channel shut down because of copyright music content.
Everybody's changing and I don't feel the same. Bam, bam,
People
bam,
will
bam.
track back after they see that feedback.
Try to understand that I
Try to understand why you are so drunk.
but I don't feel the same. Everybody's changing.
Yeah, I muted you, PMIC. Let me know.
Michael, check.
Check.
Okay. I just had to restart my computer. I couldn't get nothing. My screen went black. Never, never really had that happen before. I think it's probably.
Entered into the alt universe. Reflash was required.
I think it was someone's fault besides mine. I'm looking for someone to blame.
Yeah, those people that build the computer it's their fault.
That would have been me.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? The ones that build the parts, the ones that build the software that runs the computer, those people.
Oh.
Jesse. Back again, huh? Good to see you, man. I see Sasha. Who else do I see?
Well, I've been in the cinema room. I was trying to get Says Who to come join.
Awesome. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. Hey, shout out to the someone in the mods. Can I get access to share pictures and videos on this account, please? It's Kiwi on Kilowatt. Boys, I'm passionate and have an amazing night. I will catch you guys tomorrow.
What? Don't bad me, bro. I say nothing. Nothing.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy. Insisting, probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature is missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions, talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition, can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show. The Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just saw. Title notes, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The on curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the facious combo. Metal judo. The FE commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration, using the constellation. Thousands of years without deviation, not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration, you feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation, perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition, and superstition, or all-around faulty cognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be our ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion, but there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
Hey, we have 28. Good song by Grace. Well done, Grace. 28, you say you have a question. Go right ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna mention how I saw. I'm not like I was just wondering. The Netflix. Remember, like there's like a Netflix special or whatever, and it was like about flat Earth or whatever. And there was like an experiment that they were like, oh look, they like the flat earther debunk flat Earth or whatever. But like I was wondering if there's like a video where like he explains stuff, because I think it was I forget what his name is, YouTuber that does like flat Earth or whatever, and he was in that, and like he did an experiment where there's like two boards or something, and like there's like holes in each board, and then like he was gonna like shine a light. You guys know what I'm talking about?
If you look in Livestream voice text chat, I have a video where the man in the documentary you're speaking about was in this Discord when someone tried to use him as proof of Earth rotation. So it was a very good conversation. So I highly recommend watching the video.
Oh, okay, sweet. Okay, I'll check that out. And it's just okay. Is it the one where the guy's hugging the tiger?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of like, so if that ever comes up, and I'll be able to like explain to somebody like what's going on. And then I've also wanted to like, because I remember someone explaining this to me, but I forgot 'cause it's been so long. The eclipse on the moon, or like the lunar eclipse or something. And I remember someone explaining that. That made a lot of sense to a reason why you would see sort of like the shadow or whatever. But I'm gonna check that video out first.
Yeah, check the video. Maybe he will answer your question on that particular thing. And the lunar eclipse, those are, that's phenomena that we observed, and some people have an idea and what might be happening, but until we can verify that, it will be mostly speculation, don't you think?
Yeah, because like wasn't there like I remember someone explaining that sometimes you even see both the sun and the moon at the same time, but then also like an eclipse, and it's called like a specific phenomenon, or I forget how it's pronounced.
Selenium eclipse?
Yeah, and I was like, and it's sort of kind of like explained maybe a different way, or something else is going on. It's not exactly how we figure it is, but
yeah, what it does, the selenium eclipse does, is it debunks the fact that the Earth is what's shadowing the moon. because they're both in the sky at the same time. I mean, that would be, and not only that, the shadow's coming down from the top rather than the bottom. So even if it was close to the Earth and the Earth was possibly some way causing a shadow to be on the moon, it would most certainly have to be coming up from the bottom, not the top, because the Earth is below the moon, not above it. And so it pretty much blows that out of the water. The moon has what's called phases, and it goes through these phases every month. And it starts out with a little sliver, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes a full moon, and then it reduces and reduces and reduces, and they're called the phases of the moon. And they don't have anything to do with the Earth blocking the sunlight, is what the deal is, because we can show you, like you said, the selenium eclipse proves that there's a shadow on the moon, but the Earth is in no way in any position whatsoever to where it could be causing the shadow. So yeah, so what's causing the moon's phases and the different shadow sizes is simply the moon itself. It's a light that produces its own light. It's not reflecting the sunlight. It's also a light itself, and it has these what they're called phases, and it it's a very mysterious thing and how it would do that, but it does. It produces light, a sliver of light, and then it grows and grows and grows, and then it reduces back down to a sliver. Then it disappears for 3 days. That's called the new moon phase. And the thing about it is nobody can ever find the moon during that new moon phase. I mean, not because you can't see it, but they've tried to find it with radar or various different methods to try and figure out where it goes, but nobody can figure out where it goes. So there's a mystery about the moon that's really quite amazing, but nobody can figure out really what's going on with it. So, and that's just frankly because we can't go there. No one's ever been there to actually do any, hands-on research about it. So it's all just kind of still quite a bit of mystery about it. But the thing about the Earth causing the shadow, that's pretty much debunked. Like I said, because you see the moon and the sun in the sky both together. The Earth is below it, below both the sun and the moon, but yet the shadow is coming down from the top. That's not where the Earth is. It's at the bottom. And so not only that, they're both in the sky. The Earth is not in the way of the sunlight in any way. They're both up there, and the Earth is down below them, so there's no way it could be casting a shadow on the top of the moon, if you see what I'm saying. I mean, that would be basically impossible. That's why they call it the impossible eclipse.
Okay.
You've obviously seen it before because you knew the name of it and whatnot. You've seen the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, right?
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah. I haven't seen it myself, but I've seen like videos of it, and it was quite.
Right.
Like videos that were like clearly not edited or anything, like poor quality video, but you're like, oh well, like clearly that's not like that guy doesn't know what he's doing, but he's at least videotaping something that's pretty crazy.
Right. I mean, there might be some guys in here that can add more to the story than I just did. If there's anybody in here that can add to the story for the guy or add to the observation, please jump in, say something, help this guy out.
It looks like they're having like a discussion there in the voice chat with somebody.
What do you mean on the text?
Yeah, they're having a discussion with somebody.
Yeah, they do that all the time, pretty much.
So, okay, I'm gonna watch this thing, but who is the guy that's in the Netflix special? Do you know what his name was? Is he Miggy? Is his name
Bob Nodell?
Bob Nodell, and like, okay, his name is probably Bob on this, I guess, or Globe.
Yeah, it
Is he?
starts with Miggy wrapping up his 3 points as some random guy is just talking, and then I wanted to capture the starting point where he tries to argue that Bob proved the rotation, and then when Bob comes in, it's just so funny.
Okay, I'll check it out. All right, I'm gonna watch it now and be quiet.
I think the best thing that gyroscope proves is it's a waste of $20,000. You know what I mean? That proves it for sure. That's proof no matter what side you're on.
Yeah, that's a good point, Flatterday.
Dude, you could have bought a brand new SUV or all kinds of stuff with that money. Shit. How you doing, God Rockin'?
Not too bad. About yourself, brother?
All right. The freeway's real, dude. I've never seen it like this. My whole life I've lived right here. Driving back from Santa Barbara to Ventura is like 5 miles per hour, bumper to bumper on the freeway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been like that for the past week or two. They've been doing the construction on the freeway right here since 2016, though. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, the same here where I live. It seems like as soon as they get part of the freeway done, they start working on another part of it. And yeah, they increased it to 5 lanes here, going both directions into Salt in and out of Salt Lake. And it didn't seem like it helped at all. Even it took them so long to get it done that they did it for the Olympics. I think originally they wanted to try and get the traffic situation worked out for the Olympics before they came, and it didn't even help. It took them so long to get done with it. By the time they did, there was more people here. There was more, just whatever. I think the traffic situation, it's the same situation you got going on down there. There's just so many people that, I think you could add the freeway. You could add 5 lanes to the son of a bitch on each side, and it wouldn't make any difference.
Well, the thing is, it got, sometimes it's at a point where it's only 2 lanes here, and it's never been a problem. Traffic's never been slow until they started tearing apart the freeways,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it is now. It's like, that it's not like they're just like, oh my God, people are bottlenecking. Like, they know what they're doing, It's just another way to waste our time and waste our gas, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. Anything to have us cost us money to survive.
I'm not saying like that's the main reason they're doing it, but they never do shit for just one reason. They have multiple. They'll kill so many. Put it this way, they kill multiple buildings with one plane. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. They proved that on 9/11, didn't they?
Yeah, they're really good at that.
Yeah, they are.
It's like they maximize like everything they can get out of a possible scenario, dude, to the fullest.
Yep.
Leave no stone unturned, huh?
Yeah, they got this stuff planned out for years and years in advance, and they know what they're doing. You're right.
Do you remember in the 90s how Saddam Hussein was supposedly burning like oil, those oil containers, and we're like, oh, oil is going to go up, gas is going to go up, and now all of a sudden, like all the oil thing and gas is in Russia now. Before it was like in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's funny because they have a lot of like huge outdoor plants right here with like hundreds of oil rigs, dude, just going right here.
Are they all pumping, or are they shut down?
No, they're pumping.
I don't know if you could do that.
There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of oil wells here where I live in Utah that are capped off, and they're not even pumping anything out of them. They're just capped off.
Yeah.
A friend of mine gets royalties every month. They pay him to not pump oil.
They pay him not to pump oil?
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
This was
These
it.
fracking bastards. These fracking bastards.
Yeah. Fucking bitch. I
It's
fucking
just
know.
like Bill Gates. It's just like Bill Gates buying up all the farmland and then paying farmers not to grow stuff anymore.
Yeah, that's going to be a big hit here pretty quick. Let me tell you.
Do you see a pattern?
Yep. Hey, and another pattern is everything that they say they're running out of inventory, like in stores and stuff, is all stuff that has nanoparticles in it. Diapers, Tampax, baby formula, toilet paper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all synthetic stuff, dude. But they put an urge on people to wanting to get it if they think they're running. People will try to get anything they think they're running out of. If they're running out of globes, people will be running the store trying to get globes. You know what I mean? On Black Friday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Chris Hatton. Fuck me, Chris Hatton. What a fucking weird.
Who is that?
That's Chris Hatton. He played his guitar 2,360 times. He traveled around the fucking earth. He's a fucking ball bag.
Huh? What do you need?
He eats shit.
Mm-hmm.
Goggles. What's he doing with the goggles? Hang on, what's it? Was this the COVID? Or what the fuck is this? What the fuck is he trying to say? Well, up here in space, the COVID has actually traveled up here in space.
No, that's no.
No?
Hey, don't say the word, by the way, but it's
Oh, sorry, the big C.
It's a safety measurement because when you miss on the toilet, they use some bags and a mask and these goggles, so they don't get it in their face.
Oh, wipes.
Yeah.
They use the
So,
wipes.
for example, if your poop would float around, you would use that bag and you would use a mask and goggles to collect it.
I would like to poop on his face. I just poop on his face. But... Bloop.
Mac is muted.
Hello? Muted again?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do.
They live. They live. We sleep.
Why am I muted? Jesus, stop it, bro. Fuck. You're too fucking easy on the bandhammer, you motherfucker.
They're talking about, the topic, and you're talking about pooping someone's face or something. Come on, bro.
Listen, if you couldn't see the humor in that, I have no hope for you.
I don't want to visualize. I don't want to visualize you pooping. No, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. We're good.
That wasn't what I said. Chris Hadfield is a pooper. I didn't mean you actually fucking imagine me fucking being crazy. Pooping. Holy shit, bro. How weird are you? What's wrong with you? I threw up. Seriously? Alright, bro.
You know what I imagine? Imagine coughing. You know when you sometimes cough and you spit everything, like you know how wet coughing sometimes can be, right?
Can be hard.
Imagine coughing in an international space station right next to your colleague or something.
You sound like you actually enjoy it. It's like, this is something I would love. Never mind, bro.
Here is pig.
And of course, pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some
No
eggs.
arch enemies. Don't ask me how I got fucking eggs on the fucking space
Stole the
station.
eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on space station.
That was good.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chugga. And then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
Hey, can I stop you right there?
Huh?
Fuck off.
Hey, you don't even need to warm up the morning coffee.
No, do me a favor. Fuck off.
He asked politely you to fuck off.
Yeah, politely. Back off. That's crazy, bro.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not a question I would ask. That's a question.
Not an 8-year-old's question.
That's an 8.
That's my question. I want to know what I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. Money is a good thing.
So a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They ran out of money.
Right.
Here's a funny thing. Go fuck yourself.
P-Meg, why are you saying this all the time?
They didn't run out of money. They stole the money that was given to them, and they're not gonna use their money.
Wow.
They're holding it.
What?
Well, you're not going to spend money on something that you can't accomplish. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It's like I'm going to spend all of this money on going somewhere that you can't go there. There's just no possible way to do it. So we're just going to throw away millions and billions of dollars trying to go somewhere where we know we can't go. So,
isn't that fucking fantastic?
But still, we're gonna take the money and tell you that we went.
Yeah,
we didn't.
Of course.
So yeah, they didn't run out of money. They just took it.
Oh.
The taxpayers stopped giving. Well, actually, no, they keep getting the money anyway. So yeah, whatever. Yeah, good point. Good audio clips. That was some good audio clips for sure.
Oh, thank you.
They take tax out of everything, bro.
I'm glad that NASA and SpaceX exposed itself just by their own codes.
I'm about done. I'm going to get a couple of people. Maybe we could start a riot. I'm just going to say, now listen, the taxes and this, the taxes and that. Your earnings are taxes, the payroll, the taxes, and everything the taxes. I'm about done with this shit. Right? So you just need somebody to go, no, fuck you, we're done. Right? So the government go, well, in our respect, this is a very anarchistic fucking view of things that people should do. You shouldn't actually do these things. This is something not controllable. Well, fuck you. We're done. We're done, bro. Do you know what I mean?
All right, P-Mac. If you were done.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you actually understand.
No, I don't understand.
Well, you're fed up. But listen, TMZ.
I get you that you're fed
I
up,
understand.
but this isn't
Ask,
the
ask,
this isn't
ask.
the platform for that. This isn't the platform for that.
Okay.
Just kidding, bro. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 100%.
When is the platform for not paying taxes?
This is not financial advice.
When is the platform for not paying taxes?
This isn't medical advice or legal advice either. Strictly for entertainment and educational purposes.
Yeah.
Both.
If you want a platform for that
Let's be careful.
purpose, just make a Discord server, and some people might join it.
I'll join it. Count me in.
Hey, I got one follower.
That's a good idea.
I'll join
It's
it.
a fucking brilliant idea. You join it too?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I agree with
Jesus,
you. So I'll join
everybody's
it.
joining it, man. Hey, suddenly you got a fucking Discord server that just blows up, man.
That's how dreams can't become reality.
Come true.
That's what dreams are made out of.
Space dust?
See, now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Now you're
I'm
starting
still
to
not
get it.
getting it, but I
No,
still
you definitely
I'll
got it,
still
bro.
join the
Shut up, motherfucker.
Discord servers are not all they're cracked up to be. I've had one for about 3 years. I think I've been there 5 times.
The dreams are made of these. Who the fuck are you? Shut up, you motherfucker.
Yeah, it's all about marketing. Levelist is right. You should call yourself something like anti-taxers, and you should really like
Anti-globers, government. Sorry, government. Did I mention government? I hate government. I hate them.
but they love you.
No. They do.
Oh yeah.
No, they definitely
They love
do
you.
not. No, they do not. I
they want the best for you.
No, yes, well, they do if you believe in all that. Yeah. They definitely do not want to see me. No. I'm the worst. I'm actually a living nightmare. What the fuck? What's the reason for government?
For someone to steal your money.
Exactly.
To reinforce the globe belief.
Exactly. So what's the point? So they're charlatans stealing shit. What's the point?
It's so you can have floating cars in space.
I don't know what that German motherfucker just said, but yeah, ich bin Liberty.
Do you like beer, P-Mac?
English, dude.
You what now?
Do you like beer?
What's BM?
No, beer.
Oh, beer. Yeah, I like. Do you
Australian for beer.
When you're German, you like beer, yeah?
No, do you like beer?
No, I hate it. This is the worst thing that ever happened.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
No,
P-Mac,
The vodka.
I like beer and vodka. I like both. Sorry.
Vodka.
Told you.
Okay.
Vodka.
in Germany, in Germany, vodka drinks you.
Yes, it does. It loves you to death.
I'm sipping on the wine. But you guys are great, man. You guys, I love you guys, man.
Is vodka really made from potatoes?
No, it's actually made from vodka.
Okay.
It's actually Russian sweat.
It's not made from potatoes necessarily, but
Nah, no, I'm just kidding. It's made from Ukrainian fucking sweat and tears. But yeah, I love it, bro. I do. It's good to see you.
he loves you.
I do. Hey, see what's keeps me going? I actually love people. I love everybody, and I don't have one bad bone in my body. That's why I am fucking brilliant.
And we have some new people in here.
I would never try to take that away from you, sir. Never.
Yeah, I don't even care if you did, man. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, I expect a Christmas card next year.
Hang on. Have too many.
Sure, what's your address again?
45 Fuck You Street.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I got it.
Well said, my friend. Well said.
How does I say to press?
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And you know, the colors all look kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. You know, like everything looks too crisp.
Did we ever figure out what that?
But we didn't really test any of those materials for, is it space hardened or whatever, So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just like a normal car in space.
With same tires.
Didn't have actually a test for hard space. Yeah.
And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny roadster with a tiny spaceman.
Yeah, that soft plastic dashboard.
Hot Wheels roadster.
That might have been a better idea.
He's actually giggling. He's like laughing his way through the story, telling you the truth. Actually,
that'd be cool.
He's got Duper's Delight all the way through.
He knows life is a fucking joke.
I mean, it's kind of silly and fun, but I think.
Well, he's a robot, didn't you
know? So
he's a robot, dude.
It's funny.
Normally,
it's not like he has an option.
They'd launch like a.
It's not really funny, but okay.
And that's so boring.
It's laughable.
It's kind of funny when you listen.
If you think anybody is a robot, that's funny.
Something that's going to get people excited around the world.
Okay.
All of our country's leaders are all robots. Every one of them. We know that.
Hang on a minute. Hey, Clay.
There you go.
Seal, stop playing that for a second.
You just heard.
You're all robots. You're all programmed from TV and music and movies. You all reference songs every time you talk and reference movies every time it's something like tickles your fancy that it reminds you of this movie or that TV show. You're all programmed.
Where's
God is a
programmer.
God is a programmer.
Hang on. Why would anybody go through the trouble of making a fucking robot when they went through all the trouble to program you in the first place?
Yeah, that robot needs a programmer, right? And
who says you're not a robot too, dude?
You guys have been programmed.
You're definitely a robot.
Whatever.
That's something a robot would say.
That's exactly what a robot would say.
Deuce is right. He's right. You a bunch of robots.
It's atypical, bro.
To fit in,
You'll see eventually. You'll see.
Where's my fancy? So the next time you go to the toilet, I'm going to stop you.
My point is where the robots. They don't need to create a fucking robot. They don't need to spend the money. We would already had robots all over the place by now, besides fucking Roombas.
Roomba.
The fact is
Roomba?
that they don't need to create a robot. They already have. You're like
Yeah,
a couple hundred years in the making.
My God. Yeah. It's kind of strange.
Exactly what I'm trying to say, bro. Exactly.
I reject that comment. I'm not a robot. I'm flesh and blood, and I bleed.
No, I believe you are, but they don't believe you are. I'm not the one with the penchant to try to control you.
Sure feels like it.
The pension.
Why would it sound like I'm trying to control you when I'm trying to awake you?
I don't know. Because I'm used to being controlled, try to be controlled. I guess it's a defense mechanism.
If we're being programmed, how are we not robots? I don't understand.
Hey, maybe those things that they show you in the movies and the TV screens that they label robots, maybe that's a lie. Maybe you are the robot.
Maybe no, we
Just lying to you.
Exactly. We definitely are.
Think about that for a little.
We definitely are robots.
The funny thing is like you'll think you're an individual. You'll go to some place like fucking In-N-Out Burger and think I'm gonna order off the menu. I'm gonna get the mustard fried bun and animal style fries. Motherfucker, they told you about that. They made you want it.
Imagine waking up.
Yeah.
And then somebody from New York will go all the way to California and be like, oh, I'm going to In-N-Out. They'll order one of the three, and you'll be like, loser, you don't even know about the hidden menu. The fact is they were told to go to fucking In-N-Out, and they listened.
Yeah, you've been programmed before you left home, and you even wanted that thing in the first place.
Yes.
You fucking loser. You don't know about the
You
hidden.
mean they have human fingers at that place? Like someone told me, and they weren't kidding.
Actually,
That's the sound of all your brains going.
That was okay.
Honestly,
Shut up, P-Man.
the most scariest.
It's true.
The most craziest thing is actually when you hear a song, just a little bit of the song that you have heard on the radio, even already as a child, and the whole thing can play in your mind. At least that's for me.
Yeah, it's a trigger. It's always been a trap. You don't hear your own music because it's all been created for you, and every emotion you could possibly feel, you can relate. Every emotion you can feel, you can possibly relate to the music you've heard.
Then there would be someone who could predict everything I did. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Ask Google about it.
Actually, there could be.
Mm-hmm.
Ask Facebook. They might know.
Ooh.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, have a little bit of fucking robot.
I would also not completely generalize it. On some parts, I would say yes, but yeah, I think there's a lot of different types.
No, I'm not saying all of you all the time, but you don't even use your own language, right? You've been programmed from the start.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to use my own language.
Ah.
He's
right. Nice, right,
I mean, no means no in every country, so that's the same language, right?
Yeah, no butthole means no butthole in every country.
Yeah.
P-Max fucking got his brain fried over there.
My brain is actually fried.
Everybody knows except him.
No, P-Mac knows. He just hasn't thought it out yet.
That's true. I know, bro.
It's funny, we get to flat Earth and we think, oh, we've broken out of the conditioning, and then I hear people incessantly quoting movies, TV shows, and songs to equate to their emotions or their experiences. I'm like, you're not broken. You're slotted into a small thing to isolate you. And I'm not saying flat Earth is a small thing, and I'm not saying it's there to isolate you, but it has, and it is. It's a small movement, and it has isolated you. But you're not broken out of their system until you see their system.
Only way you can break out or like completely be uninfluenced by it would be by you living somewhere where you would not have any source of
but that's
like
impossible.
digital stuff like a smartphone, radio, whatnot, and be alone for yourself. I mean, you can even be programmed by other people, what they think and say, right? We even copy behavior of some people, like when we like someone and he says something. Sometimes we start saying the same thing.
Yeah, because they're funny and you like them and you want to emulate them and you want to be liked by them.
Yeah.
It's parroting behavior to socially conform to their standards.
Yeah, but how can you escape it? You yourself, no one can really. That's just
Well, no, you're right. You're right. You can't escape it because you're a pack animal. You want to feel loved. You want to feel like you're part of something, and that's not wrong.
Hey, I'm a lone wolf. I'm a lone wolf.
Gemsy, you have a family.
Black days.
Oh no.
You don't have a family, Gemsy?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not a lone wolf. You can't be.
Yes.
What's funny is there were people who used to isolate themselves from general society, and they wouldn't speak to anyone, and they would go live on an island. They were called monks, and they would try to isolate themselves as much as possible, even from each other, to have a greater experience of what they were and what their reality was, because it was muffled from the people around them in greater society. And I know it sounds like I'm being like I'm deriding people for this. I'm just saying.
No, I totally get where you're coming from.
We are not special just because we see something that most people don't. It actually is generally a malady because it isolates us from the people we love or want to love. And I'm not saying that there's no absolutes here in general. That doesn't even hold true for everyone. Love can be found. Love can be attained in this form. It's just it's more difficult because you're more aware. The more aware of your surroundings are, generally, the less happy you are. You look at a child, a baby monkey in a cage. That baby monkey is perfectly fine. You look at a 20-year-old monkey in a cage. That monkey is fucking miserable.
I forgot what I wanted to say.
You mean they gave him 3 hots and a cot and he complained? Wow.
The more aware of your surroundings you are, the more unsatisfied with your situation you become. And most people in this chat,
or maybe it's because they're locked in a cage. Maybe, I don't know.
Right, you're locked in a cage. We're all locked in a cage, is what I'm saying.
But it's a big cage. I don't mind so much.
Right, and it's perfectly fine if you're okay with it, but it's isolating when nobody around you, well, not nobody, but most people around you meet aren't on the same plane of reality as you are. It's a
or maybe
isolating...
I'm not on the same plane as reality as them.
It's a distinction without a difference.
I don't know.
Oh Lord, I didn't even
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's possible. All these things are possible, but I don't know. I guess when I see one, I'll believe it, right? I mean, I could say it all day long, but until I actually see something like a robot that looks like a person, I guess I won't ever really believe it. Unless I see some
I'm
other
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Why would I was just defending my point of why would they build? They don't need
Yeah,
robots.
no, yeah, I hear where you're coming from. No, I hear where you're coming from. I've had a lot of people ask me that same question. They're like, "Well, what would be the point? Why waste the money?" I'm like, I don't know. I didn't think about that, but
they've literally built billions just in the entertainment industry alone.
well, I'm basing most of my belief in it is not really solid. It's more like I believe in the idea. It's not necessarily that I've researched it and I proved it to myself. But the way I look at it is this: is it would make a lot more sense than a lot of the crazy stuff that we get told, right? It would make a hell of a lot more sense why all people are like they are if they were just a computer program, right?
It would be
a lot more sense.
It would be more comfortable to be able to say that there's no way that these people could believe or do or say the things they do. They must be not of us. But the fact is that if you just deal with a person on an individual level, you will come across a wall of inconsistency and not betrayal, but beguilement, where they try to throw an error of who they aren't upon you for you to believe that's who they are. Nobody wants to say, yeah, I'm kind of gross. You know what? I stink. You know what? I lie sometimes just to get by in the day. You know what? I really have this weird thing where I do this, and they're not going to tell you all that. They're going to let you believe the mask they put on from day to day. So, like, it's really not that hard to believe that people will do disgusting, despicable, horrible things to great numbers of people just to get by.
Yeah, sure. I did such things.
We've all done it. No one here is pure. We're all capable of the tremendous evil and all capable of unspeakable good.
Right.
I'm not impugning anybody. We all stink. We all poop. Nobody's perfect.
Right.
Hey, speak for yourself, man.
Okay, you don't poop. Fine.
I didn't say that. I just said. It just never stinks or anything. That's all it is.
No, I know. It's fucking somehow it comes out either lily or roses with you. It's crazy.
That's why I need my Lord and Savior. Otherwise, I'm just
actually it's mostly both.
No, I agree. You have to surrender yourself to something greater.
Yes.
Because you know how bad you can be.
Yeah.
And you know what it takes to hold you in line, and that is to believe that there is something that is infallible out there, something that is pure, something that is the love you have that is a hole in your heart that you've been searching for your whole life. I agree.
I mean, it's not even believe, it's receiving, right? Because in a relationship, you receive strength, power, energy to stand against this evil heart that you have, right?
Right.
That we all have.
Yeah, receiving is one way to say. I would definitely say obedience. Because like if you have a wife, you have to obey her. She has to obey you. And I know it seems like a horrible word, obey, but it's either you obey the ones you love and trust, or you're obeying people you don't know and most likely don't have your greater interests at heart.
No, I agree. I think it's actually in a relationship, it's very healthy if each one knows what they have to do.
You both adhere to the obedience of the relationship. you're not willing to do that. You're not willing to have a relationship.
Right. Well, I unfortunately haven't found someone that is capable of understanding the conversations I would want to have. So I'm just waiting.
You know, sometimes a dumb person is just or more able to accept the love you have. You don't always need a sparkling conversation.
Never thought about that actually.
You really don't. It's just the truth. If they can reciprocate, reciprocate your spirit, that's what matters. Having a conversation is really secondary.
Right. I just love to talk, you know.
Right, but don't be so picky as to think that you're going to find somebody on your level. Most of the time, you don't in life.
True. No,
And
it's
I
not
love
actually...
I love a dumb woman as much as I love a brilliant woman.
Right.
I'd much prefer a funny woman. The dumb and you know, super intelligent, that it's neither here nor there. But if she's funny, that I'm in.
Why would you want a dumb woman? I mean, I get like
I'm okay with a dumb woman.
I get if she's less intelligent than you because you feel, you know, it might make you feel inferior. But a dumb woman, come on. Nobody wants a dumb woman.
Okay. Understand, when I say a dumb woman, she has to, like, I dated this one girl and she was just amazing, and I would have conversations with her and she's like, I am just too dumb for this. I'm like, you're not. Listening is fine. She knew that she wasn't going to comprehend what I was saying.
Right, but I'm just saying, like,
most
I don't think I can
talk to you aren't going to comprehend. They're not going to comprehend what I'm saying. So why do I need that as a you know, as an indicator of who can reciprocate my emotional state and what I need in life? I don't think it's a good one. I think it's as valid to look for as beauty. Beauty's great.
Yeah, you don't need her to know about the glow for you to, you know, talk to her, right?
Right. No, if they can, you know, I'm just saying, don't. That's one of those high, lofty things. Most people you meet are dull.
You think so? I don't know. I think most people are interesting. I mean, in their own ways, I guess. But
when I say dull, I mean mentally dull. I don't mean
talking about me.
I don't mean not fascinating.
Yeah. Well, if you fit into that category, I guess we are talking about you.
If you feel attacked, it's because you are.
Oh man.
Yeah, but you did it to yourself.
You guys are playing games with me.
Okay, robot.
Yeah, you must be a robot.
No, error.
No, not me. I'm a dog. I'm not a robot. How dare you? I don't know. What's worse, though? I mean, is it worse to be a dog or a slave or a robot?
Trace gets it. If she's kind and considerate, that's something of value. Her intelligence, that's like a bonus thing on top. But honestly,
yeah, I agree.
Pick a woman who thinks you're funny. Don't worry about her, whether or not she gets the greater context of what you're saying. Pick a woman who thinks you're funny. That's the best compliment you'll ever get in your life.
That's absolutely correct, 100%. If there could be more correct than 100%, I'd pick it. Yep, that's the one there.
And pick a woman you find cute, not beautiful, because she'll be cute her whole frickin' life.
You know what I found out? When I went back and looked at all the girls that I had a huge crush on in high school, I realized they got really ugly. And only the few girls that I refused to date because I thought they were kind of ugly, you know, the girls that were attracted to me that I turned down, they turned out to be pretty hot. And it really pisses me off.
It's funny when
what about you? Did you got any prettier?
I think I'm a good-looking dude, but I don't know. I guess everybody has to. You have to decide for yourself on that one. I think I'm decent looking, but I don't know.
Go ahead,
It's funny.
Deuce. I cut you off. You deserve it.
It's fine. It's funny when you think about somebody in their struggles in life. The stronger they have to be, the stronger they will be. And so I think that goes with beauty as well. When people have to work hard at being beautiful, they'll do that for the rest of their lives. When they're given the gift of beauty, that will fade. But when somebody takes care of themselves, it doesn't matter about their pug nose or their elongated chin, for God's sakes. They're going to make it work.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, yeah, I agree too, because I was the kind of person that gets very jealous. So whenever I dated girls that were really hot, that attracted every guy wanting to date them and try to pick them up, it bothered the crap out of me. I just couldn't handle it. It made me jealous. It made me a mean, angry person, and I ended up not sticking with the girl because the girl thought I was a jerk for being so damn jealous. So I realized early on that I just couldn't date too hot of a girl, not because I didn't want to, but just simply because it just made me a weird person.
It gave you a fever. She was too hot, it gave you a fever. That's why.
No, I just mean I don't want a woman that every man in the world wants to get with. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know what it is about me. Maybe it's some insecurity of mine or something, but that's just always the way I felt. I've always felt like if everybody wants to sleep with her, I don't want nothing to do with her.
You don't want to have to compete.
And I'm dead serious about that.
I don't know,
That's
man.
always been how it is.
That sounds like some type of fallacy to me.
I used to feel that way too. It's not a feeling that's estranged from most people. They don't want everybody wanting.
No, I agree. It's an insecurity, but I mean,
yeah.
But when you say everybody, what do you actually mean?
I mean, everybody feels that way. Everybody feels some form of insecurity. Most people, most people there's 6% of people who won't ever feel that way, and that's because they're psychopaths. But most people will feel like either one, they don't deserve something, two, they're not up to the task, or three, that there's some hidden part of them that if they just let out, everybody will hate them for. It's normal.
That it's fear. Yeah, it's your own fear.
Bro, rookie, yeah, I get it. It is a fallacy then.
Well, no, I don't think you can call it a fallacy because it's only an argument unto yourself.
Well, yeah,
okay,
I mean,
it's a fallacy to yourself because I'm dating the hottest girl out there. Everybody wants to be with her. Therefore, I don't want to be with her. But not everybody wants to be with her.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it any other way.
It's a
I
fallacy.
mean,
You committed a fallacy on yourself. That's amazing.
Maybe, but it's just how it is.
You know what the trick is? At least what always worked for me.
I see where you're going, though. I see what you're saying.
Is if you do not give a woman any attention, especially the very hot ones, if you don't give them any attention where everyone looks at them, especially the men, obviously, they will be the ones interested in you because you have not yet given them any attention.
Only if you're attractive enough. Only if you're attractive. That only works. That only works if they were interested in the beginning. It doesn't work every time. Hang on, you
speaking from experience, though. I mean,
you sit there and ignore a woman all you want. If you're fucking ugly, she's probably happy you are ignoring her.
Yeah,
that only works. That only works. She already wants you.
Okay, yeah.
If she already thinks that you're a potential, then exactly. I got what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess
it's funny. You're right, though. That's why everybody's laughing because they're like, "Well, I can't argue with that."
I guess I'm lucky then in that kind of way.
Well, that's funny. There are a certain percentage of all people who will find you attractive. And it deals with not just your looks, but your charisma, your potential energy when you're at rest. What do they see in you? It's not just your looks that women look at. It's the way you carry yourself. It's the way you use your words. It's how gregarious are you, or how how do you control the people around you? They look at that. It's not just your looks. So when you look at these, top 20% that you're like, oh my God, just to be with that woman. The fact is that she's already assessed all of these little things. And like I said, if you don't hit her little quotients in those areas, she doesn't give a shit if you're ignoring her. She doesn't even notice.
Right. Yeah, I'm more like an actor, I guess. I'm pretty good at acting. I'll be honest, It's just.
Although there are girls that will respond if there are a few, every once in a while there'll be a girl that'll respond to that, but yeah, it's very rare that they do it against their good nature. They usually follow their heart.
When I'm around a person that I, obviously find attractive or whatnot, I can see at myself in a third person perspective. So every little mimic I do with my face, every little word that I say, everything is like pre-planned, and I can't even. That's a characteristic of mine that I that I thought about so often, but I can't get behind why I have this. Like I can't change it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you worry about every little detail and all. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, but not that that she knows that. It's like it's like I'm acting or something. I don't know. It's weird how.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, that's not acting. Actually,
I'm still
yeah,
me, but I'm like, I just know I just I can predict certain things very good, and I don't know. It's weird. Even though sometimes I may feel
in my heart.
Even though sometimes I may feel a bit.
I think this is. I think all of this. I think
From the start.
All of this is Ruth's fault.
Everything she does is bad.
T-Mac is the biggest robot. He's the second one to come up with the song, but he's the first one to sing it on stream. Biggest robot, P-Mac.
Humanoid.
Yeah, you've been programmed.
Yeah, it's weird. I also, if it's not about talking to someone actually, but just being in a room or something, I analyze everything.
Like a robot. Like a robot.
Yep,
oh, yeah,
like a fucking
okay.
robot. Yep.
I talk to someone while I'm.
See there how you just fell right into it.
I'm talking to someone, for example, and while I'm talking, from my perspective, when I see someone doing something in the background, while I'm talking, I'm thinking about also what this person is up to, or what he's thinking or talking with the other guy. I don't know. It's very weird. I can't suppress that. It's just
that's your nature, because you're supposed to be aware of your surroundings. Your conversation. No, not everybody's built like that. That's generally the vigil man, the person who's there to defend you. So we all have our roles. That's not a foreign thing. I'm not saying you're not special, but you have a purpose, and that is your purpose. You're fulfilling your purpose. You're being unto your kind. That's the correct way to be.
Yeah, some people call it overthinking it.
Yeah, but it's
right, and those people who say that you're overthinking it are generally women.
I'm not. It's not like that. It's not like that. That it annoys me. I actually enjoy that. This like autistic kind of way of having everything in eyesight. If that makes sense, because I cannot suppress it. I cannot change it. I cannot suppress it. That's probably also why I'm a truth seeker. I always need to look into everything that interests me. I don't know. It's just.
Hey, but when you said that girl was, you said that it will work for you. That you will ignore the woman and they will want your attention. You said something like that.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm at a party,
is that a fallacy? Is that a fallacy or no?
Not for me, actually. It always works.
Wait a minute.
Because you're saying that they want you because you're ignoring them, but there might be so many other reasons that they want your attention, not just because you're ignoring them.
It's a passive. Okay. Don't get me wrong. It's not a straight up like you would imagine ignoring. It's a passive ignoring in a certain way where you don't. I see a lot of men.
You're being passive ignoring.
Yeah, listen, I
Gemsy,
see.
it works for him because he's a 10 out of 10, bro.
I think
No,
he's
listen,
talking about
I
like when a
see. No,
girl
wait.
puts the moves on him or whatever, and he ignores her, it makes her crazy. It usually does. He's right.
Oh, you date
Usually
crazy?
make girls crazy.
He dates crazy woman?
Well,
Yeah, don't we all?
Hang
never
on, hang
dated
on.
one?
Guys, let me
Jonesy,
explain it.
Jonesy, do you not have women in your life?
Oh yeah, plenty.
Okay, then you should take that whole statement back because you just called them all crazy.
Okay, let me.
No, this guy said that because he ignored them, that makes them crazy. And I asked him, hey, he dates crazy woman?
No, it's all about self-awareness and also about Selbstbewusstsein.
When I say plenty, I say I have a family and I have woman in my family, and that's plenty enough for me. Cause
yeah. So if you're
that's
self-conscious,
good enough for me.
if you're self-conscious of your whatever you do, especially when it comes to your facial expressions, I see a lot of men that expose themselves what their real inner feelings are when they talk to a girl that is pretty attractive or whatnot. I personally can be like a hitman or something that where you can't read my facial expressions, even though maybe my inner feelings is like I'm going crazy right now. I can still be in that, it's like that, and
So you are projecting a fallacy because you're making a face that is not what you actually feel or mean, and you're
Yes.
making a face contrary
Like
to
an
that.
actor.
Wow.
Like an actor, yeah.
Wow.
I could be a good actor, yes. I can talk to you from 1 minute to the other and can look like I would be crying or whatnot.
Well,
I
we
can
better
do
watch
these
out for
things.
this one. He's real
Are
scary.
you a German paid agent?
Man, I really could be a good agent, actually. Yeah.
Oh no.
Hey, Jamsey, why are you yelling?
Because I have my headphones deep inside my ears, and I want to hear myself when I talk.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
No,
So I'm yelling on top of my speak. So
Yeah.
I can hear what I'm saying.
Fine.
What?
Calm down, Glad.
What was that?
Glad's cooming.
Hey, but anyways, we have a new member in the server. Is Crumb Liker. Welcome.
Liker. Welcome to the Russian Spy server.
Does it be drinker?
Please don't
Kram.
be drinker.
Kram, we have this guy who's Volt. He would like to speak to you
Hi,
about the
mate.
topic in the server.
I actually never talked to Dois Volt yet.
Well, welcome to my server.
Million bottles washed upon the show.
Somebody throw the fucking bottle back, please.
Cool server, bro.
I like
Thank
your
you.
server. It's so nice.
Welcome to my
Somebody
server.
gave
Guys,
the
stop
bird
singing.
some alcohol.
Hey, Glad, why are you
What
yelling?
is going on? What is
He's
going
yelling
on?
because you're yelling.
Oh, he's yelling on top of my yelling. Damn.
Someone.
Top of BMAC. Wow. That's some good competition. And he's also yelling because his mic is like
Everybody
20 feet away from him.
Everybody and just let me talk.
Muting.
Just got my windows.
No.
Hey, speaking about robots, go ahead, Glad.
Robots.
Hey,
Oh, this is
robot,
boring.
when someone directs the speak to the robot and says speaks, the robot has to reply. Go ahead.
I am roboting. I am not trying to robot.
You're not doing very
Holy
good
shit,
job,
that's so
son.
He's
Try
actually driving, and his mic is outside of the vehicle.
No. You put it out the window? No. How dare you?
Hey, Cramp Liker, are you taking a shower or?
He's peeing, maybe.
Oh, he's washing his hands. Man, that was a mistake.
He was showering. That's gross, man.
Do you think PMake is still singing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Did you mute him?
Maybe he's trying to tell us something, you know, SOS.
Yeah, he's calling you in his robot speak of being programmed of how he's feeling.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's
I
trying
thought
to
robot
show
speak
you.
was like,
He's trying to show you how bad of a singer he is.
You know what the weird thing is? You're just talking about robots all the time. The weird coincidence by this is that I was in a room the past 2 hours watching with Sasha and Rookie videos about
Every move you take,
people like this.
every move you make, every step you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you.
If I ever do that, please just kick me off the server.
Day.
All right. People forgive me for unmuting him.
I actually wanted to go to sleep, but it is so entertaining. Why? This server really gets entertaining when it's late, right?
Platter says cognitive dissonance. That's
You're right, bro. There are some funny people up in here, bro, and they don't even know they're funny. Right, I think Cram Liker he already watched, or she, or it already washed hands. So you can grab the phone now and oh no. What happened? Oh no. What? Cram like still washing the hands.
Okay, that's actually a shower.
Wash your hands. Okay, never mind. Continue, gentlemen, with the conversation. Hey, dummies! You're back, dummies!
Didn't Flo wanted to say something?
Who was it that was snorting earlier? That was hot mic and snorting, and they kept on going.
Snorting?
Yeah, every like 2 seconds they were snorting. Like,
Oh no, I was
they were
brushing.
just sniffing their snot.
I was brushing my teeth there, bud. I was doing this.
No, that's not what it was.
No?
I'm talking about earlier.
Okay.
This was earlier this morning.
Oh,
Somebody kept on just like sucking their snot. You know, like they had a cold or like they had a runny nose, and they just kept sucking the snot up in their nose. You know what I mean? It was just like,
I
and I
wasn't
kept going,
here.
you keep snorting.
I wasn't here for cocaine
I don't know.
hour.
Maybe. I don't know if he was doing cocaine. He was doing a lot of cocaine, bro. He did it for like 30 minutes.
Wait, why is Platter? No, Platter, you're not muted. Yeah, if you have a red mic, it's because we hate you. Right, PMac?
Wait a minute. We hate people?
No, I mean we're actively hating them by the opposite of love is not hatred, it's ignoring.
Oh, you mean when you're not rubbing them on the back and telling them that they're great and everything? That's not agreeing with them? Okay, I see.
No, the opposite of love is not actually like actively disliking them. It's ignoring them or putting them in timeout. It's not the act of not giving them love, not actively not liking
or not treating them equally, right? Like every other dummy that comes in here, right?
Were you putting a lot of time out there?
No, I think if you actively dislike somebody, if you're actively, going out of your way to show them that you don't like them, it's because you do like them. You just want them to change.
Isn't that a fallacy? There might be something to that. I don't know if it's always true, but I think you're right, though. A lot of times it turns out to be that way.
Because if you hate somebody, you just you cross them out.
You just wouldn't go around them. I'm the same way. I only give people crap that I like. If I like you, I'll give you a bunch of shit. I'll pick on you and I'll say
all right. You say you give people crap, and if you like them, you give them shit. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want you to like me because I don't want any of that.
If you don't like shit, then fine. But
Gemsy.
Oh, nor crap.
Sometimes to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop, you gotta lick the gooey end of the stick.
No way, we were talking about shit and crap, and now
you're talking about licking sticks? What the hell, dude? Like, enough of that, bro.
Enough
of that.
Yeah,
I'm saying,
P-Man was speaking about that
isn't that Tootsie Pop, for God's sakes?
That's crazy, bro.
Well, you're a foreigner. I'm talking to Americans.
You know what's not shit, crap, or lollipops?
The globe.
That's right.
Lollipop.
See? I'm going to get it right back on track. Hang on. Hang on. You guys go ahead. Sorry. Drive.
As soon as he remembers it.
Yeah.
As soon as he...
Stop with the excuses,
You
Glad.
go right here.
Is this
P-Mac, turn your Enya off.
Yeah.
Yeah, please
P-Mac.
turn that.
Oh, he's playing the jazz flute. I know that shit anywhere.
That's it.
Is
Yep.
PMEC transforming?
This one time at band camp.
Talking about shit.
I am amazed.
Hey, you got a fan? I got shit to flame.
PMEC, what are you doing right now?
You guys heard the one where Globers say that gas pressure without a container is a fan, right? A fan is gas pressure without a container.
I've heard that before. Yeah.
Horrible!
No, that does not match the one I heard yesterday or day before.
Yeah.
It was water bubbles in the ocean are gas pressure without a barrier. I said, well, what do you call the water that's surrounding the bubble? Well, that's
The
not a
ocean.
barrier. Oh, no.
They've already called it the ocean.
I had to start laughing. I had to mute because I was laughing so hard. I really thought he was. I thought he was joking, but he was serious.
The bubble pops. Listen, so that means it's not a real container. Because if it's a temporary container, that doesn't mean I have to call it a real container. Okay.
Oh, is that how it
Anything
works?
not to address the fact that we are contained. Anything.
No,
of course.
Maybe
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe the people who say that there doesn't need to be any container for gas pressure, maybe they themselves do not have any containment for the thing that makes them think.
You're uncivil here, P-Mac. No, Glad, if you've been listening, I've been talking about this the whole time.
Glad. Who's Glad?
Glatflow?
Is he in
The
here?
one that was just talking about the container.
Yeah,
I've been
container.
talking about you
You?
being in a container the whole time.
Is that you, dude?
Yeah, I'm in my car. That's right.
Dude, it doesn't even sound like you, bro. I swear, I did not think that was you.
Wait. Let me ask this. I've been having this question for some time. There is 3 accounts that the name is pretty similar to Gladflow. Are those 3 accounts the
my
same
one
person?
account. Listen, I got an account at home. It's on my computer. It's always up when I'm awake. And then this is the account that is on my phone, which had to be a different account for some reason. They wouldn't let me put both accounts on both devices. Does that make sense?
Is that like in terms of service when you are at Russia spy?
When you're CIA, when you're a glowy, you have to have more than one account.
Oh
At least one.
That sounds like a troll move to have.
What's a glowy? Is that such a thing?
You don't know what a glowy is?
Okay.
I know what a glober is, but I don't know what a glowy is. Is that like a glowworm or something?
Kinda. It's kind of like a glowworm.
Oh, you mean globe-e. Globe-e.
No. With the W.
It's
Glowy.
glowing. I think it means they're
G-L-O-W-E or
stand
something?
out.
Glowy?
Rookie, I think that it means that they're glowing, i.e. they stand out. Am I right about that?
No.
Oh. Well, there we go.
Okay, so explain it, please, because I've never heard the term.
It's a federal agent.
I think he's doing it for convenience because if you log out if you log into a different device, you will have to be logging in and out. So if he has the Discord in his computer and he just leaves that account there, he can just sit there, use the account, and then he goes to his car and he's trying to go to Discord. He can have a second account.
So what you're saying, Gemsy, is we have 2 glowies in here because you're defending the glowy?
I'm trying to understand the reasoning why he has 2 different accounts because it sounds kind of different. Like Rookie mentioned that he sounds kind of different, but now I can tell that he's on the phone and he sounds like the mic is like.
Yeah, you're scrambling really quick to cover this one up.
On the sunroof, right? So
here, let me help cover it up.
It sounds different.
You know,
Let's finish.
Connections, yes.
I only have one thing to say. It takes one to know one.
Holy shit! I'm just kidding.
Did you wreck?
No, I was saying that because of Rookie. He just admitted that he's also a glowy and an FBI.
I don't even know what it is, dude. Whatever.
Uno reversal on me and actually hit himself with it.
That's right.
Hey, let's bring this back to flat Earth. Let's check see if Cram already finished with it.
Great
Yeah, because I always win these arguments, so you guys don't want to listen.
They have like they're like little like pegs. So big.
Oh no, that's a private conversation. I'm gonna mute her.
Yeah, it is.
Because I muted her because I guess she just knows she joined the call, unmuted, and then she just forgot that she's in Discord. That's what it is.
Fucking Dre said I'm too reasonable. What the fuck?
Yeah, stop.
How is that not easy to argue with? Reason makes everything easier to argue.
You need no choice. I must argue with you.
Hey, DUMMYS. I mean Z. Dummies. He opened his mic earlier.
Yeah, Dummies is here. What's up, Dummies? Thick?
I'm good.
Cool. You vibing?
Dummies, have you ever met Deuce Volt?
No.
No.
Oh, there
he
you go.
hasn't.
I'm just listening in. That's all.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to talk to him.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What'd you do today?
Wake up.
What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be and why?
Flat.
Why?
Why? I don't know. I live on the 11th floor, and all I see is flatness.
When's the first time you had this thought that the Earth was flat?
Huh?
When was the
was
first time
like-
you thought that the Earth was flat?
I don't know. A few months ago.
You in New Zealand?
No, across the border.
Oh, okay. In Australia?
Yes, sir.
Cool. So a few months ago, what changed your mind from what you were told it was? What was the one thing that really just convinced you that the Earth was flat?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Dummies here.
It was so
I don't
far.
know. I came across some
Hey,
stuff and I just looked into
real
it.
quick before you
And I was
continue, I
like,
think someone has you muted by accident. So who was it? Glassflow?
It was Rookie or Glat?
Somebody better not have me muted.
No,
You know
no,
what I mean?
have
I hear you.
You have him muted.
I hear everybody.
Most likely.
Okay,
Yeah.
don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm going home soon anyway. Don't worry about it.
Go home,
Sorry.
you're drunk. Okay.
Wait, what?
So what? No, I was talking to Glat. Dummies, what exactly was that thing that really just stuck it in your mind that the Earth was flat? I want to hear that story again. I really didn't hear
Horizon, really? Just like how it's just fucking flat as fuck. Sorry.
Right, but you were told that the Earth was a globe.
Yes.
Who told you that the Earth was flat?
Well, no one told me the Earth was flat. I just came across like some flat Earth video. I was like,
Okay,
You
so
know,
you
looked
came
into it,
which
and then-
which flat Earth video exactly?
I don't remember.
You don't remember the moment that your
yeah,
whole
it's just like,
entire paradigm changed? That the
No,
nature
Yeah,
of
it's
your
just too
reality
many-
changed?
Yeah, it's too many videos, you know.
Okay, so you really delved really deep into it the moment you heard it.
Yeah, because before flat Earth, I was like looking into like all this like other conspiracy stuff as well.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense.
like, I was like, you know, very easily convinced.
Okay, so do you think you were easily convinced that the Earth was flat? Or did you have to go and investigate it
Yes.
yourself? You think you were
Not
easily
really.
convinced?
Yeah.
I'd say I was easily convinced because I can think logically.
It's our base axiom.
Because
for God's
the
sake.
thing was like if flat Earth was not such a big deal, right? Why would they go to such great lengths to like hide it and stuff? You know,
or to silence it.
That is like my kind of logic. Like, whereas like, you know, they're trying to do something, and
right.
Yeah.
What made you
By
lose
hiding it.
confidence in them?
Did he have
I don't know,
confidence in them to begin with?
finding out another like other secrets that they don't actually tell us about.
Orion, I'm trying to get to something here. I really would not like you to answer for him. Thank you. No, I'm talking to Orion. You're fine, Dom. You're fine, Dom.
I didn't do that though.
You did it twice. I'll let it go. Anyway,
Are you denying it?
Yes, it's fine. Okay, what's your best argument?
Asking him a different question isn't answering your question.
I feel like I'm being interrogated right now, but
you are kind of being interrogated because I want to welcome you into the community, but I don't know you, and I want to get to know you a little bit better.
Okay.
And figuring out how we share the same beliefs is one way to do that. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure.
So I don't think it's necessarily an interrogation. It might feel like it. It's just in front of 20 to 30 other people.
Yeah, I'm just not used to it.
It's fine, but we have a lot of glowies who come in here and try to tell us that they're flat earthers, and then 5 minutes later
they're not. Yeah.
We find out
I
they're
don't need
not.
to take this abuse. Yeah, I don't need this.
Glad nobody gave you abuse. See yourself out. Anyways.
Yeah, I thought you were going to shut up.
Why would I shut up? Oh, you meant Glatt. Okay,
Not
he's
you,
gone.
I
Right?
mean,
He's gone. He just wanted to make a dramatic exit because he wears a dress.
Oh wow, really? Him too?
Well, that's what I assume by making the dramatic exit. Anyways, dummies, welcome. I'm glad you're here.
Thanks. Yeah.
No problem. And I knew you just wanted to listen, but I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something we needed to talk about.
Oh, all right.
There is. You let me know.
Yeah. Cool.
Jose, how are you doing today? And don't lie to me. I can tell.
Oh, I'm actually doing really good. I'm sitting by the side of my pool, watching my kid and my niece swim around. So it's going good.
Good. I'm glad you're on
Good,
vacation.
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking.
Not you, Gemsy. Sit down.
Wait, what? You said my name.
No, I didn't.
Hey, since when are you the boss around here?
I've always been the boss whenever I walk in any room.
Oh, come on.
He's the badman.
Oh, you asked me a direct question by my name, and I said good.
Just because everybody from where you're from is named Jose doesn't mean that I was talking to you.
Oh.
What if you walk into a room full of bosses? How can you be the boss then?
Oh, because I just assert dominance.
Sorry.
Oh, so you're the boss of the bosses now, huh?
If I'm faced with that situation and I think that leadership needs to be taken, I will take it.
You know what? I like this guy.
You better do.
That was part of the joke. If you wouldn't ruin. Why does everybody around here act like I don't know what's going on? Do I portray that I'm really that dumb or something?
Hey,
No, my
it's okay.
mother used to say, everybody can't be wrong and you're right.
Let's move up to something.
I don't want to be right.
Let's move up to something else. Hey, something. Welcome to the server. How are you, something? Something.
I don't want to talk about
Deuce wants to talk. Rookie wants to talk to you something.
Something's got some problems because he's got 100 bitches on his dick.
Yeah, he's busy. All right, just give him three minutes.
I know. It's funny, huh?
What about Sachet 2.0?
No, we won't talk to him.
Okay.
I actually jumped
like
between the Jose joke and Deuce, so I mean I
I
made
thought
it
it
a
was
joke.
funny.
So
I thought it was quite hilarious, to be honest with you.
Are you
But
still
that's just
hurt from what I said to you, Jumsy?
oh yeah, like I have a pain here in this shoulder, and yeah.
Is it named Rodriguez?
Show
No.
us where it hurts you.
Gomez.
But thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Something I didn't know before.
Should I post the
That's
butt
okay.
report for you guys?
What, rookie? What did you say?
Should I post the butt report for you guys so that way, in case you guys need to fill one out?
Yeah,
Gemsy
post
always.
it.
Post it. Gemsy should
I'll
definitely fill this
I'll
out.
read
All right,
through it.
I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll put it.
If you get it in Spanish, better.
I really don't like the update on Discord. I liked it better when like all the names were just there and like little microphone went right next to it. Because now it's like freaking annoying just to see who's talking. You have to go into like it just seems like a lot more work.
You have to go into the room. I don't ever use the.
Welcome to my world. I
mobile.
hate that because the mobile version does it.
I don't ever use the mobile app. I think the mobile app is kind of cancer because if you really like notifications on your phone, it's a great way to do it. Just put on Discord.
I saw there's in the update.
I found it.
Whenever you are in the live stream, whatever live stream is going, there will be a specific chat for that live stream. It's like a new you know how here we have a live stream voice text channel, whatever. But now there's an update that the voice channel has a voice text
Yeah, it's built
included
into
the call.
It's supposed to be like, that's weird.
Hey, PMac, who are
I
you
don't know how it
saying
works,
is
but I saw it too the other day. There was a little pop up that came.
PMac, who are you saying is annoying? I need to find out. Don't sing. Just tell me who you think is annoying.
I'm annoying.
No, you said you are annoying.
No, I'm
Who do you mean by you? Huh?
What do you want?
He's talking in
I'm
third person.
fucking annoying, bro.
What?
Huh?
I don't understand Scottish. Speak English.
He says he's from a town called Noyen.
Right. I am a wee bit annoying.
Oh, we're all a wee bit annoying.
Who's that?
We all?
Yes. Do you like that?
Well, no. I don't like anything.
Yeah, I noticed.
I don't like you either.
I fucking noticed, bro. Wait, do you see this?
And I don't like you, and I don't like you either.
Like
you get the hell out of
you
here.
are fucking annoying.
Hey, PMac, are you listening to Pink Floyd right now?
I am. Actually, I am. How did you know?
I'm not sure that I do know. I'm not sure you confirmed it.
I think I did just confirm it.
Well, when he
Is
said,
that confirming it right now?
I have no idea, bro.
I think the name of that song is "Shine On You Crazy Diamond," or I might have that wrong.
Yes. It's kind of the gist, yeah.
I don't know. I heard it once in utero. That's how I know it.
You see it twice.
Really? You remember that?
Yeah, of course I do.
Hang on. I remember.
Not in vitro, but in utero.
No, in utero. I remember when I was 6 months old in a crib. There was Billy Joel playing. It was springtime. My window was open and there was bacon cooking. The crib bars were white. I also remember before that I thought we hit a wolf. I think I was like 3 months old, but it was apparently a German Shepherd. But in my mind, I saw a wolf.
Dude, I think my furthest memory back is when I was like 3 years old, and this is because it's like it was traumatic. I think that's why I remember it. But I used to sleepwalk. Like my mom used to have to put like little bells on all the doors because I would like literally just walk out of the house like in the middle of the night, like 3-year-old. Like I literally unlocked the door and walked out. So they had these like little bells like on the main doors. And I remember I guess I slept walk and I was thirsty and I started drinking alcohol, like curing alcohol, like to rub it on. It's like 90%. I forget how strong it is, but I chugged that shit, and then it woke me up because it burned, and I started vomiting like blood. And I remember mom like she smacked me, and I just felt bad because she smacked me. She's like, maybe I shouldn't have hit him because it's like his fault. But I'll never forget that, dude. And another one I remember is when I was 2 years old actually, and I picked up my dad's cigarette because he used to smoke. He threw the bud and he didn't turn it off. And as soon as he went inside the house, I walked up to it, picked it up, smoked it. And then my mom saw me through the window because she was washing dishes. And she carried me upstairs. She washed my mouth with soap and she beat the shit out of me. I won't forget that either.
Each time she thought you were possessed.
Hey, Jose, does that explain the brain damage?
The brain damage? Nah, man. She probably knocked some sense into me, man. I probably would have been a glowy otherwise.
It's
Yeah.
brain damage.
She fixed you.
He might have ended up a glowy. You don't know.
So it's her fault.
Or almost as bad with some, lung cancer.
Wait, what?
Well, now we know who
Not
to
as
blame.
bad as being that, though. Wait, you said glowy? I thought you said globy. What are you guys talking about?
Glowies.
Did you pay attention?
Glowies, bro. Are you like? Come on, man.
I heard you guys say glowies earlier, but I forgot what the definition of that is.
Oh
No, it's bad enough
him,
that I
tell him.
didn't know the answer, but you just got told and you don't remember now? Wow.
It's a government agent.
I heard the glowies part. I didn't hear the definition part.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Okay, yeah, I did hear it. I just forgot
If you
that.
ain't from me, you
I'll give you the
ain't black.
definition. A glowy is what are they called? J-trig, pretty much.
All right, next time I do that, you guys can't give me a hard time. That's all there's.
Boom. Boom. Hey.
B-Mag is back. Remix.
Bro, you ain't from me, you ain't black.
Yeah, mute him. He's not.
Yeah, those are.
Can I ask a serious question?
What right after I
serious,
answer?
It's gonna sound funny, but I want you to take it seriously.
I need to answer Platter's question.
I'm not student.
Yes, Platter, those are glowies. Go ahead.
Remember wherever you were young.
So say tomorrow.
Hey, B-Mag, when he said go ahead, he didn't mean P-Mag.
Shine.
So if I come in tomorrow and I sound like that and I start acting like that, you guys are gonna kick me out?
Yes.
You'll just forgive me?
Especially if you're conscious about doing it, and if you do it, then you're gonna pay the toll.
No, well, I'm only kidding. Of course, I don't drink, but I think it's
Yeah.
fun, but he's kind of out of it,
It's fun.
Normally,
Fun for him.
Yeah, I mean,
Remember when you were young.
I've tolerated that kind of stuff my whole life, so I
Like
guess it's not a big deal. But
Yeah, we're used to it because of Helio. We already trained. We did some training about this many times in the past. So
I thought at first it was Smurf because of the way he sounded, but then I realized it wasn't.
No, we have about 15 different alcoholics in the chat at any one
All have
time.
the same accent. That's what I want to know. They seem to all have the
Any
same
one time.
accent. They all sound alike. It's like I can never tell the difference, especially when they're really snockered. It's like, who the hell is that one?
It's just drunk talk, man. That's how they sound.
I know. Sometimes it's funny, but sometimes it's like, what? I think probably Helio is the best mannered one. of all the people that drink around here.
Helios
Like
actually.
at least he'll admit, that he's being a butt, or he'll admit that, he'll level with me.
Unless you're a bigger asshole than he is, then you're gonna have some competition.
Yeah, like me.
I don't
What
think
were you
I've
gonna say,
experienced
Jose?
anybody do that.
I was gonna say, do you remember that one time? There was this new person, and it was me, you. This was back in the days when like Locks was still in the server thing, and we had this new guy come in, and we were like just mind blowing him with the information, and then Helio came in and really explained perspective after he already like had got it, because I don't know how I felt like I guess Helio thought the guy didn't get it. It was so funny because he was ranked out of his mind. Helio
Yeah.
took like 30 minutes explaining to him, okay, so this tower, it's like 2,000 miles away. Can you see it? That took me 10 seconds. For some reason, when Helio was drunk, that took him like 30 minutes just to get
Yeah,
that.
but he was yelling the whole time.
Yes.
Oh my god. The days. It could have been yesterday, but it was like 3 years ago. But yeah.
Yeah, there have been some funny conversations. I'll give it that. Some pretty funny and hilarious.
What I don't understand is how is old dude and PMAC not the same person?
What do you mean?
One's sober, one's not.
But that's a good difference. That's a good. I'm sure that they would both
They
say that.
literally live next door to each other.
Do they really? I forgot about that.
Helio started
I know
doing that.
there's a couple other people that do live near each other too.
You fucking whoop me. I'm Scottish, Sonny. So is PMAC.
Okay, so wait a minute. What? Nuh-uh.
Okay, I'm reading the chat. Rookie,
Oh,
I respond.
I kind of was
respond.
too. I know.
I respond to the written word as much as I respond to the spoken word. So
I try to keep hitting my mute button because my neighbors have a bad habit of walking by and making noise. So when I'm doing that, it gets in the way because then that little screen pops up and then I can't read it. So I apologize. I wasn't paying attention to both.
that's okay. That's okay. You're not up to speed yet.
Oh yeah, I am. It's just I'm lazy. It's a little just laziness.
How can you tell if an Irishman is not a Scottishman when he's fucking drunk?
I can tell a big difference because one of them says "I" and the other one says something else. That's the only.
Yeah, what does the other one
say? I'm kidding.
Wait.
I like that he called me a Canadian. That's hilarious.
One of them says "yeah," and the other one says "I." Yep. Uh-oh. Look who came in the room. Speak of the devil. I mean, Helio.
No, Helio's here to have a good conversation without yelling about perspective for a whole half an hour.
He heard you guys speaking about him in the YouTube channel, so now he's here to address you guys.
Well, let's test that theory on some other people that we also believe that about. Isn't it the same about QE? Isn't like whenever you talk about him, usually somebody will call in and say, "Hey, somebody's talking about you," and he'll show up. He'll literally show up like 5 seconds later. And be like, what are you guys talking about? I'm kidding. There are a few people that just seem like whenever you talk about them, they show up.
Hey, but well, that's the devil. By the way, old dude, I'm sorry I equated you to an Irish person. I know that you're basically the same bloodline.
How dare you?
I mean, you speak the same language. It's a very slight difference between the Gaelic and what you speak. So,
how many Irish people do you know that can speak Gaelic? I know 2.
What do you? Well, I mean, I don't live in Ireland.
Neither do I, but I got family there.
Okay, I'm sure I do too. I've met German people who aren't from Germany, and they don't speak German.
I've been to Scotland though. I've seen it from across the Giant's Causeway. That's as close as I've been. But I'm sure it's beautiful.
Isn't that a
just
fallacy?
like Ireland is. I'm sure. I'm sure it's probably the same type of climate, right?
I'll unmute you, PMAC.
Thank you.
See?
So, right, okay. So,
You're muted yourself. You have yourself muted, you weirdo.
good story, bro. So, what are we talking about? What's up, man?
Allegedly. Do you know your
We were talking about you. Didn't you hear us?
I noticed
Who?
there was something funny going
Somebody
on.
talking about me?
No, hey,
Somebody
I
was
don't
funny
care.
was
Listen. I'll meet me all you like, right? I'll meet me till tomorrow, okay? I don't give a fuck. All right? Just listen. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Huh?
What?
What?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. What were we talking
About the globe.
Hello. Oh, the globe. Right, sorry. So I was muted because what? What? Where was I muted?
What?
What the fuck was I
You
muted?
were. You muted yourself, dude. That's what I heard.
You're making too much fucking sense.
I agree.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Listen, fuck you, bro.
Hey, Clay. What are you doing?
I got one thing to say to you. Fuck you. Fuck everybody in you.
I'm listening to a very friendly guy.
I'm actually.
Oh, no.
Say he was nice.
I'm actually amazing.
Wait, who's nice?
I'm actually amazing.
PMAC, you guys said he was nice, didn't you?
Listen, fuck off, man.
Are you going to sing a song?
Yes. Would you like me to sing the song?
Sure.
Which one would you like? Which one would you like?
Something that you know. Something you know well. Something you know well.
Here we go. With or without.
I'm trying very hard not to laugh.
You know you're in love when you want to tell everyone you know. I equate that to learning about the flat earth too, by the way. I wanted to tell everybody. But, you know, unlike when you say, hey, I'm in love, when you say, hey, earth's flat, I think you get a slightly different reaction, right? A little something different.
We're in trouble.
What's that?
Nothing, I'm teasing.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I had to turn it up. Now I can hear you, though, so you got away with it.
Oh, now you can. I said, now we're in trouble. I said it kind of like that.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know.
Yeah, you're in trouble, Rookie.
Well,
for sure.
I just saw that I saw like 100 people typing at once, and it was like scrolling, and it was like it changed like 15,000 times, and I was like, somebody just got triggered. It looked like there was like 15 people trying to type at the same time. I was like, oh no.
It depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to someone who loves you or cares about you, then they want to hear about you being in love. If they don't know you or give a shit, they don't care.
That's true. Touche.
Absolutely true.
Salesman. Touche.
Stop using my damn words, okay? You know what I'm talking to.
Yeah, but when you say it, do you put extra emphasis on the E with the tilde
I
above?
try to. Well, I don't make it sound like a dildo, but yeah, okay.
I said tilde. I didn't say.
I know, but say it quickly and then listen to yourself.
It's not even the right term. I didn't say the right. It's a dash, or I don't even know what it's called. Touche. That's the French.
Well, there's an asterisk.
An oops lot.
Some of those things I always thought was funny when I learned how to type, like when I was learning typing in high school.
A new plot? Is that what it's called?
Funny.
Oops lot.
Yeah, something like that.
Ooplot?
Oops lot.
Fuck that word. I'm not going to try to say it a third time. I'm not even.
Oop-flot.
Oop flat? Oop, it's flat.
Oops lot. With an
Oops-lot.
S.
Ugh.
Oops-lot.
Came up with that word.
No, it's not an ass trick. Drace.
Well, it's either a trick or it's an ass trick. One, two. I mean,
there are many other kinds of tricks.
Asterisk, whatever it is.
Hey,
asterisk.
My bad.
Just because
I didn't know it had an E in it.
Just because it's Gay Recognition Month doesn't mean that everything has to be butt stuff.
Did I say butt?
Yep.
No, I said ass. That doesn't always mean butt.
That yep was for Deus.
Well, you're acting like an ass right now, but that doesn't mean you're a butt, does it?
Brother.
I'm fully kidding.
Harsh, brother. Harsh.
I'm trying to be nice, actually.
Hey, has anybody talked to Bucket Cruncher yet?
No, maybe we should try that before we go at each other's throats.
Where are we going?
We were
Hey,
just
dude,
teasing each other.
dude,
That's
if
what
I'm on mobile, can
it
you
is riveting content. I do agree with that.
The Baba Yaga's got the right point. What's the guy's name?
Bucket Cruncher.
Bucked Cruncher.
Bucket.
Bucked. Okay. Cruncher. I'll call you Cruncher because I want to.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Sounds good, Deus.
P-Mac.
So, Bucked Cruncher. Hi. Hello. Okay. Well, I don't have the time nor the inclination to address this man or woman, so y'all take it away. Love you lots.
Hola.
Love you too. Does that mean you already called him Platter?
Hey, Sacha 2.0. Sacha. Wow, Sacha, really?
I know he's there.
I mean, he's programming some type of blockchain or something. Chacha.
That's called a bro's ear, dude. He is not quite yet flat earther, but I think after today, when me and Conrad were showing him some stuff, videos, he I don't know, he sounded like he was kind of like going, huh? Wait a minute, this stuff is kind of like weird. And then we haven't heard from him since.
Hey, everybody knows if remember Hiomar? He's been here. Hiomar. He's asking for a new unban. I'll check it. Hiomar. I remember him speaking a few times, I think. Let's see. I'll find out who banned him for what reason.
Hey, Gemsy, am I welcome here?
100 out of 100. Yes, sir.
On both negative and positive, right?
Yeah, you need 50.
Well, that's 200. Wait.
need-
If you add, well, that's not true. If you add 100% positive and 100% negative, then it actually kind of goes to zero. You know, it's all that kind.
No, it's a 50-50. You know, you need both to make it
That's
complete.
not what 100% plus 100% equals a negative and positive. No.
All right, 9 out of 9.
Here, I'll let you know if you're allowed it here. I'm gonna eBay you Discord breathalyzer first.
Oh, so that might be. You know,
Oh,
hey, hey, dude, I ain't gonna lie. Yes, I come on here
That might have
way
been a
too
kidney shot.
sometimes. Sure, but I'm listening to you guys, and you know, PMax every time, you know, like I don't know if as inebriated as PMac. Dude, when PMac is not at, you know, not. It's like
Wait.
it's
I know how we can
it's
tell.
the same way with me.
Say
It's the same way
rubber
with
baby
me.
buggy bumpers 3 times fast, and then if you can do that, then we'll know you're not as screwed up.
No, we're not going to do freaking, you know, like a
Oh, come on, man.
sobriety
Be a
test.
sport. Be a sport, man.
I was just teasing Helio. Don't take it personal, right, brother?
No,
How are you?
I'm not taking it personal. I'm just saying,
He's not.
dude.
He's
Yeah, I
he's playing the
I
victim. You
admit
know how it is.
completely that I come in here too drunk sometimes. That's that, you know, that's,
Hey,
you know, I don't.
Helio, I gotta tell you this, Helio. For the past, I think 2 nights, you've been joining kind of early in the night, and you've been speaking to multiple people, and you killed it, bro. Like you had really good conversations, and I've been listening to you speaking to people in here. So
Really, and I was hammered.
no, but later on you were hammered, but before you were hammered,
All right,
you were talking good.
You know, the
either
interesting thing about. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you guys.
I was gonna say the interesting thing about Helio is sometimes, even though you know he's drunk, he says like a couple of sentences that don't sound like he's wasted. And so you sit there and you start doubting yourself. Is he really drunk or is he pretending? I've done that a couple of times where like you sound completely normal for a couple of sentences of what you're saying, and then all of a sudden you start getting stuck on
Then
a
I
word.
start yelling at
what
people.
happened? Yeah,
and,
it's
you know,
like what? Yeah, then it's like what happened, dude? Like you were doing so good, and then all of a sudden I was like,
I
I
know
thought you were
that's
sobering
what,
up
you
or
know.
something.
I'm gonna
I'm
work
just
on
kidding.
that. I'm gonna work on that. I will. Yeah,
We
I'm
love
sorry
you,
about that, guys.
I do.
If I offend, well, I'm not sorry for offense. Offense is only
Yeah, don't
taken.
apologize. Don't apologize unless you did something wrong.
Well, yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. So offense is only taken by the person that I ridicule or just argue with. You know, that's only taken by them. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate
Hey,
you guys
Dennis, I
paying
sent you a
attention.
video.
Yeah, I just saw your message come up. I haven't taken a look at it yet. Where's my mouse? I have several screens.
Did I tell you guys about
Dude,
6
Jim Brewer is
losses?
one of my favorite comics, man. I mean, he's so.
Yeah, he's funny. I like him.
Yeah.
Hey, one second, guys. I see some new people in here.
Yeah,
Nice.
let's get this
Bite?
back
Yeah,
on
bite.
track.
B-Y-T-E. Bite.
If someone is able to help me out, because I'm on mobile and it's such a pain. Anyone that you don't see with roles that you're not familiar with the name, mute them. I was just people.
My bad. I never.
Yeah, I'm into dinner rolls.
Who do we have that's new?
Roll on
Rolls and
deodorants.
contraband. Contraband. Anything contraband is, you know, since we're in this globe prison, there's always contraband is awesome.
I like the candy Rolos. Remember those?
They
little
still
caramel,
sell them.
little chocolate.
Oh man, I love Rolos. Who doesn't?
Oh yeah, my wife loves them too.
Rolling pins. I don't know why we need them. Oh, baking. Rolling pins. Shooting the breeze there. Shooting the breeze.
There was a guy earlier when I was listening that was asking for permissions to post images and embed links and stuff, but he was VC verified. And I know I've heard him for like a week in here, and he still hasn't rolled up. I mean, for the most part, you wouldn't necessarily give them a link in bedroll. But if they've been VC verified for a week, why haven't you chosen a roll yet? I mean, where do you stand?
I think my favorite roll though is like a croissant. Is that a roll? Yeah,
I
because like you
wouldn't
rolled up the
consider
dough.
yeah, I guess so. I guess you can roll it
Yeah.
you can roll it out, but then you have to make it a crescent after you roll it out.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
This is how long it took me. Crescent, like a crescent moon.
Mm-hmm.
I just got. Listen,
Can
I'm
someone
40
tell me what
this
my
year, and I
motherfucker's
just
doing?
got that. I'm gonna go away for a minute to deal with this.
Yeah, you better go deal with that.
It's fucking deep,
Sounds like it's
isn't it?
having a
Right,
problem.
bro? It's fucking deep.
Guys,
Right?
I have a question. If the Earth is flat, the moon flat too?
Mm.
Hey,
Well, I mean, do you know? Wait, let's start with this. What do you think
Yeah.
the moon is?
I just want to know if it's flat.
What? You know, I'll give you the honest answer, and I'll give it for every single flat earther. We don't know what the moon is.
We don't know.
No.
It's always good to try to understand why you would even shape of the moon really matters.
Sure.
To be honest, flat. Hold on, guys.
That's
One
kind
sec.
of the point we're making, right?
No, hold on. Let
Yeah.
let Shinji talk to Jose, please, guys.
Nobody
Yes.
interrupts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what you're asking is if the moon is like round or flat. To be honest, we're not sure. That's just honest truth. You know, it appears to look like it's a sphere, but it also could be. It could also behave like something that's flat, concave. We honestly don't know. Most people don't even know if it's physical. You know, we don't know if it's a physical body. Some people have an idea of
What
plasma.
about the
But not to
sun?
get too not the sun. I'm not sure if it's a
Is
sphere
the
either.
sun flat?
But I want to tell you something. Like the reason why you like most people would ask like, is the moon flat or is the sun flat or is Jupiter flat? Is because you've already been sold the idea that everything in this space that you believe in, that you've been taught, it forms into a sphere due to gravity. So the answer to your question lies with, is gravity an actual thing? You know, has gravity ever been proven? You know, because that's where the claim comes that everything is a sphere. So that's something. If you want to tackle that question, you first have to tackle the question: is gravity even what they claim it is? Has it ever been tested in lab? Has it ever been measured, etc.? You know, and to be fair, it hasn't. Gravity has never been scientifically verified. Did that make any sense to you? What I said?
Yeah, thanks, man.
Do you have any other questions?
If I get in my car, right, and I just drive in a straight line for a while, you think I'm gonna hit the edge?
What edge?
L- Like, the Earth being flat?
Yeah, we don't know if there's an edge. Like the reason here, let me give you a quick idea what most people would agree with. I think we might disagree with like the perimeter, but one thing we all agree is that the Earth is observably and is measurably flat. How far it extends, we don't know. But don't think of the flat Earth as a disk floating in space with an edge that people can like jump off and they're like falling into space. We don't even believe in the concept of space. We think the Earth is more of like a realm.
You don't
It's
believe in the concept of
definitely.
space?
I don't believe in space. I don't believe in the vacuum of space. I don't believe in space travel.
Yeah.
I think everything is observed. Like like if you look up and you see the sun, I think that's all within this system. Like we are a system itself. It's a realm. But yeah, I don't think that there's an edge or something. It's like kind of asking like when you go
Like,
to the
like a
lake,
cylinder? Like a
where's the
cylinder?
edge
You
of
think
your
it's
lake?
a cylinder?
Sorry, repeat that.
You think the Earth's like a cylinder since it doesn't have like an edge where you could fall off? It's like a huge cylinder.
I still don't know. I don't know the perimeter. I have no idea. There's no way to know because as of right now, have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty? Yes, no? Antarctic Treaty? 1958 maybe?
What happened? What happened?
So there's an Antarctic Treaty that's been in place. If you're familiar with flat earthers, you're probably not. Picture the Earth like
No, tell me about it.
yeah, picture the Earth as like a circle, right? It's a circle, and at the center is the North Pole. So that means the perimeter on the where you would think the edge would be, that is all Antarctica, encompassing the Earth, 360 degrees, right? So at that point, there's
Yeah.
okay, try to keep up. So like at the 60-degree parallel is like a location around this Earth that we're not able to pass. We're not able to like go on a boat and pass on a plane.
Like an invisible shield.
Sorry, man, you're mumbling. Can you repeat?
Like an invisible shield.
No, not like an invisible shield. It's more of a man-made point. You're on a map where if you get past this point, you get apprehended. Like there's been sailors that have tried to actually sail to certain locations past these points, and they always get apprehended by the Navy or whatever military, military's around or whatever. It's protected, So, and there's over 50 something nations that signed off on this treaty, so people can't really go and investigate where the perimeter would even be. So that's like one of the biggest issues, in my opinion, about this whole idea of the Earth being flat is if we were to know like the perimeters or how far we can, go travel to explore, I think it would open up a lot more questions than answers, to be honest.
Yeah, but like well, what about Australia? Is Australia real?
You must have read this online, but that's actually a troll thing. Like people say that flat earthers think Australia isn't real. There's not one flat earther that has ever said that I know. And trust me,
Wait,
this is deep.
do we
Go ahead.
do we have that in our do we have that on our welcome page anymore? That if you say Australia is real, you get banned, or isn't real, you get banned?
Yes, it should still be there unless we didn't update it when we fucked up. It should still be there though.
Concern trolling. Memes.
Let's give him another chance. He didn't know.
Well, I'm letting him know he's on thin ice.
Right,
And-
for
and-
sure.
And now that you're concern trolling me, glad you're also on thin ice. Everybody here is on thin ice.
He needs to read the welcome page.
Yeah, Glad, go read the welcome page.
Is the thin ice flat?
I mean, ice has to be flat because water is always seeks its level and is always flat. We use water to level everything else with the bubble level, right?
Wouldn't call it sea level if it weren't level.
So, is NASA real?
Okay.
Is it?
What did I say about thin ice? Who is this again?
You said it's flat.
Hey. Shinj, are you going to be an idiot your whole fucking life, or are you going to talk to people in a real manner?
Hey man, I'm just here to learn, bro.
No, you're not.
I swear I am, man. I'm just trying to
Listen.
It's like a whole new concept. I got all these questions, bro. I'm just trying to figure out how's the Earth flat.
How's the globe?
Because there's pictures. NASA. But you're telling me it's fake. How's NASA
No, I
fake?
didn't. I actually didn't tell you a fucking thing.
Yeah, but you assume it, right?
I assume what?
That the Earth is flat? That NASA's fake.
Why would I have to assume anything? I can measure it myself.
The Earth?
Okay, so how can we do that?
How could you do that? How could you do that?
How can I measure the Earth?
Well,
Clown show.
An easy formula for the layman is 8 inches per mile squared. You might want to write that down.
8 inches
per mile squared.
Square?
Go out to your local area. Find your topographical height from sea level. Put that into the calculation. Here, I'll link you a quick thing so you don't have to do any math.
A link is something you click on, either when you tap it on the phone or you click on it with a mouse on the computer. Let's go ahead and see if you can do that.
Hey, Glad, let's not talk to him like he's stupid. We already know he's stupid.
Yeah.
Is the link flat too, or what?
There's 2 of them, but yeah, you're right.
Oh, are there 2 of them?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Actually, 4 of us, man.
Two on one mic. Oh yeah, 4. Okay, great. Super duper.
On one mic. I thought there were 2 different voices. That's why I was like, who's talking to me?
Yeah, but they try to sound like this. Yo, dog. Yo. What's up, my man? My guy. What's up?
Okay. So that explains why why they're shotgunning a bunch of questions and gish galloping.
I think so.
It makes sense. Okay.
We're here to learn, man.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Because we're here to learn, man.
Okay, I think you might be, because you've said that you're here to learn. Are all of you here to learn?
I mean, we're with him, man.
What?
I said we're with him. We're all here to learn.
Okay. I'm going to take you at your word.
Thank you.
Benefit of doubt, man. Thanks.
No more White Widow for that young man, though. The mumbler.
No, he can talk however he wants. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt here. Okay, so what I'm going to give
I'll
you.
keep him in check, man.
Okay, I would appreciate that. We all need to keep our own community in check. Okay, so this right here, it's actually not very generous to the flat Earth as far as the calculations are concerned. It's harsh on it assumes a lot that doesn't necessarily have to be assumed for the calculations. But what I want you to do, and you guys can all do this together, it'll actually be better because you can.
All right, that's
check
cool. I'm gonna holler at you, bro.
Bye, idiot. Give them math, and all of a sudden they nope out.
Well, that went as expected.
A waste of fucking time. It was better to be combative with him. I shouldn't have given him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, it's usually better copy, at least, you know.
Hey, you should have left Rookie do this because he's been trying to give the community a better service than that.
Wait a
That's
minute.
true.
Wait a minute. What was the comment they said? Because I missed it. Can you guys tell me what they said?
Yeah, I'll tell you really quick, Jemsy. Or Sonny, I'll tell you in a second. Jemsy, sit the fuck down.
The retarded people, you have to treat them like, like give them some
Jemsy, sit down.
time.
You're being a bad apple.
Gemsy, are you trying to say that we need somebody who speaks jive?
Hey, I speak a little
man,
jive.
what's up, man?
Hey, I don't speak that, but yeah, sure.
People
No,
love
Sonny,
it.
Sonny,
Sonny, bingo, bingo, big
Sonny, I'm trying to tell you what the question you asked.
Okay, go ahead.
The only thing that was, thank you very fucking much. The only thing that was said was that actually I lit into them a little bit, and then
I heard the thin ice part. I got that.
Okay, so you heard everything then,
except for the very end. Did they make a statement?
It was pretty obvious that when you pointed out that he was just kind of like trolling, kind of like messing around.
The statement they said when they left was, "We're good, man," and bounced.
Oh, that's all. Okay. Wait a minute. Who's Jenny?
See, that's what TikTok does to the brain.
Wait a minute.
Like, we're here to learn. We're here for the long haul. 15 seconds later, gotta bounce, bro.
Who's Jenny Rose, by the way?
I don't know. You can look at porn on your own time, Sonny.
Never mind. I won't ever mention it again.
I'm sorry, Sonny. That was rude of me.
I think those guys had to go leave to fantasize about that Asian biker chick.
What Asian biker chick? Did I miss something?
Yeah, the fantasy's always better than the reality.
I was gonna say I'm scratching my head trying to think of if I've ever seen one. I guess I have. I've seen Asian girls riding like Kawasaki.
We're talking about chat.
Oh, I know, but I was just in general. Damn.
You always say you know, but it always seems like you don't.
I
Well,
didn't
that's
say that.
because I don't. It's my defense mechanism. Damn it. Sorry.
Oh, I know. Some don't want the help, they don't get the help. Well, good going, Jose. You killed the chat.
This looks like a job for Dead Air Day. Any signs of Earth curvature?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Thank you, Matthew. Correct.
I don't
Well, you
think.
could have.
I think. I think Jose killed the chat because they didn't have any answers to his questions. Do you guys? You guys obviously agree with me. Probably.
I stole the ball from him.
Nah, yeah, sure, but yeah, just like we do. It do what it do, right? Don't it?
It do what it do.
Yeah, it do what it do every time.
It do be like that sometime.
It do be like that. See, we're
It
doing
do be. It do
we're
be.
doing some jive right now. A little bit, a portion of jive.
Yeah, I don't think you can use the word portion in jive.
Yeah, you're gonna have to have a natural instinct to perform the jive talk. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
He says you have to have an urban predilection to you. You have to be a youth of America in order to use jive.
Yeah, I mean, you have to grow up as a poor white man in the ghetto.
Or you could be a jogger. You could be a jogger.
No, or a poor black man. I mean, they know how to talk jive and just it's a predilection. You know, that's kind of natural to them. But you kind of have to all right. When I talk to it might offend them if you talk jive, but sometimes it's just like, hey, bro, man. I mean, you can talk jive to black people too. You know, I don't care if people think of them that's offensive, but bro, I mean, if you live in the ghetto, man, bro, you gotta, as a white man, you gotta freaking figure out how to.
It do be. It do be.
It do be like that. You know what I mean? It's like that.
It do be us.
No, I mean it's not all the way there because I mean, as long as you could relate,
It do be them. It do be us. It do be everybody.
Hey,
I don't
care.
care.
It's not about just a white guy that's in the neighborhood talking to them. They actually have to do the same thing with us, right? Because they're like they talk jive to each other.
How are you supposed to get your drugs if you can't talk to them?
Well, it's not about drugs. It's just talking about vernacular.
Oh, I thought you were talking about drugs. I'm sorry.
No, I was just talking about vernacular. I mean, if you talk to a lot of black people, in that vein, it's just like they talk to you in a certain way. You know, there's like I'm talking to a white guy now, and now I have to figure out how to.
I'm uncomfortable with this. I'm uncomfortable with this conversation.
Really? You don't know a lot of black people then?
Never met one in my life.
No, I'm just saying. Well, have you ever lived in the ghetto?
I think I'm gonna stay out of this one.
Yeah, none of. Yeah, if you haven't lived in the ghetto, then go ahead and stay out.
You were actually going to
No, I
stay out of
did,
it.
but I'm still going to
Would
say
you?
it.
Why would you say I'm going to stay out of it? Why wouldn't you just remain silent? What the fuck?
Well, because I just wanted you to know that I really want to say something, but I'm going to hold back.
I'm the pretty one.
Why don't you just go ahead and say it, bro? I said it, bro. I'm I've lived in the ghetto many times, so whatever. But I know how to, you know, we haven't.
I was going to ask what the hell you guys are talking about. And
I
how
don't
did
know.
we-
We brought about.
How did we get
Well,
here?
somebody
Like,
said
I'm
talking
confused.
jive, which back in the
Helio
70s,
wants to buy some drugs. That's all I've heard this whole time.
That's it. That's what I thought I heard, and I was like, wait a minute, what? Like, I thought we were talking about flat Earth for a second, and then all of a sudden we were talking about what?
I was talking about jive, which a lot of people find offensive these days, but back in the 70s, like late 70s, 80s, it was like talk jive.
Yeah, when I drive, I kind of
Oh, and
find
you
it
were
offensive
suggesting that
when
you
I
need
have
to
to pay the
talk a certain
toll.
way in order to buy drugs.
Now we have a
Is
Puerto
that what you
Rican
were
coming in here talking about how you talk to black people.
Drive.
Well, we need to get an opinion from everybody, right? So let's get
I
an
know how
official
to
opinion from
drive.
everybody.
When somebody called fucking Gemsy autistic, he started fucking drawing a picture.
How do you know that?
Because you misunderstood
called him
autistic or
artistic or
autistic. Yeah.
Wait.
Wait,
Daddy?
Yeah, get it? And when somebody called him autistic and he got us some crayons and he tried to show him, yeah, I am artistic, see?
Yeah, and I'm wondering how does he knows that? And I say, Daddy?
Daddy. Listen, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you if you are, because I would owe you a lot of money.
Yeah, don't tell secrets. You have to charge for those.
Exactly.
Yeah, Glat Flow, bro. If you're in a room full of black people, you're gonna talk different, bro. When you talk to those guys, right? So come on,
Yeah,
man.
because you want to fit in.
No, well, sure,
Okay,
man.
wait.
It's the same
Yeah.
way with black people.
I'll
If you're
agree with
a
it.
black guy
Only
in
on
there,
those
you're
certain
gonna talk
conditions.
different. Come on, man. It's not a big deal. We all know
Yeah.
each. You know. We know.
Okay, Helio, calm down. Yeah, you said you knew karate.
Some people that happen to be black think that it's offensive when you act like that, and some people that happen to be black don't. So I guess it really
they're not
depends on-
offended they're not offended if you do it naturally. They're not offended.
I'm gonna
Well,
have
no,
to
as long
expand on
as you
no,
do
no,
it
no, no, no.
small and
I'm
you
gonna
work
have
your
to
way up, and
expand
they
on
don't
Drew's
like
point.
react to it. Yeah, I would do the same thing. Yeah, I'll start
If you
talking
try to do
like
it
them
and you
after a while.
fail, then they're going to be like,
Helio, you don't have to yell. You don't have to yell. Just chill for a
Hey,
second.
he's trying to overtalk, but it's okay. The only thing is that I'm confused because I've never, like Deuce said, and I'm gonna verify that I've never met a black person in my life. Like, what are you guys talking about?
It's
right,
dude, it's
Deuce?
kind of a joke. And if I went overboard, go ahead and just fucking move on. Fine.
Okay. I don't want to yell anymore, Helio. Fuck them.
No, I was just trying to make a joke. I thought it could move to something. Whatever. Let's move on. I ain't messed up with that.
Excuse me.
Excuse you. Yeah, good.
Just telling you, I've been around a lot of black people. And
Okay, we get it. You're
I
down.
don't know how to talk to black people. I'm just.
We get it. Where to get your drugs from?
We get it. You're black
But
from
I
the
haven't
waist
been around
down.
a lot of Puerto Ricans like Jemsy. Jemsy, I have to mess with you, Jemsy. Anyway,
don't.
All right.
Yeah, don't.
No, I'm still gonna do it, but not anymore tonight.
He's got diabetes.
That's not even funny, dude.
I
Sorry.
eat these Quaker Oats, so I don't get the diabetes. Y'all seen the diabetes cat?
Yeah.
What, Garfield?
No.
Is he diabetic?
I'll show you the diabetic cat.
That cat's got diabetes.
Are you you making fun of people that have diabetes?
No, he was
No.
making fun of me.
I was making fun of Jemsy specifically.
Yeah. What are you talking
Yeah, so
about?
was I. So was I. So
Don't
we're on
think-
the same team, bro.
No, I was making fun of him for eating fucking a whole pack of fucking tortillas. You were making fun of him because of where he came from. You're rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think he's from Puerto Rico.
You're being racist, Helium. And that's offensive. Fuck diabetes.
Anyway, I love you guys.
If you really want to be offensive, Helio, tell Jimsy he sounds Cuban.
No.
Isn't that like what, like, because for Mexicans, when you tell a Mexican they sound Salvadorian, they're like, nah. I'm pretty sure it's like that for Puerto Ricans with Cubans, right? That's like the one that it's like, no.
Well, I'm kind of used to it because I get people calling me all sorts of Spanish or Spanish or whatever, except Puerto Rican most of the time.
What's
They
funny
even
is
tell me
both
Mexican
Cubans,
first.
both Cubans and Puerto Ricans come from Ecuador. Did you know that?
Here we go.
Prove it. Prove it.
It's a tribe called the Tinacua or something like that from Ecuador.
Yeah, Latinacua.
Yeah. Look it up.
This sounds funny.
I know what that tribe is, but I didn't know that's where that mix
they-
of Cubans and Puerto Ricans came from. I didn't know that, but I do know Latinacua because they have also like cool artifacts and shit like that.
Yeah,
The only
they
reason
came
I'm giving
from
shit
Ecuador.
the only reason I'm giving shit to Jemsy because he's really obscure from a lot of times about where he comes from. So, are you Puerto Rican, Jemsy? I mean, just full disclosure.
Man, that's what they told me. I don't even know.
He's from Connecticut, you fuck.
He lives in fucking Boston.
Same
He's a
thing.
Tejano.
What's the difference between Connecticut and
how he
Boston?
won't even say where he came from. Anyway, but he has this accent that is very obscure. So that's why I always give him shit, you know?
Yeah, listen, you've already fucking used your whole fucking racist card tonight. You just need to calm down, Helio.
All right, so this isn't racist. I'm wondering where he has an accent on. You know, he learned English obviously in another country, and he speaks it well, but he has the accent. So I mean, why would that? Why's that fucking racist?
So you added the word obscure accent, and that implies darkness.
It sounds Puerto
Obscure.
Rican to me because I've talked
Yeah,
about Puerto Rican.
the darkness is.
All the darkness.
Can I ask a question and change the subject?
Please.
Please, Hank.
Please do. Yes,
If
go.
anyone said hello, our new guest on the panel,
Main Dave.
28. Hello, 28. What say you?
We didn't hear a thing you said because fucking Helio had, of course, to talk over you.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say it again, Dave.
Trying to say hello to 28, a new guest on the panel. BC verified. Would you like to say hello, 28?
Hey, what's up?
Welcome.
Welcome. What brings you
Beat you
back?
to it, Dave.
Go ahead, Dave.
I used to be on the channel like a while back, but I like kind of took off all the Discord servers that I had on my account just to kind of like get away from toxicity, I guess. But I kind of was at work today and I was talking to someone about flat Earth, and then I like realized how much I forgot. So I kind of came back just to kind of like refresh and some things. And
So
I
you're a globe earther?
No, I believe in the flat Earth.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I was
you've
trying
been
to
in
tell him
other-
about
you've
it,
been-
but like I realized how bad I was at explaining, and maybe need to refresh on some of the stuff.
28. What were some of the toxic things that you came across in your previous moments?
Oh, well, like I would be in like the biblical. It was like a lot
Okay.
in the past. It was got a little bit toxic.
Okay. So
And then
biblical. Why
also
would you go to
sometimes when-
biblical?
Oh, because like we were doing like Bible studies and stuff at the time, so.
Okay.
And everyone had different views, so it got a little bit toxic. So I was like, oh, I should just maybe leave.
You should never let ideology trump reality. And this is reality, down there is ideology. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, but then whenever I would come here, it was always just quantum eraser, just like totally making everyone feel like stupid. There was even one time when I asked a question, and then they thought I was a globe earther, and like I kind of felt really bad afterward. I was like, I'm not a globe earther, but they thought I was, and I was like, so cool, but I wasn't.
Yeah, officially apologize for the elder members like Hilo and Quantum. You know, it's the elderly people. We just
Jam-
gotta kind of hang out with that.
Don't apologize for Common Eraser.
Helio, stop yelling. For fuck.
I don't apologize for Quantum Eraser. I mean, he's very bombastic, but I don't want to apologize for him.
Okay. There are some people, regardless of where they are or how they comport themselves, that they will always be that way. It doesn't mean that the whole thing is that. I don't think one bad apple in this bunch should spoil the whole pie. But I understand if you see it that way. And
Well,
and
I just did that with like everything, with all my Discord servers. I just kind of like was kind of like done with Discord a little bit for a while.
basically decided to unplug because it was becoming too much for you.
Yeah, and I just kind of
Or
wanted to
unhealthy, at least.
Yeah.
Okay, that's understandable. And I'm sorry about Helio yelling at you about, or yelling at anybody.
Now you're apologizing for me.
Somebody has to.
Well, they do often, so whatever.
Hey, 28, I have a question for you. So what were you discussing today that you got maybe a stutter about Flat Earth that you felt like you needed a refresher? Do you remember what your discussion was about?
Yeah, I was talking about just the whole like horizon and like how far you can see, and then I was trying to explain that you could, like, it's not actually going over the curvature, but it's just our perspective or our yeah.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things with the horizon. Like things on the horizon could be perspective is always there. That's 100% always correct. But there could be other factors, right? Like things in the foreground. Like obviously, if you like let's look at the beach. If you have a wave that's really close to you, the angular size of the wave is gonna obscure a boat that's like 10 miles away. You know, very very well. Like waves in the foreground can obscure things. And then you also have the weather conditions that can affect the light traveling to you, cause things to look like they're looming, could cause things to look like, all these other, lensing where the boat seems to get big, or the sun. Have you ever seen the sun at a sunset where it seems to just blow up in size? Like all that, those effects, come into consideration. But I think the biggest one is definitely things in the foreground and the angle of view to the object that you're looking at.
Right. And to try and explain that to someone when I haven't like kind of brushed up on it was a little bit difficult.
Sure, but how have you came across this topic? What do you think? Have you listened to anyone talk about this, or have you like had a conversation with someone about flat Earth? Or
Helio, try to catch up. The guy literally is a flat earther. He used to be here all the time. He just hasn't been around so long that he kind of lost his touch, and he's just trying to get the touch back. He's not a new.
All right, cool. My bad.
He just wants to argue with the air. He's shadow boxing.
Shadow box. That's a good term for it.
That's what you do.
I mean, you're back in. Bring it on.
No, you're shadow boxing, Helio.
No.
Yes.
I'm a legend.
And you're eating a sandwich, Deuce.
No. I'm drinking a beer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey,
I'll
if you
shut
want to
up
brush up on
if
it,
you guys want me to shut up. I'll shut up. Ain't no big
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah.
hey,
It's kind of
28,
comfortable.
if you want to
It's
brush up on
comfortable to know that
perspective and all
Helio's
that
subject
stuff.
is the same, though.
Oh,
What'd
28,
you
if
say,
you want to brush
28?
up on perspective and all that things, there's a channel, it's called Perspective. It's literally, I'm sure you're familiar with that. I don't know if you remember, but we have like little channels and we have videos like there's a perspective channel, there's like a angular resolution channel, it'd probably be under the same thing actually. You know, there's different little channels for things. I'm sure if you click on perspective or angular resolution, I forget what it's called. It's towards the very bottom in the A through Z. You'll find like a good video by AI if you're there. What's that guy's name if you're listening? The good perspective video, the dude that was like on Nathan's show and everything. Anyone remember his name?
Somebody life is short, maybe.
Yes, that guy. Life is short. You can look up his YouTube channel. All he does is cover perspective, and to be honest, it's a little long his videos, but he covers them to the extent that like you'll be a professional perspective person when you're done listening to this guy. And he puts it into perspective per se.
Hey, really quick. Chocolate saying, are you in voice chat right now? Speak up if you are. Are
He
you
must
just
have
listening?
He must have came because of the racist jokes.
Yeah, I think that called him out when Helio was trying to act black.
That's fucking racist, bro. You asked me to shut up, but you said Chuck Sayings here because of the racist jokes. Holy shit! I'm just playing.
Like how you
I'm playing, but
you try to get offended for him. What the fuck? Good job. Worth it.
Oh my goodness.
I haven't heard Chocolate in like a good minute. Where he been? Where he be?
It's been 2 months for me. I think the last time I talked to him, he was here.
Oh, so you both admit that you don't watch Nathan Oakley on the regular. All right, I see how it is.
No, we watched Nathan on the red, but Chocolate came in here like this week. He's been in here before. So
Helio.
He wasn't talking about you.
Okay, I don't listen to Nathan Oakley anymore because it's always the same points. Why would I have to listen?
Same for me. It's the same. It's repetitive. It's good if you're trying to. It's good for someone that's trying to learn like to debate. Then it's always like good because new people will come on that have different debate tactics, and Nathan does a pretty good job at like debating people. So that's why I listened to him at the beginning. I'm not gonna lie, I learned a lot of my debate skills from Quan Racer, from Oakley, stuff like that. I stopped listening to now because it's like Deuce said, it's the same thing, and it's not because I'm not trying to be supportive. I've been really busy, man.
I can't believe you did. I can't believe you didn't attribute me in that little diatribe.
Oh, you're actually the first teacher. You are.
There we go. Thank you.
In 2016, I think.
Yeah. What up? What up?
We summoned him.
Where is he? Hey, what are you doing?
What up,
You
bro?
know what I want to know?
I was scared because Helio was on his ghetto shit today, so I didn't want to come in here.
He fucking
because I turned on the live stream and I hear him say, "If you ain't never been to the ghetto," and I was just like, "What the hell did I just turn on?"
Anyway,
Helio was patting his weave and smacking his lips. What the fuck?
what we need to know, Chocolate saying, is did 10th Man ever get to the end of the Sextet Trap? We've been waiting for like 42 years now.
I think he's got another trap after the trap.
Oh,
I don't even know what his end
It's
trap
like
is.
the worst. It's like the worst drawn-on series where it's like you won't see the ending to the story arc until next season.
Yeah, it's like Dragon Ball. Tune in next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Of course you would say that.
Of course I would. Why not?
Because you're Chocolate saying.
How you been, man?
You're
Never
over
heard you in a
9,000. I'm well.
Good, man.
I am well. Hey, I
Cool.
never really got to talk to you about that one thing we share, and that's that deja vu thing, where it makes y'all fucking weirded out or whatever.
Vu thing. Wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't ever forget anything. By the way,
Huh.
in case you didn't notice.
Nah. Yeah, I mean, what the hell did we talk about? Like, yeah, I experienced that.
You don't remember?
I remember having the convo, but I don't remember where we got with it or.
I don't remember either. I just know it's something we share.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're the same person.
Are you guys done sword fighting?
We are
Indivisible. Indivisible.
Well, dudes
Me
missed
and
me,
Chuck.
so apparently, you had to call me out. So
I just wanted to commiserate with them on something we shared.
I actually. What are you talking about to him? This
Oh
is
my
kind of
God!
weird.
Here we go. This is awful.
No, I'm just asking you what you're talking about. Chocolate. I'm listening to you guys. I respect both of you guys.
He's patting his weave again. He's going off.
Loading his gun and shit.
I'm yeah, no, I'm
Smacking his fucking
strong dissidents or advocates for what do you got? I mean, hey, chocolate man, I appreciate you being here. I mean, what
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything Helio just said. I don't know what he said, but I don't disagree with it.
Yeah, it's all that shit. It's all that shit and more.
Oh, here he goes.
and the bag of chips.
And the bag of chips, bro.
With the dip.
No, they call chips French fries in Europe, so I mean they might be thinking that we're talking about French fries.
Who's they?
The people in Europe.
Who the fuck is they? Are you talking about the Jews now? You're going all out.
I
You're going
didn't say
all
anything
out
about
today.
the goddamn Jews, but anyway.
Oh my God! Fucking fire up the ovens. Helio's here.
Jose, how the hell you been, man? What's going on, man?
Man, I've been good, bro. You know, living the good life, the dad life.
Yeah, how's the? I want to call him the kid, but
He's got 4
I'm
more
sure.
kids already.
How old is he now?
Since you last talked to him.
Say it ain't so. Got 4 Jose's running around now.
Hey, 4 Jose's living around there. Say it, Chocolate, you wouldn't have joined if you weren't in the mood, so you guys have at it, man. It's fun.
No, I was just cruising by, see what's up.
That's cool. Cool.
Seeing if anybody
cruising by in the
happened.
6'4".
What happened? I'm sorry.
You said you were just cruising around in your 6'4".
You already know, bro.
Fucking Jose's got to make it awkward.
No, he's cruising around in his 01.
True.
I still got mine. I parked it when the gas went up to like $4 a gallon.
You're
paid
01
fucking $5 for fucking gas.
Acura CL.
You guys want to talk about gas prices? What about $6 a gallon?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Oh my God.
Is that what it's at Bakerstown?
It's Fresno, yeah. It's a $6
Up here in Antioch,
a
it's like
gallon.
$7 a gallon.
Oh.
It's actually $6 and like 15 cents with cash, but if you use a debit card, it's like almost like $6.30. It's like 10 cents more expensive with the debit card, I think. So yeah, it's above 6 here.
I love it when I still go to the gas station and I pull out cash and they fucking roll their eyes at me. I'm like, excuse me? I know it's 100. You got to check
Might
it.
as well while you're getting charged just for
But
the
it's
fee
the
of
whole
using your cars. Right?
It's the whole tank. Calm your tits.
Yeah, that shit's out of control. It's just crazy.
Chocolate, why you sound so down?
I don't know. I've been awake a long time. So, but I'm not down. I'm good.
I don't know what's
I'm
going on
good
with you
in the
these
hood,
days.
brother. What happened?
I don't know what's going on with you these days.
Me?
Yeah. I don't know why you're so sad.
I don't know either. I didn't know I was so sad.
Even Jemsy hears it.
Oh shit, Jimsy.
I don't know
What
why
you
you
doing
all
here?
are so sad. I don't know why you all are so sad tonight either. I just don't get it.
I'm sad because
And why
nobody
is
was been able to find how and which way to prove that we live on a magical spinning water ball.
it is pretty sad actually.
That's sad, right? I mean,
Shit.
my childhood, man. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
All those space dreams.
I was going to be an astronaut.
Man, I mean, those are the true heroes, right?
Them and teachers.
Yes. In that order.
Sasha was going to be a space monkey.
Imagine striving to be that.
Come on,
What,
man.
a space monkey?
You don't strive to be a guy wearing some whack ass suit, moving at 17,500 miles per hour while wearing a diaper too.
I was going
Yeah.
to say with the diaper on your head.
Yeah.
Some
I
rad
mean,
ass
that's goals right there. Goals.
Hashtag goals. Instagram that shit right now. Put the diaper on your head and say, I'm ready to go to space.
Ready for it, baby. It's sad though.
Everybody would be like, oh, why you got the diaper on your head? I don't want to drown in space.
I mean, those are problems, man. Real world problems.
I mean, if you're fucking French, it is.
You gotta have a snorkel. You gotta have a snorkel in your space helmet now. I mean,
Yeah, bro.
For
I mean,
God's
it's
sake.
got everything else. I mean, I'm sure there's an oven somewhere back there in the back of that suit. Bake a cake
An
and
oven.
shit. Yeah.
Now you're going the way of Helio with your fucking
Makes cookies and shit, man. I mean,
fucking
it's
six
obviously
cookies.
able to keep somebody alive in the harshest environment we've ever experienced, right? Ever.
And cook
While
6
being
million cookies.
in direct sunlight and on one side and keep you nice and cool, and then the other side keeps you nice and toasty where, it's like negative temperature. I mean, yeah,
273 degrees? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so I mean, why couldn't it make coffee and a crumb cake as well?
There's no good reason. There's not
There's
one.
none. I mean, technologies, man. We got the technologies. Oh shit! Let me check my calendar. No, we can't do any of that in 2022. Only 69.
No. Your phone's listening to you, but they can't fucking bake you a cookie in space.
Nah.
Weird science. That's what we got. Weird science.
Weird science. That was
from the Globers, anyway.
Dude, that chick was hot.
Yeah, man.
Yes, she was.
Kelly LeBrock.
Elizabeth Hurley.
Definitely not that girl.
Just she was hot. Just give her some fever medication, and she'll be fine.
Okay, we don't need any of your fucking Puerto Rican witch doctory around here, Jemsy. You calm down.
Bad Jemsy.
Take care of the ladies, bro. Come on.
So 28, you got any more questions that you need to brush up on?
I think 28 is here to listen. Am I right? 28? Yep. That's an affirmative, Ripley.
Yeah, no, I'm watching a YouTube video now. I'm watching the Life is Short thing.
Okay.
I was watching another video talking about another question I had about how, like, in the South you have like the different stars, or like you don't have different stars in
Yeah,
a sense, but
different star patterns. You mean?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
or like the star trails, and it looks like it's like another
Going in a different.
yeah, going in a different direction.
Right.
And I saw like a
So
video that was posted, and they were talking about the I can't say it, the rays from the sun and how how they diverge.
the corpuscular rays.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah,
Corpuscular rays.
and what you're looking at is probably the coffee cup caustic.
Yeah,
Have you ever
I think
seen
so.
that video 28 where it's like a Hispanic guy and he draws like circles, like concentric circles, like a bunch of them, and they're like, whatever, they're drawn like on a board, and he gets a cupola that's like made out of glass, like if it was a dome. And when he puts it on top of that, the concentric circles, he starts at the north, and it looks like the star trails, right? They look perfect. But as he moves to the right, towards like the equator, they start to go straight. The lines go straight, and towards the south, they look like they're going opposite direction. I always thought that video was really interesting, man. I don't know if you guys seen it.
No, post it.
I have to dig it up. I have no idea where it's at right now, but I'll look for it.
I know you downloaded it.
I definitely did. It's on my laptop, but I'll have to look for it on YouTube real quick. I'm pretty sure I can find it somewhere.
Yeah, no, I found that very interesting, and it also explains why it doesn't really look like why Polaris wouldn't, like, if it is being reflected in that way, it wouldn't be completely straight, because they were showing how really it's moving over such a large pattern, but because of your perspective, um,
Yeah,
it would sort
check
of be
this out.
shifting a little bit.
I'm
It's
going
hard
to
to
tell
explain.
you, they have something called precession of the equinoxes, and what Polaris does over time does have an apparent aberration where it does kind of like a half circle, but it's only based on modern observations. They have to extrapolate from that because they don't really have any real observations from the past. But for the most part, in the northern hemisphere, Polaris is always there. And if you look into astrology and certain aspects of astronomy without all kinds of bullshit predictions, it works the same every time. Now, when you go into the southern hemisphere, there's this idea about Sigma Octantis, and they claim that it's very similar. They can't see Sigma Octantis necessarily,
Hey,
but
really quick,
it's predicted that it's there. Go ahead.
really quick, Leo. 28. The video Jose was talking about is in chat right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you, AI. It's really funny because I knew Turquoise Dragon was actually the person who sent it to me. Forgot it was on his YouTube. I thought he sent it to me. So I was actually looking through our old messages because I know he sent it to me like years ago.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's the video. I don't know if you've seen it either, Deuce, but that video is pretty interesting. Like how he pretty much replicates what we observe with the cupola.
Yeah, no, I find like this topic I find extremely fascinating for some reason, because this is actually like, yeah, no, this like is really really cool. And definitely with the corpuscular rays, I think I said that right, or
Yeah,
that
you said
makes
that
a
right.
lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense, because you do see that, and that makes sense with our perspective, and like that would also make sense with the stars. And then if we are under a dome, that would make sense if, like, wherever you are in the south, you would still be seeing the same sort of thing, because it's sort of diverging in with your perspective. And yeah, no, that was like Yeah, no, that really helps a
How
lot.
could it make sense with the globe, third rock from the sun, traveling around the Milky Way galaxy? I mean,
Exactly. That was another thing. Is like a big question is like how all the stars are in the same position and like we're traveling in like how many different directions like at the same time with the tilt and like
I mean,
yeah.
it's good to hear that you have a
depending on who
question
you
about
talk
this. Everyone continue. But I'll shut up.
4 to 5 depending on who you talk to. And really quick with the oh god, never mind. I forgot. I lost my train of thought.
No, sure. I mean, we have most people on Earth live in the northern hemisphere, but we do have a lot of people that we communicate with in the southern hemisphere, and they don't experience the same thing as if they're on the
Oh yeah,
bottom of the ball, spinning around.
I remember now that Helios started talking. Um, so you would agree that gas pressure needs a container, right? Or gas needs a container in order to have pressure, correct? 28.
Oh yeah.
So we can only speculate what that container is. And we can only speculate that the stars are outside of the container, right?
Yeah, I mean it's really hard to tell, I guess.
Yeah, it would be hard to tell, but possibly if they're outside of the container, then we're looking through something besides the atmosphere. Because obviously we're looking through the atmosphere. And the atmosphere can work as a lens as well. But if we're looking through two lenses, that would explain both the what Turquoise Dragon's video is showing here and rainbows. Because in order to have rainbows, you need 2 points of refraction. You can't just get a rainbow from having 1 point of refraction. So water going through a raindrop won't create on its own a rainbow. Like you try making a rainbow inside of a building with 1 point of light, it's not going to work. The light has to already be refracted once in order for you to get a rainbow from a raindrop.
Very, very similar to a prism, right?
Yeah.
You would need a mirror too indoors.
Yeah,
Just to
yeah,
make that.
that's what I'm saying is you need already you have to start off with 1 point of refraction, so a mirror or something to divert the angle of the light in order for a single raindrop to make a rainbow. It can't just work off of one raindrop or with however many raindrops you want and a single source of light. You actually need that to be refracted once before. So rainbows are an obvious, or rainbows show us that the light that we're looking at has already been refracted once. So we're looking through a lens of some sort. And that gas pressure that's being held in is being held in by something, or else we wouldn't have any gas pressure at all.
Right now, you brought up rainbows. I also started thinking about sundogs. Sundogs are really interesting too. I don't confirm to know how they're made, but they're really they give you a lot of food for thought when you look at the shapes of them and the look like. It usually looks like there's some type of reflection in a pattern always to make a sundog. It's really interesting.
Everything in the sky is interesting. Well, once you let go of the bullshit, that you realize the sky is insane, and insanity is fucking beautiful.
Yeah, the world around you, period, is just amazing.
Yeah, definitely. But
like go walking in a forest, and your jaw will drop when you realize that this was an intention.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
What would you guys say about like the Northern Lights then? Because like I've seen the Northern Light. And
I think the Northern Lights are very okay. So I've always had this theory that, not always, for a long time, and I've espoused it here, and it's only been confirmed through actual scientific endeavors. But I've always had this theory that the sun is actually an anode, the ground being a cathode, and all of the energy in our world is flowing from the sun or from that source of energy to the ground, and then cyclical, it goes back around. So what you're seeing with the ionized gas in the North Pole, which if you have an ionized gas, it magnifies when you get it around a magnetic source. So you can really brighten up a neon sign if you put a magnet next to it. You can also like move it around and stuff, but you're at the source of magnetism at that North Pole. So the greater the ionization, the more magnetism you're adding to the situation, the more you're going to get in that ionized gas of those noble gases such as helium, argon, neon, stuff like that.
Okay, would it sort of work like a Tesla coil, but like in a grander scale?
In a sense, yeah. I mean, as you go up in the atmosphere, like what is it? Every foot is it like a 1,000 volts or 100 volts? I can't remember exactly, but like there's a lot of potential energy as you go up into the atmosphere. That's just it's all flowing to ground.
It's 100 volts per meter.
100 volts per meter. Thank you.
Really?
So
I
like
didn't know.
all of that energy is just like whizzing around up there. I mean, it's a lot. It's enough to make energy we can't conceive of, such as lightning bolts.
Okay.
Tell me if I'm wrong, though. I mean, didn't Tesla like concentrate some of the energy with some of the tools he made, and then
He was amplifying the modulation. He was amplifying the wavelength. So like he was making it.
there was no electrical power. I mean, probably.
Oh, you're talking about the
It's
one
pulling energy from the air. You know, when he built the Tesla tower.
That's that one specific situation. I forget what that tower is called, but yeah, he wasn't pulling it.
Tesla tower.
No, it was called
Wardenclyffe.
Are you guys talking about the light bulb in the ground?
Wardenclyffe, yes, from Wardenclyffe specifically.
Yeah.
He wasn't pulling. He was generating the energy and modulating it and tuning it to be pulled from anywhere from a diffuse source such as the ground.
So I know one way to do that in your backyard. You get the same kind of metals. There's two different metals in a battery, right? Because they have two different, let's say, flowing capability. So what you do is you put them right next to each other, just like a battery, and then you add water, and then that'll give you like 2 volts. But by the time you repeat the series and you go up to like 12 volts or 6 batteries, it has diminishing returns, but it should be enough to light a light bulb off of. But yeah, he didn't just like screw it into the ground, I don't think. As far as I know, he must have been making.
We only know stories of what he did, and he was shut down because of what he was doing.
Right. So if you were to want to look this up, it's called ground battery or ground generator.
Or earth battery.
Yep.
I think the government. Well, I don't. I'm not going to give it mine. Yeah, this Wardenclyffe Tower that he built in New York. Yeah, I'm reading.
But yeah, bringing it back. Magnetism generally will bring diffuse energy into points. Like it's a great way to condense energy. So if you're going to the North Pole, you're going to get the aurora borealis. How the southern lights work, even if they exist, I have no earthly idea. They tell me they exist, but I don't believe them because I don't think they can.
You know what their story about the aurora borealis is? It's because of the ionized gas that's or not gas. I don't know how they could travel from the sun, but whatever. That's why we see the aurora borealis, is because they're passing over the stupid.
Well, that's another one of those things to where they said he was crazy. You know, when he said, I forget who said it first. But he was saying like, this is electronic, not electronic. This is like you said. I forget how you said it, but yeah, like all of his colleagues and everybody, they said he was like crazy and he didn't know what he was talking about. And nowadays, it's pretty much accepted science.
What were you saying, 28?
Oh, you were mentioning how like you don't believe them talking about in the southern hemisphere, and like, well, they also mentioned the 24-hour sun, but like that's
Yeah.
sort of been like
And
debunked, right?
every video we've seen has been a lie. None of it even holds true to the slimmest of scrutiny.
It's one thing to say there's a 24-hour sun, and one thing to say 24-hour daylight. Those are two completely different things, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I think they would only have 24 hours of daylight for maybe 3 weeks to a month. It wouldn't be like the North Pole where they've got like a good, 3 months of daylight.
It's crazy when you think about it, because in Antarctica, like I like to think of colors, right? It's there's a lot of ice, a lot of white, and white is one of the most. It's like the most reflective, right, of the colors. Like if you were to go outside during a hot sun day, you're not going to wear black. You're going to wear like white or like colors that are less absorbent to the sun's rays. And if you think about it, in Antarctica, like it's like the most reflective place. So what do you think happens with light reflecting everywhere? Like I could kind of see how there could be daylight over there if like light constantly reflecting, bouncing around.
Yeah. Antarctica never thaws, but the North Pole does.
Right. I was just watching a video about how like they like launch all their balloons in Antarctica, and like he was like going through a declassified military kind of thing, and just talking about all the satellites being launched with the balloons, and how the guy was like in an interview talking about like using his plane to like capture the balloons before they would hit the ground kind of thing. It was on the True, I think it was like the Truman or something, or I don't know if you've ever watched his YouTube.
Hey, if you have some information you want to share with us, you can message one of the moderators here, or admin.
Why?
No, it was in the satellites channel in the video.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we have a lot of information, but I mean, it'd be interesting if you just say what you're talking about. Even though I already know what you're talking about. Sorry if I'm being redundant. My bad.
Rude is more like it.
Well, your mama's rude too. I don't even know who she is, but
she is from New York.
She's
really quick,
probably a really nice lady. I'm just being a dick.
You done talking about my mom?
Yes.
He's from the ghetto.
Yeah, I'm from the ghetto. So
hey, really quick, I'm gonna give 28 a flat earther, if you don't mind.
He does
Jose.
sound like a flat earther.
I'm asking Jose.
There is a flatter beginner role. Flatter beginner.
I don't think he's a beginner. I'm gonna give him flat earther, Jose. Is that cool?
No.
No, other Jose.
Well, you said Jose. I'm replying.
The other Jose.
Rodriguez, not Gomez.
What about Flat Earth Truth? I think we should give him the Flat Earth Truth role.
Hey, Sasha, I was asking for you earlier. Have you ever spoken to Dio's Vault?
Shit, that's weird.
I don't think so.
Oh, go right ahead.
How's it going, bud?
Matthew's obsessed.
Oh, hello, sir.
What are you doing?
Just talking on Discord.
I mean, that's obvious. So, why do you come here?
Because I'm a truth seeker.
Truth seeker. What truth do you seek?
Flat Earth truth.
Flat Earth truth. And what truth have you found?
Globe Earth truth.
In what form?
NASA imagery.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think he said NASA eventually.
No, NASA imagery.
NASA imagery. Okay. So, have you ever seen a movie?
Yes.
Did you think it was real?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that the government has your best interests at heart?
On some things and other things, no.
Like what? Give me one thing that you think the government has your best interests at heart.
They don't want me to die.
Why do you think they don't want you to die?
Because they want to have a strong economy, and if their citizens are dying, they can't have an economy.
Okay, well that's an opinion. It's incorrect, but it's an opinion. Really quick. So, can you be lied to?
Probably.
Have you been fooled before?
I don't really get this line of questioning. Like,
Have you
Do
been
you
fooled
feel
before?
like you're letting? Listen, we all have
Helio,
to go through this.
Helio, I got. Let me focus.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brother. I'll shut up.
Have you been fooled before? Yes or no?
Small things, I guess.
Small things. Have you ever been fooled on a big thing that you found out, oh my God, I was lied to?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. So you haven't discovered that you've been lied to on a big thing.
Does he believe
But
in
you know,
Santa Claus?
hang on. Let's not. I'm not trying to talk down to him, for fuck's sakes. So, Sasha, can you show me one image from NASA that you believe to be accurate, true, and real? To be a depiction of what you believe reality to be? Just one.
Well, I think the blue marble's pretty good depiction of
I
it.
didn't ask for a model. I said an image, a depiction of some sort. Just
I
one.
mean, yeah, the blue marble's a depiction of Earth. I think it's pretty.
The blue marble? Do you have posting?
Robert Simmons.
Yeah, I know.
Blue Marble.
I know. Do you have a picture that you can post?
Favorite picture of Earth?
Okay. So this was created in composite in Photoshop. Do you agree with that, Sasha?
Not sure. I mean, regardless of if it's photoshopped or not,
No. That's not what I said. I said, do you agree that this was created from a composite in Photoshop?
No.
You don't. Well, the person who created it,
Matthew Learns just posted a proof that it wasn't photoshopped.
Sasha, the person who created it from composite in Photoshop says that it was. His name was Robert Simmons, as Jose rightly pointed out.
Okay. I mean, even if they edited a bunch of images together, I still think it's an accurate depiction.
That's what creating an image from composite means. This is.
I mean,
Are you?
an image that's accurate depiction of reality? Like, even if it's photoshopped, I still think it's accurate.
Why? If they admit to you that they created it from composite, in Photoshop from data points, not even other images, from data points, that this is a composite image from data points created in Photoshop. Why? What makes you believe that that is an accurate depiction of reality? I didn't say it is reality, an accurate depiction of reality. What makes you believe that?
Because I have confidence in science and technology.
And we'll go back to my original question. Can you be lied to?
I mean, yes, but I mean, the world would just be
Have you
absurd if
checked the
everyone's just lying to each
you
other.
already answered the question with yes. Have you checked the veracity of what you believe in, or are you taking it on faith?
I guess I'm taking it on faith because I've never been to space.
Okay, that's fine. Let's leave it there. You're taking it on faith. Now, why on earth would you take anything about the nature of your reality on faith and not check the veracity of what you're being told?
Well, I mean, eventually you're gonna have to trust someone if you're trying to build a worldview. Otherwise, your worldview would be really, really simple. So, I guess I just trust NASA.
That's
I
a
mean, you
very
can't
simple
you can't
worldview.
fact check every single thing. You just have to accept some of human knowledge at some point.
But you have to have the ability
That's it.
to introspectively locate yourself and then discard things you formerly regarded as fact once you realize they're not true. So it's not just a solid process. You have to be flexible. So you can trust someone, but once they disprove themselves as trustworthy, then you have to learn how to discard them and what they told you.
Even if you trust them, you should still check the veracity of what you're being told. There's no good reason, Sasha. There's no good reason to believe anyone, including me, on the nature of your reality. You should be able to check it with scientific rigor and recheck it again and again and always come up with the same answer. It should be simple. It should be easy to do because all reality is easily checked against the scientific method. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Right? Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm going to give you a project. What's that?
What's the project entail?
Entails you going outside. Are you capable?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, so what I'm going to link you here is a curvature calculator. I want you to go outside, get above your natural surroundings, whatever it be, trees, hills, get above them, buildings, somehow, so that you can see the horizon. Find a landmark off on the horizon. I want you to calculate the distance between you and that landmark using Google Maps on your phone, whatever, and find your find your height topographically from sea level. From there, I want you to calculate on whether or not you should be seeing what you're seeing on the horizon. It should be very simple to do. Should there be a wall or a hill of earth between you and that object or not? It's very simple. You can go out and check. Don't believe an idiot on the internet, which is me at this point, or some idiot who has been told a lie their whole lives, like your teachers, or somebody who is paid to lie to you, like the government. I want you to go and look. That's all. Does that seem reasonable, Sasha?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Until you do that, we're done.
Okay.
Good enough. Thank you for playing.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I just want to add, man. Like, it's kind of funny that you said you came here looking for flat Earth truth, and you said that what you found was globe Earth truth. And when asked how you found that, you said imagery, right? Um, that you don't feel like that kind of sucks. That's where you have to go for your whole world paradigm is to an institution like NASA to give you what your reality is. I mean, you notice how Zeus told you to go outside. I'm sure you've been in here enough to hear most of us flat earthers tell everyone who comes in here, go out and check it yourself, right? Yeah, we can give you images, we can give you pictures and videos and all types of stuff of outside, but we also tell you go outside, right? As opposed to the
I
other
mean,
guys who
yeah.
tell you, yeah, as opposed to the other guys who tell you, hey, look, you got to trust us.
Listen
Look,
and believe.
yeah, I got
I
a
mean, I
cool
go to
picture.
other institutions for like other truths, so I mean, I don't necessarily
Yeah,
hate
but
depending on an institution.
the one you pulled up or the one you referenced was NASA's blue marble, right?
Something you can't verify the veracity of. It's
Yeah,
unfalsifiable to you.
something you've never ever in your life have experienced, except for where you just saw
I
it in
mean,
an
I think
image.
the globe Earth is pretty intuitive, so I mean,
Where,
I'm not too skeptical of
where,
the globe Earth.
where is it? Where is it intuitive though? Like, where in
I mean, it's
reality
intuitive in like
is globe
every
just
sense. Like the circles or globes, like the most simple 3D shape. It's what gravity would form naturally if gravity's real.
simple?
Actually, the Earth's only a globe because of how space time works. So essentially, the
Oh,
fourth dimension is
Not,
how
not
Earth's curvature is.
Okay,
You know.
because
Selena Gomez.
gravity is omnidirectional, so it's
Selena, hang on. Let me address
straight
Selena Gomez really quick.
in the center.
Hang on, Slasher.
Yeah.
Calm your tits. Selena Gomez. Exactly. Show me a. Okay, both space and time are concepts, correct?
Yeah. I mean, they're dimensions, but yeah.
No, they're not dimensions. They're concepts.
All right, sure.
You can call a concept a dimension if you want. That's still just a concept, right?
All right, yeah.
So when you invoke something called space-time, you're reifying both the concept of space and time, which they don't comport to reality. They are simple concepts to understand reality, but not reality in and of itself. Even scientists now, right now, are talking about the death of space-time because it does not hold true in most calculations in which they're doing. You can
But
look
that's
it
not
up.
true though.
No,
There's literally
it is
no.
actually
Wait,
true.
can I talk? Can I talk for a second?
No, because you're
Be-
going to say something stupid, and I'm trying to save you.
no, but now you're just assuming that I'm gonna say something stupid. Like I'm
Okay,
using
go ahead.
actual scientific papers. There are like 3 or 4 like different papers from PhDs saying how they were able to see the back of the light from a black hole. So that essentially just proves that space time, that like the black holes are able to curve space time because we were able to see it from the back, even though we were looking at it from the front. Yeah. So wait, what were you gonna say?
No, none of that is actually verifiable, and it's not falsifiable by you or I. So, I mean, you can sit there and tell me any fairy tale you want. It doesn't make it true.
So something else you can never verify for yourself.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the theory of special relativity proves space-time. Like,
No, space time is dead. In science, space time is already dead. You guys are about 10 years behind of actual academic science right now. You guys are talking about something that has gone about beyond the wayside.
But
It's
then,
no longer even it's no longer talked about as a serious thing. It's talked
Not
about how
really.
wrong they were.
okay, is
Well,
there like an
it's
experiment
it's
that
the
just proves it or something? Like, why?
There's
My
never been
rule
an
of thumb is that
experiment to
space-time is
prove
real.
it, much less to disprove it. You have to
no,
have an
it's the
experiment to
other way
prove it.
around. It's the other way around. Special relativity introduces the concept of space-time, and there are many tests of special relativity.
Yeah, show me one.
Sure, I mean we could look them up. Yeah.
Look it up then.
yeah, give me a second.
Hey, Sasha, why are you on another server talking about flat Earth as if it's a real thing?
What server is that?
It is, let's see, Flat Earth Reality. I've got you here
Yeah, they gave me the flat earther role.
at 5:30:22. You saying two words, black swan. It disproves the radius of the globe Earth. And then you say, so you admit there's no spinning ball in space. I've got receipts, bud.
That's weird as fuck, Sasha.
Don't you find that embarrassing? Would you like me to expose you?
Well, sir, you realize people can change their opinion, right?
Oh, so but you're writing two sides of the fence at the same
Hang
time.
on. So your opinion 14 days ago has changed? So much so that your reality has changed?
Was diagnosed with
Sasha?
multiple.
Sasha, is that true? Your opinion has changed so vastly that your reality has changed in 14 days? You went from a flat earther to a
Sir, I
globe
was
earther in 14
diagnosed
days?
with dissociative personality disorder. All right, sorry.
Yeah, I would say you do have dissociative personality disorder, or you're just a fucking liar and a piece of shit. Disgraceful.
Maybe he likes arguing. I think
Yeah,
Shut up, Matthew. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, Matthew. Fucking
We don't
simp.
like it when
It's
people
not that big
pretend to
of a
be flat
deal.
earthers. Hold on.
It's a
We
debate.
don't like it.
Sir.
Hold
you guys
on.
realize you take the other
Hold
position.
on.
Fuck up, Sasha. Go ahead,
Shut up.
Larry.
I don't like it when people pretend to be flat earthers. That's what the Flat Earth Society is doing, right? I mean, you might as well be a Jesuit. If you're going to pretend to be a follower of something just so you can infiltrate the room and blow it up, I mean, that's like the shittiest thing you could actually do. If you don't like people who are searching for Sasquatch or Bigfoot, just leave them alone. Why do you got to be in there fucking with the shit? Why do you got to be infiltrating and taking notes?
Yeah,
And gathering all this data.
Why don't you go to the Bigfooters instead?
That's because we cause feelings. That's why. Because all they've experienced all their life is a flat stationary plane. Now they're wondering, why the hell do these people accept that?
I have a question.
And don't accept the story that I've been told all my life, the little fairy tale that I live on a magical ball spinning around
Guys, I
with
have a
water
question.
sticking to the
Yeah,
outside.
you might want to wait until the other person's done speaking.
Go ahead, Chocolate.
Nah, I'm done.
Yeah, you're
Good at
right
this
though.
question.
I mean, I like that line of thinking though, because you've only experienced a flat stationary Earth your whole entire life, and now you're questioning people who just accept like reality as it is.
Yeah, and then you want to ask us for evidence of that? Go outside.
That's it.
Stop
Go
looking at your
outside.
fucking computers, right? And your video games and your movies, right? Go outside and experience it.
And your medicine cabinet. Yeah, get away.
Okay, guys, really quick. I'm going to address Matthew here. Matthew, do you have something to add besides fucking white knighting for a piece of shit?
We were speculating about why he was.
I wasn't speculating a fucking thing, bud.
I was adding just a little bit to the conversation.
You
I'm
were
sorry.
concerned trolling.
No, I was not.
Like a piece of crap.
Yes, you were. You think you have cloaking or something? What is wrong with these people?
What do you add to the conversation when all you do is regurgitate
How
the same
dare
story
you? How
we
dare
all
you come
heard?
in here and give us a hard time?
We were
Yeah, do you think?
5.
Do you think we don't see through you? Like you think we're just that oblivious? It's
Yeah,
insulting, Matthew.
yes. Anyway, there should be a new rule. You can't pretend that you're just giving the best globe answers to escape from liability for your fucking words that come out of your mouth. It's stupid. Like,
Why does the globe need representatives? I
Yeah,
don't get it.
claiming to
So
be.
what are you doing? Are you reading us a story? You're regurgitating the same story we all heard since we were 5, and you want to just tell it to us again?
Yeah,
Like we didn't hear it the first time and the thousandth time. And I mean, especially, I mean, Matthew, come on, you've been here for a long time. You've already claimed that you just believe everything in the narrative. So why do you? I don't know. I don't get your angle.
This moment of
What
silence to say, it was nice talking to all you guys. I'm gonna head off real quick. You guys take care, all
If
right?
you, hey, if you keep it up, I'll mute you too, Jose.
All right, all right. Hey,
All right, my dude.
I'll see you on Friday, all right?
All right, see you on
All right,
Friday.
take care.
Later, Jose.
Thank you.
Hilarious. Like shit. What a shit show the globe is. All these little globe.
Speaking of roles, how does one get the image embed role?
Well,
By
that
not
one's
asking.
probably the only one you could ask for. So you might be.
Okay. So do you have like? I'm formally asking for the image embed role. Does that suffice?
I'm curious what you want to show us.
Well, I mean, just before I get into any kind of discussion where I want to show whatever a video or an image or embed a link or something, it's beneficial to have that role.
I'm sure Deuce Vault is going to be cooperative if you just ask.
What? I don't know anything about this. I wasn't paying attention.
No, I can't be responsible for it. He wants image perms. I don't know you well enough personally, but maybe someone else does. I mean,
Why would I give you image perms? Give me a reason.
Well, as I just said, in the middle of a discussion when you want to like post an image or a link, embed something, it's good to have that role beforehand, like not in the middle of the discussion.
for now, you might want to just get somebody's on somebody's good side, but just offering it or asking if you could DM it to somebody first, and then we'll get to trust you.
Hang on, I'm looking for it. He's already been given 2 roles. I don't see a reason not to. And he asked politely.
Yeah.
What is he going to own us with the fucking globe globe fucking image?
The globe meme is going to destroy the server with one globe meme.
I'm gonna
Oh my
post,
God.
Yeah, I'm gonna post the blue marble. You've probably
Oh,
never
no,
seen that picture.
Never seen it before in my life.
What is
I'm
that?
shocked when I see it. It's always like it's the first time.
When I used to play marbles, I think I had one of those blue marbles.
Dude, I cannot find fucking image perms, and nothing is fucking. There's so many roles. Oh, I hate this. I'll just give moderator. Fuck it.
Marbles, those would be gnarly in a slingshot. Wrist rocket.
Hey, just ask Hiomar about the conversation at hand. The globe flat stuff. So maybe he's gonna say, "Hey, I want to post this proof about the globe. So can I get perms?"
Yes, he should be able to get perms for that. Why not?
It's going to provide evidence of the globe.
I found it. Okay. You've got it, bud. I don't speak French, but you're welcome.
Cool. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup.
Dude, don't say that kind of shit. It's racist.
Hey, what do you make fun of my heritage for? I smack you upside the head.
Why do you sound German?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's what we do.
We kind of mixed up here. Voila.
Who's the frog in here? Who speaks
Nobody. Let's leave him alone.
Yeah, let's
It's-
forget about that.
we don't need to be mean to
Keep on
somebody.
going.
I don't need to be talking about frogginess.
Mais pourquoi
Hey,
il a ce drapeau?
Hey,
What?
Jemsy, how do you ban somebody?
You click in their name. You
That's it.
scroll
That's all I
down.
gotta do. I don't have to
No,
fucking hack and slash and okay, fine, fuck it.
just
how
find
rude he was
the you know where the disconnect button is or mute and mute. Below that, there's
Yeah,
there's
I
like a red
get it.
a
I
red
get it. I
there's
get it. I
like a
thought there
red
was
hammer, like a red
I
hammer
get it.
from
I
the
thought there was something else that I
Soviet
had to do.
Russia. There's a red hammer from Soviet Russia, and you click that BAN, and then you
That ain't
click that, and that might help you.
Okay, thank you.
no.
It's Putin's banhammer.
The
Yeah.
ban hammer.
I was gonna leave him alone until he started fucking giving out his NFTs.
You banned Sasha.
Yeah.
All right. He was gonna sell his NFTs before you banned him, but now he won't be able to sell any.
I think we had enough evidence with what I posted.
You mean
to ban
Sasha
him.
2.0, right?
Yeah.
Okay, not like the other Sasha. Like
No, I wouldn't ban the real Sasha.
No, don't ban his dad.
The band sickle.
Wait, did he have a blue marble NFT? I might buy that for like 2 pence.
Blue marble NFT. Fuck that guy. Can't stand people like that. I actually sat there and wasted fucking time on that kid. You all heard me waste time on him.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
that dude's
yeah, and
awesome.
I wasted like 2 minutes or so. Now I
You
feel
know
like,
what?
the fuck?
I brought it up because I remember earlier I was asking Sasha, where are you? Sasha 2.0, and he didn't answer. Then he opened his mind. I was like, Sasha, I've been asking for you. Have you spoken to Deuce Vault? And it was good. Well done.
I wish it was well done, but I feel like I was taken advantage of.
Oh no. Don't feel like that.
I'm crying.
Anyway, your feelings are a fallacy anyway, so yeah.
How could that take advantage of anything ever?
He wasted my time. Wasted my breath. Wasted my good intentions.
Yeah, but like someone has to take out the trash, right?
Yeah.
I guess I'm the fucking garbage guy then.
That's you, dude. You're the mod, so you have to do it.
Remember
Oh,
earlier
because
you
I
said you were
am the boss, I gotta take care of the trash. Who's
exactly.
fucking
You're the
cooking
boss.
dinner
Yeah.
tonight?
You're the last one to leave the building. Take the trash, bro.
Yeah, it had to be done. May have been messy, but whatever got the job done.
Hell, he'll find his way back.
Now we just got to get a janitor to scrape what's remaining of him off the floor and the walls.
Unless
I
Deuce
wish.
put him in a permaban, then there's nothing to be done.
Oh, he's just
It's
in Cogdis?
No, he's 7 days.
Oh, okay.
I like how Deuce was trying to save him from saying something stupid, and then he immediately says something stupid.
The way to do that is to mute him.
I did, but then he was trying to fucking shell his NFTs and fucking live stream voice text.
Yeah, some people are just... It's like beating a dead horse.
Hey, ignorant space crab. Ignorant
What
space
seems
crab.
to be the problem, sir?
Oh, I don't have a problem. Do you have a problem?
No. Oh well. Speaking of which, if it's possible, my nickname I'm not really happy with. Ignorance.
I got you, bro. I got you
As
on
you
that.
might imagine.
Yeah, I'll
He
fix it for you.
He give you soul rabies instead.
Is that your
Yeah,
name?
that sounds better.
Waymar.
Why were you being called an ignorant space crab?
I'm not
And
that
why
sure
do you
anymore.
have space aids?
Well, you've got to look in the server logs which mod assigned that role to me.
Okay.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
You don't want to tell me why?
Well,
Okay.
I wouldn't know. I've got no clue. I don't
Okay.
even know why I was called ignorant spacecraft. It was.
Okay.
I probably had a disagreement with somebody.
Were
and
you
the
were you
spacecraft
talking
name was
about
kind
space?
Perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, the
chances
last
are
time
I
you
did.
were here in February, like what was it? February, the end of it, you were kind of promoting the globe and saying that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, promoting. I was discussing it with some people here.
I see you have current thing in your bio, as in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you not believe in gay people? Why don't you have a gay pride Ukraine flag?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I mean, believe in gay people. Well, I mean, they certainly exist. So
It's Pride Month. You have current thing in your
Yeah.
bio. Why don't you have the current thing in your bio, which would be a gay or a pride Ukraine flag?
Are
there's
you a
not really
current thing denier?
there's not really a codex or anything. You're free to choose whatever you want to put in there. So
No, you're not.
oh, says who? I mean,
The globe.
Current thing. Did you not get your NPC
The
download?
cancel culture.
The masters
come
of
after
the
you,
current
bro.
thing.
You can't just virtue signal. You have to virtue signal hard as fuck, bro.
well, apparently I don't care that much for the current thing.
No, you do. You have Ukraine in your bio, and now you need a Ukraine pride flag. You need the current thing. Stop being a fucking bigot.
Well,
Yeah, you're just appropriating
I don't
Ukraine.
think
You're just appropriating their culture so you can look like the victim, so you can feel like a victim,
right?
so that you get moral self-satisfaction.
Are
Because you
you
have a valid
are you
existence.
serious?
Yeah.
You sound serious.
Oh man, too
Okay,
close to home, aren't they?
Why do you support Ukraine?
Because they are being invaded by Russia,
Error.
breaking international law. That's the
Shutting
simple
down.
explanation.
What is international law? Do we live under a one world government? Do we live in a one world government, or do we live in a world of nations?
Well, a world of nations that have agreed on certain rules, certain conventions.
Okay, and has France ever invaded anyone, such as Iraq or Libya?
Oh yeah.
Or
I mean,
okay.
Looking at history, many countries have invaded many other countries.
Especially
that doesn't make any of these
looking in recent history.
Yes.
Okay. Is Ukraine clean in this situation? Do you believe everything Ukraine is saying? Do you believe in the ghost of fucking Kiev? Do you believe in Snake Island? Do you believe in all the bullshit that's coming out of there? Or is it propaganda to get you to put a fucking Ukraine flag in your bio?
You have a lot of opinions in there already, but
no, I don't have any opinions. Is the ghost of Kiev real? Is Snake Island
I don't
real?
think so. I think Snake Island is to some extent real, yes. But that's not really the problem.
No,
I'm
the
perfectly
situation
aware
on Snake Island.
that it would be naive to believe that in a war there's not an information war on both sides going. And it would be naive to believe that there's propaganda only on one side.
What makes you think that Ukraine is the victim?
They are a sovereign country and they were invaded by Russia.
Why?
Well,
they made a
probably got
pact
to ask
that
the
they weren't
Kremlin
going to
why they
join.
invaded Ukraine.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you're not going to answer it correctly, I'll answer correctly. Because they made a pact back in the day that they were never ever going to join with the other states, the European Union, and
NATO or
because they
EU.
right, yeah, and
Well,
because they've been kind of like too friendly and being bashed by the West, Russia needs that buffer zone. So if Ukraine isn't going to cause the buffer zone that needs to be there, because anytime you have too much proximity, there's going to be conflict. So Russia is creating that buffer zone that Ukraine refused.
NATO specifically is aimed at just Russia, only Russia. And 3 weeks before the invasion, Joe Biden said we were going to induct the Ukraine into NATO. Correct?
I'm not aware of that specific statement.
1 week.
Do you have
1 week.
Do you have a reference for that?
Yeah. 1 week before Russia started invading, the Ukraine started bombing Donetsk.
Well, there was a war going on since 2014, so that's not really news that, aggressive acts happened on both sides, unless there was...
No, Donetsk is part of Ukraine. They were bombing their own citizens who happen to be Russian, ethnically Russian.
Well, yeah, a lot of ethnic Russians are living and were living in Ukraine for years. Yeah, that's nothing new.
My point is it was an act of war against Russia.
Why? Like how is like even if the Ukraine is bombing their own citizens or was bombing their own citizens, how is that an act of war against Russia?
You really don't know? Like, if we had some Texans in Mexico and our Texans got killed in Mexico, do you think we'd be happy about that? You think we'd send them like some yellow cake Ukrainian? Ukrainian. I can't do it.
I mean, we were talking about Ukrainian citizens, according to Dioswald. Although I'm not too sure about what specific acts he's referring to. Because, as I said, the civil war has been...
Here you go, bud. Right here.
2014.
Right here. On December 2021, from Reuters, Biden assures Zelensky that NATO membership is in Ukrainian hands.
Yep. Amid the Russians...
Hi, Steve!
Their forces on the Ukrainian borders.
What did I say?
So I can show you.
I said Joe Biden told the Ukraine that they were going to induct them into NATO. 3 weeks later, Russia invaded, correct? That's what I said.
That's
correct?
What you said, yes. Yes.
Okay. NATO is specifically aimed at Russia. No one else. Not China. Not anyone else. Not India.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. NATO is a generic, what do you say? An alliance.
I'm mistaken about the alliance that my country pays for. You think I'm mistaken?
Indeed.
It was
Hi,
created.
Steve.
You're mistaken.
Why do you keep on saying my name? What's wrong with you?
I didn't know that was your name. You fucking kidding me? That's your first name?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Wow.
Why do you keep on saying hi, Steve?
Hi, Steve. What's going on here?
There's I can't tell you why, but wow, that's weird.
It is weird.
Okay, well, my first name's Sean, so there you go. Now we're even.
Now we're on a first name fucking basis. Now we're best friends.
Everyone's on a first name basis with us now. Shit.
My first name was Matt.
Wow. Okay. I was just trying to be funny, just barking in with something funny, and that happened to be it. Alrighty. Anyway, as you were.
I thought you were just trying to call me out, and I wasn't gonna have it.
No.
Anyways.
But what a coincidence, kind of thing.
Hey,
Yeah.
Lafro, thanks for the obfuscation, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm really sorry. Go ahead with your Ukraine conversation, guys. That's pertinent.
My only thing is if you're going to have a fucking Ukraine flag in your bio, I tell you something about, the American president saying they're going to induct the Ukraine into NATO, and you're like, well, do you have any source for that? Yes, I posted you a source, Reuters. And you still try to obfuscate. NATO was created specifically for defense against Russia. It has never, ever, ever been intended for anything else. And to say so is disingenuous and most likely makes you a piece of shit to say otherwise.
There's
And
no
I
need
can back
for
you up with
trying
another
to
video.
help me, but let's
Sorry, I know
talk
you want
about
to
NATO.
respond.
Let's talk about NATO for a second. So yes, obviously, back in the Cold War era, NATO was installed specifically to as a defensive alliance against the threat that the Warsaw Pact nations were posing. So yes, that was the primary reason why NATO was.
It has never been used for anything other.
Because
it has
there was
never
no need
even
to.
been
There was no
talked.
need to, but,
It has
you know-
never been talked about use for anything other than that. So Russia's aggression towards that act, I'm saying, is at least justified in that sense. There is no good guy here. Putting a Ukraine flag in your bio only means that you're a bigot for not having a Pride Ukraine flag in your bio now. I'm saying
Come on,
you
dude,
are.
you don't.
No,
I'm
no,
guessing you don't
no,
even
no,
support either of these, do you?
No, why would I?
No, we
Why
don't
would-
Yeah,
support
see,
war.
so why would you want me to have those in my bio?
We don't
Because
support war.
you support something you don't even know about.
That's
you're-
not true. We didn't
It
even
is true.
talk about most of the parts.
You've just revealed that you didn't understand even the basic facts of the situation. You weren't even aware of the basic premise of the situation.
I am aware of the basic premise. And I think you're not
You're
aware
clearly
of
not.
Russia. Like, if you say
You're
that
just-
there's no good guy here,
You're just
then, I mean,
following what the media tells you because it makes you feel like a good guy.
You're a virtue signaler.
that's not
Yeah,
true.
you're virtue signaling.
That's it.
You have a lot of assumptions in that. Just because I have this flag in my bio.
There's nothing to assume. You don't understand any of the situation. You're just putting
Are
this
you
flag up.
Ukrainian? Are you
I'm not
Ukrainian?
I'm not Ukrainian, no.
So
you're
fuck off
appropriating
then.
their culture.
So what? Am I not allowed to care about other nations? Because a war
You
is
don't
basically
care.
happening just in
Don't
front
care.
of
It's
my
purely
doorstep.
for self-serving ego.
Hey, why don't you
care.
have the Kenya flag? You know, people die in Kenya.
Or Palestine, the IDF murders
Okay,
children.
so I want to point out something that shows intent. If I could get just 2 minutes. So I got a video of the current president back in the 90s before he was president. So this is Joe Biden, like in 1998, said that if we keep inducting these Baltic states, it's going to cause a war in Ukraine. So he's known that if we keep taking these Baltic states around Russia, in between Europe and Russia, that it's going to cause conflict. So for him to invite Ukraine in was basically beating the war drums.
Well, it's not as easy. You know, the whole conflict has a long history that basically started when the
But you don't
Soviet Union
understand
collapsed
any part.
back in 1991.
Yeah.
No,
you
it
have
started
no
before
idea.
that. It started before that, bud. You don't even know what you're talking about. It started well
then
before the
then
collapse.
elaborate.
No,
What do
we're
you
talking
think?
about this. My point has been made. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're simply virtue signaling.
Well, then
That was my
you
only
can't
point.
keep claiming that I don't know what I'm talking about.
You're just jumping on
No,
the
no.
next bandwagon.
I've
You're just
pointed it
jumping.
out. I've proved that you don't know what you're talking about, and we're done with this. We're moving on.
You posted a source for your Biden
Yeah,
statement.
he posted a source for his claim.
But sure.
How
yeah.
crazy is that?
That you had no idea about, and you demanded a source.
It's interesting
You demanded
that
a source, right?
basically
You wanted a source for
basically all
what, from
the-
her claim, correct? Because you didn't know about it?
yes, I didn't know about this concrete claim. I knew about the general stance
Which
of
is
of
the
NATO
impetus
and
of
the Western
war.
countries.
It is the impetus of the war.
No, it's not. It definitely is not. Did you know that
You have a
Russia
source
had
for
been
that?
building troops on the borders of Ukraine since months? That
is that what
statement wasn't
BuzzFeed told you?
random, you know.
Is that what BuzzFeed told you? So you're the good guys. It's just like Marvel, right? It's like your Marvel Endgame, right?
No. I would definitely
You're
agree
the
to the
good guy.
statement that there isn't really a good
You're
guy
on the
here.
good guys. You're not just a parasitic, like
For,
morally self-satisfied, self-masturbator, are you?
Ukraine,
You're on the good
for
guys.
the West, is at best a
You're on
proxy
the good
war.
guys, right? You're a winner. You
Well,
just
this is
depend
rich
the
and
next thing.
compelling. Can we talk about the Earth again, please? Thanks.
Ukraine is on Earth.
But it's
You
interesting to hear
can change the
that
topic.
many.
How's that sound?
Yeah, I've heard many, what should I say, U.S. citizens that do
Nope.
not support.
Once again, we should change the topic. Thank you so
media.
much. If we could.
They
Earth
support
measures flat.
Russia.
What say you? Not Russia either. We're going to talk about the whole Earth.
Hey, Glassblower, if you don't stop, you're so.
Can't understand you, bud.
Can't wait to hear more roboting, Gemsy. Okay, so anyway, Earth measures flat, detects stationary, if you will, and there's gas pressure. The word pressure means to press upon something. So there's a container, walls of a container. Those are the 3 points. If you think you can refute them, that's adorable, but also we're here for you if you want to learn some stuff.
You hear that, virtue signaler?
If you're talking to me, then I would appreciate if you
Yes.
use
Sorry,
my
I
name.
meant to say parasitic, egotistical virtue signaler.
Did you know
Mortal
that the globe,
self-masturbator.
touting the globe stuff is also virtue signaling, technically?
I have no problem with blocking you, Sleepy Joe. Like if
Do you
if that's
think,
what you
do you
keep
think
doing,
I
then
honestly give a shit what a
Children, the finger paints are in a different server.
fucking virtue signaler like you thinks? Worthless cultist.
Oh, is that what it is? To tell you
okay,
honestly,
Cry
good.
yourself all you want.
Right. So Glad Float, which point do you want to discuss? Like of your 3 talking points.
I bet this guy doesn't know the difference between inductive and deductive reasoning and the scientific method. I'm sure he doesn't know about Karl Popper.
I'm sure he doesn't know a lot of things.
So nobody spoke up, so I guess I'll do it. So the guy with the Ukrainian flag, I don't know your name. I don't really have an opinion about the whole Ukraine thing, so I would like to talk to you about science. Do you like science, bro?
Yeah, I do. And
So,
my name is Hoymar.
I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce it. Say it again.
Hoymar.
Holyamar.
Hoymar. Yes.
Okay, I'll do my best. So Holimar, so do you know the 3 things that is required in an experiment? What are the 3 necessary components of a scientific experiment when dealing with natural science? Do you know?
As far as I know, you need a hypothesis and you need a dependent and an independent variable. Is that what
Well, you
were
left out the
looking for?
control variables. You left out the control variables, which makes it really difficult to conduct science if you don't control all the other variables. So let me give you an example. Let's say your grandmother's car won't start, right? So you don't change the spark plugs, the brake pads, the tires, the starter, and the alternator, right? That would be really inefficient way to diagnose and actually get to the problem. So what you would actually do is you would run a series of tests to manipulate one thing at a time, right? So if it wouldn't start, let's try the battery. Okay, the battery's good. Let's try the starter. Like, oh, it's not starting. Okay, let's replace the starter. And now it starts. So because you have control variables and you didn't change 5 things at once, you know for certain that it was a starter.
That was the battery.
Yep.
Well, it could have been the battery, but I wanted to make sure that he got that, you do one thing and then you try the next thing and you keep trying shit until something finally works.
Then you changed the battery and it worked.
Right.
So was the battery.
Okay, good. It was the battery. Got it.
It doesn't sound like these were the 3 things you were looking for. Or what was
Yeah,
it?
I was looking for dependent, independent, and control variables.
Okay, so
You heard that before?
no, I've heard all of those before, yes, but no hypothesis? That kind of...
Well, that is your hypothesis. I said, what are the 3 things that you need? And you said the hypothesis, which is one thing. And then you said independent and dependent variables, which is 2 things that you already mentioned. But you forgot the control variable.
Yeah, well, I mean,
right?
if you're limiting me to 3 things. But yes, definitely.
Well, do you need more when conducting science? What else do you need other than the independent, dependent control variables?
Doesn't that make 4 things?
Independent, dependent control variables.
Yeah, but you don't know why you're
That's 3.
manipulating your variables when you don't have a hypothesis, or not.
Okay, so your independent variable is the thing that you manipulate that you suppose is the cause. So your dependent variable is a naturally observed phenomenon, right? So that's your hypothesis. And the control variable is every other variable that you can think of that doesn't need to change while you're changing your independent variable off and on, 1 and 0.
Oh, right. So basically, you're containing the hypothesis in the dependent variable.
Well, the independent variable, the control variable, and the dependent variable, I think I said all 3, are in the hypothesis. Right? You think this causes that. That's my hypothesis.
Yes.
So then you've got to figure out what's some other things that I don't want to change until I've debunked this hypothesis or validated the hypothesis. So once you validate it, you're done, right? As far as solving the problem. So when it comes to cosmology, is there any science involved in cosmology, astronomy, or theoretical astrophysics? You'll talk about natural science.
First of all, these are wildly different fields, but this is where we need to differentiate between experimental science, which we just talked about, or observational science, which astronomy largely consists of.
Okay. Observational science. Now, you can't trust your eyes, right?
Yep.
So you could be looking at something and it could not actually be what you're looking at, or you might misinterpret it, or there might be an optical illusion, or there might be gravitational lensing because there's black holes. Right? You might think you have a girlfriend, but it was just gravitational lensing. That's actually someone else's girlfriend. Right?
Right.
Not you personally, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I get it.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
the possibility definitely exists. Yeah, you will never get as concise results as with experimental science.
Right. So the whole observational science, I don't know if that's very good because Glovers can't trust their eyes. So if you can't trust your eyes, the whole thing about observational science kind of goes out the window. I mean, if you could trust your eyes, maybe, but so here's the deal. It's not experimental science. It's basically just poetry. Right? Because I could give you an explanation of why that the green grass on the dark side of the moon caused the tides. And you could give me an explanation of why I'm wrong, and it's obviously the moon's gravity. But both of them are equally as scientific as the other because we haven't done any experiments. So our theories, as far as science goes, considers them competing theories because you can't use the scientific method to prove either one's true.
Well, hold on. Were you talking about green grass on the moon?
Yeah, it's a theory that I have.
Okay.
On the dark side of the moon,
okay. So how is the green grass theory equivalent to the gravitational theory?
Well, I didn't use any science, and neither did you.
That's not true. I mean, one is.
Oh, what science did you use?
Unfounded. I mean.
What science did you use?
There is no green grass on the moon, as far as we know.
Did you manipulate the moon's gravity?
What we do know is that wait, just a second. What we do know is that mass attracts mass. So that theory would be way more viable from the get-go.
Wrong.
Okay, can you define mass?
Mass? Yeah, that's the amount of matter that
no, it's
body
not.
has.
It's the resistance to inertia.
Yeah,
right?
there's multiple definitions of what mass is.
Okay, so the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia. Is that your theory?
Depending on what I gave you was the Newtonian kind of definition,
which has been supplanted by Einsteinian's special relativity.
Yeah, but under certain circumstances, we can still
no longer
employ
holds true.
Newton's theory of gravity.
No, it's been supplanted. It's already fucking passe science.
Yeah.
And space-time is no longer a thing. For God's sakes, here's Cornell University saying it.
Oh wow, he doesn't know what he's talking about again. Surprise.
Here's Cornell University saying that space-time doesn't fucking exist. I'm sick of you guys talking about shit you don't fucking know. It's a fact. Even the scientists say there's no such thing as space-time. Even the scientists say there's no such thing as mass attracting other mass. Period. It's done. Stick a fork in it. No, you're 10 years behind on your science there, bud.
That's not the point. The point is that Einstein's theories are known to not explain everything.
No, they don't explain.
They're still the best explanations we have.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Because you can't reify a concept such as space or time and make it an actual thing.
That's not the task of a scientific theory.
What? The task of a scientific theory is to define reality.
Explain reality.
Define reality. Maybe you don't understand English. The fact is that if your science is not describing very specifically what that reality is in the best detail possible with repeatable science, not mathematical fucking problems, but repeatable science, then you don't have science. You have pseudoscience. You're talking about pseudoscience, period. And even the theoretical physicists, which aren't physicists, they're mathematicians, say that space-time is dead. So you're talking shit. Period.
I wouldn't even call them mathematicians. I just call them charlatans.
They're mathematicians, regardless. They do higher level math than I'm capable of. But nonetheless, they're not doing experiment. They're only doing math.
They look like they're doing higher level math.
Really quick, Cloud, you're hot micing.
So, do you have any other source for special relativity being falsified than this, provocative lecture title that you posted?
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently you're good with sources, so I thought it can't hurt to ask.
It doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah, I know you're not used to sources. I know you're just used to reading things from BuzzFeed or whatever. Get your facts, quote unquote.
Not true, buddy.
It
Did
is
you hear
true, friend.
did you hear what I said about reifying concepts, turning them into reality to describe reality? It's ludicrous. Do you not understand? Do you not comprehend what I'm telling you?
Oh, I do, but that's not what a
What
scientific
is
theory
space?
does.
What is space?
A concept. It's a concept for
What is time?
for the environment we're living in. Time is
What
also
is
a concept.
space time?
It's a concept of concepts. It's
It's a
way to
reification
model
fallacy.
reality.
It
No, it's
is a
not a
reification
reification. It's
fallacy.
not a reification. It explicitly is a concept for the reality we live in, to make it graspable for our minds. That's what the models are for.
So you don't have reality in your theoretical physics. You don't have reality, and you agree with that.
It's not theoretical physics. Don't get these confused.
Space time isn't
You're the one
theoretical
getting-
physics. Are you fucking insane? Do you think that's actual physics? Do you think space time is actual physics? It's theoretical physics. Unfuck yourself.
Yeah.
Get your head
No,
up your ass.
Now, back in physics class, we measured the speed of light using a laser interferometer. That was using
No,
the
you did
concepts
not.
of Einstein's special
No,
relativity.
you did not. Good morning.
Well, apparently Get was there and knows better than I do. Do you mind
recording.
taking over?
Yeah, he is better than you.
Are you for real?
I am. Yes.
No, you're not. Do you know what the tooth gear is?
The tooth gear?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Tooth gear? No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Oh. That's what they used to measure the stupid speed of light, the imaginary speed of light.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
the first measurement.
Really? Dude?
Okay,
You
so
don't
here's a
even
way.
know how it was measured. It wasn't measured using an interferometer. Yeah.
There are multiple ways to measure the speed of light.
They claim they shot a light beam, yeah, through the slit of a tooth gear, yeah. It bounced a mirror, the tooth gear turned, and the light came back to your eye magically, yeah.
Not magically, but yes. Yes, that's basically what they did.
You're just measuring how equidistant the tooth gears are. That's all you do.
Okay, so by Chung Jiao Kao and Sean Carroll, we have this white paper of Hilbert space, which is saying that instead of space-time, we most likely have an infinite geometric pattern. And they're calling it Hilbert space. I've heard it called another thing, which is like a polymorphic tetrahedron or some shit like that. Anyways, they don't have quite the theory that they want yet, but they're getting better answers from these mathematical concepts than they ever have from space-time, because they're solving problems that took about 1,000 different prenomials down to two to three with these concepts. But nonetheless, it's theoretical physics.
Wait.
With space-time, you are reifying. You're calling into reality concepts as reality. It's always going to be a circular argument or a begging the question fallacy.
So you're saying that
because
Hilbert spaces would replace Einstein's space-time?
I don't think it replaces it, but it's a better explanation of it because they are able to use a lot less mathematics to describe what they're seeing in things such as particle accelerators and colliders. They're able to find the answers much quicker and much more easy than they ever were with what they had with special relativity.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Like, just
It
how
doesn't.
you
It
could, you
doesn't.
could say that
It
Einstein's
doesn't
theory
supplant
is-
it. It doesn't supplant it because they haven't found one that they like to say that this is the theory of everything, like they always try to do. But the fact is that they're using 2 or 3 of these more obscure, I guess, to the layman, theories. And I can only call them colloquial theories because they're actually just unfounded hypotheses or working hypotheses until they can actually test them with an experiment, correct?
yeah, but they are trying to test for gravity.
Right. Well, they're never going to find what they're looking for because they have all the wrong answers. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same as looking for the Higgs boson. It's like looking for the Higgs boson, the God particle, when they're actually just looking for consciousness. Fucking morons.
Yeah.
Everything is so simply explained when you stop denying the obvious.
So, Hoimer, if you are a physicist, what are the construct requirements for a field where a force can manifest within?
Sorry, which kind of requirements are you looking for?
The construct requirements in which a force of a field, in which a force can manifest.
That's to be honest, over my head. I'm not a physicist. I couldn't answer that off the top of my head.
But you are theoretical physicist.
No, I'm not.
Oh, a student.
I am, but not of physics specifically.
Well, okay, as a student, you have to know, man. What the hell are you learning there?
Not theoretical physics.
But what?
Computer science.
Oh. Well, why do you keep talking about theoretical physics then, when it's not your field of study? Yeah.
What prevents
do you
me
learn
from doing
anything
that?
about electricity?
No, listen. What would prevent me from talking about theoretical or another field of physics?
Well, it doesn't prevent you, but to discuss about it, you need to know the basics. At least
I
the
know
basics.
the basics.
The basic definitions, yeah. Because when we talk about fields, forces, we have to start from the fields in which these forces manifest. This is the basics. Like, you did this in the 5th, 6th grade. You don't even need to be a university student, man.
Not really. Like I'm reading about what you're talking about, but that's not something that we ever dealt with in physics class.
With
like
fields?
not
Hilbert
these kind of
spaces?
Really?
force
You
fields.
have not learned about the electric field, magnetic field?
Well, we learned about the electric field and the magnetic field.
Oh, you
The force
learned.
fields were not something that
Force fields.
we dealt with.
The forces manifest in fields, within fields.
Well,
Yeah.
like the gravitational field,
And
for
these
example, that
fields
was
are
something.
created somehow.
Yes.
Yeah. There is a way to construct them. What
Yes.
is it that constructs these fields? For example, the electric field. What do you need to make an electric field?
What do you need? Basically,
Yeah.
what you need are charged particles.
You see? And these, how many charges are there?
2.
Yeah.
Positive and negative.
Good. 2 opposites. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Now we establish the electric field. According to these charges, you either have a force of attraction or repulsion. Yeah, it's very easy. Show me this fucking field in gravity.
Gravity is not an electrical field.
I know, but many of you guys come in here and call gravity a force.
Do you think gravity is a force?
It depends on which theory you adhere to. Newton would call
So
it a force.
a field, wouldn't it?
Einstein would not call it a force.
What would he call it? A
He
fictitious
would call
force?
it probably, yeah.
An
It's just
anomaly.
an effect of bent space-time.
Oh my fucking god! Did you just invoke a concept and reify it into reality? A bend
No,
of
it's
space
the other
and
way
time.
around.
How do you
No,
bend
it's
space and
exactly
time?
the other way around. It's exactly the other way around. You have a concept that tries to model reality as best as possible.
So you're going to do all this with asbestos?
With what?
Asbestos. You said you wanted to model your space-time with asbestos, and I agree. I think you should work with
No,
that material as
I
much as possible because mesothelioma has missed its best fucking victim.
Yeah, so when I'm in the train station, I'm smoking a cigarette and I'm waiting for the train. It's gonna come in 5 minutes. Yeah. And it's coming from the other city train station. How am I supposed to bend that?
No, it's easy, man. Just fucking use your special relativity gun and fucking bend the space-time, bro.
Yeah. Those 5 minutes of waiting, how can someone bend them?
By running towards the train.
Well, if you can concentrate extremely large amounts of mass in extremely little space, then you can probably create a gravity well.
You're saying he's fat and he needs to think about it.
You're talking
saying
about
he's fat and he needs to think about it. I get it.
You can probably do that. Have you done that before to make sure?
Well, obviously not. No,
No.
you can't.
Oh,
do what I
okay.
just
Nice
described.
story. Thanks for the bedtime story.
Homer, you're talking about contraction and dilation here. You know,
Not directly.
Yeah,
But
that's
also
something
part
different.
of the theory. Yes.
You know. So how can time be bent?
I'm listening.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat the question?
Those 5 minutes that I'm waiting, how can they be bent? I'm not asking you about contraction or dilation, like shortening or extending them. Bending. 5 minutes, straight 5 minutes. I don't know. Those 5 minutes that I'm waiting, yeah. I'm looking at the clock on my hand, yeah, and I can't say they are straight or bent or whatever. but I want you to explain me what does it mean when you bend those 5 minutes?
Wait, we
Because
can say if they're straight or bent because they're linear time.
yeah,
I'm not sure who was talking about bending
yeah,
time.
but
Literally bending
when you are
time, sure, that's a reasonable thing to expect to be able to do.
Oh, with enough gravity, you're supposed to be able to do it. You just gotta have enough gravity in your pocket, right? And
so
then you gotta think really hard. This is your answer. You gotta think really hard, concentrate, have the gravity in your pocket, and you'll be able to bend space time.
yeah, so when it's bent, those 5 minutes are still 5 minutes, right?
They just taste different.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about when we say time? What's
You
like?
don't
What was the definition?
understand, man, bro.
Duration?
It's space-time science, man.
Bro, how much space time have you not been smoking? Twazzle.
Yeah.
Right, I should smoke a bit more. Maybe I haven't got there yet.
Yeah, see, you got to get that. If you have enough gravity in your pocket, you can pay for that space time. And man, it's
I've seen the whole, piece of paper folded over with the pencil hole through it.
yeah. A
That's it,
wormhole.
right?
That's called a wormhole. Yeah.
Yeah. Get it.
That's a practical demonstration of a wormhole.
You know, Hoimer, I can also write a story about a robbery, yeah, which never happened because it's imaginary fiction coming out of my behind. But if I wrote it, it doesn't mean it's real.
I don't understand.
And
We're
you
talking.
should, and he
Go ahead.
shouldn't take it. He shouldn't take this literal. You know, these
don't-
theoretical physicists, they are making up stories.
I don't know why we're still talking about space time when we should be talking about what is it? What's the current scientific theory now? It is called
dark matter. What string theory?
No. It's called very specifically. We either have God, sorry, Hilbert space or a some hedron bullshit. That's an infinite. It's basically a fractal. It's chaos mathematics on acid. But I mean, it's already supplanted space time. Space time's gone.
I'm not aware that Hilbert space would formally supersede space-time in any way yet. I mean, it's under development, sure, but the theory is not mature yet.
No, but no theoretical scientist is working on space time anymore. While
Well,
you still may be
not
taught
true.
in it in the
That's not
annals
true.
of what?
That's just not true.
Oh, it is true.
A lot of scientists are working with
Oh yeah, they're still working off that grant or money that they got for space time, even though it's already been thrown by the wayside. I guess you're right. They're still working on that grant money.
Well, unless you can, the best case would be that the special theory of relativity would be falsified directly. Like an experiment that would show, well, that's wrong. The theory has been falsified due to these.
Dude, it's unfalsifiable. You can't disprove a concept. Like, I have a concept about freedom, right? Because I'm a Texan. Can you disprove my concept about freedom and liberty?
Pull out the gun.
Well, that's not a scientific theory.
No. Hey, okay, you're not talking about a scientific theory. You're talking about, at best, a working hypothesis, and it's only a mathematical theory. You're not talking about an actual scientific theory because there's been no science to prove or disprove special relativity.
So how come I have a Wikipedia page here with about 24 experiments which do exactly what you just said doesn't exist?
Okay, let's
You know,
write it
these are
down one by
all
one. What's
these
the
are all.
independent variable from the first hypothesis?
I can
What's the
follow
dependent
some links.
variables?
You're
What
citing
I'm
it.
talking
Now we
about.
have to go through the whole thing.
I need. I'll take a dependent variable for $500.
So you seriously
He just
believe
said he
that
had science.
that
Let's boil it
it's a
down to the
scientific
scientific method.
it's a scientific theory that survived for all those years but was never
Yeah, but
tested
in order for it to
through
be a
experiment?
scientific theory, it has to go through the scientific method. So again,
Method,
what's your
yeah.
independent variable?
Is it time?
He just said that
Well,
there's
we can
no.
look
It's never been tested. It's never been tested, is what he says. It's never been tested.
at specific experiments like the Ives Stilwell experiment, which
No, it's still
hopes
experimental. What
was
do you
to
mean it's
measure
still
particles.
experimental?
Okay, so
What do
what's
you
the
mean
independent
by
variable?
That's the one you can manipulate, by the way.
I'm not too familiar with the actual experiment.
Then why are you citing
Okay.
them?
Super duper.
Can I get familiar with them? Or is this like secret paywalls that only scientists can
If
get
you look
past?
at the live stream voice text, you can click the link that I've just posted and search for.
Well, just tell me what the independent variable is so we can do the test.
Really quick. One of the experiments is the Sagnac interferometer experiment.
Beats, bro.
The Sagnac interferometer experiment does not show what they wanted it to show. Unless they say that okay, in order for the Sagnac interferometer experiment to work, they say that a foreshortening or a lengthening of the device had to happen without them seeing it in order for that to have happened.
uh-oh.
It's bullshit.
I think what they wanted to measure, that two beams of light that are moving orthogonally towards each other and while spinning are having different runtimes. I think that's what they wanted to show, right?
Today I was sitting in traffic and I thought, today I'm not going to get any more bored than sitting in traffic. Well, here we are, and I'm more bored than that. Hoymar.
Yeah, I think your answer was
Are you
orthogonal
not?
to the question.
Hey, Glad Flow, are you not entertained or what?
No, I'm not, Monkey.
No.
Dance. Need you to do a better
I want
dance.
to
Can
see
you do a
some
jig?
damn
Can you dance a
dancing.
jig for me?
I want dance.
Well, getting him to name an independent variable is him dancing a jig for you.
Break
We have some jig music while he's doing that.
Yeah.
Kenny, you're cutting out, buddy.
The
Okay,
the brilliancy
so
the brilliancy
Hoymar.
of finding pages on Wikipedia is not
Where's
entertaining.
your independent variable?
Hoymar.
You know, it's not like this is stuff that's easy to consume or anything. So
Easy to consume, man. If someone has to even put any effort into consuming it, it's probably not anywhere near correct. Do you understand that?
Really? Oh, really?
Are you
Yeah.
trying to say that you had a hard time consuming it and that's why you can't tell us anything
I mean,
about it?
listen,
Yeah.
check this out. What I mean is when you look outside, it's flat. Up, down, left or right, it's flat. Then you notice that you're not moving anywhere, and the only things that are moving are above you. That doesn't mean you're moving, that just means some shit up there is moving. Once you got those two under your belt, yeah, it's not really that hard to comprehend. But you like mental gymnastics, and you think mathematics is reality. So go ahead and further obviate your misunderstanding of the reality in which you live. Thanks for almost letting me finish, though. That was good.
You
Gossip is
just
also not
put words in my
science.
mouth. I never said
No.
that mathematics is reality. It's at best a concept of reality.
It's not a concept.
Is a concept a physical thing then?
It's a language that can quantify up to certain limits reality.
Let me ask you something, homie or whatever. What is a Lorentz transformation?
Lorentz transformation.
A Lorentz transformation, yes.
It's physics 101.
I can't answer that off the top of my head.
It's the
Perhaps
lengthening
somebody
or
else can. Perhaps somebody else can jump in.
it's the lengthening or contracting of time dilation from a preferred reference frame to explain Sagnac's not finding a change in light speed with his instrument going in a certain direction at a certain speed.
Right.
Which is exactly what Einstein rolled into for special relativity. It's bullshit. What you cited as your experiments were hocus pocus bullshit from the 1800s.
You didn't even speak to all the experiments I listed at all. But how exactly does you
Hoimer, you yourself
Lorentz?
didn't speak to your
No.
experiment.
I'm talking to Deus Volt. How exactly does you mentioning Lorentz transformations?
What is the Lorentz transformation? And how do you explain it?
Can you repeat how exactly you think
What is the Lorentz transformation and how do you explain it?
You just asked that question and I answered what that I can't explain it off the top of my head.
Neither could Lorentz.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, the formula looks pretty concise for that. If you couldn't explain it.
He assumed things of what his explanation was without experimentation and all assumptions. It was hocus pocus mumbo jumbo. The Lorentz transformation was specifically to refute the Michelson-Morley experiment, and more accurately, to define what the Sagnet effect was.
Yeah, it's really a mathematical artifice coming from Minkowski's so-called laws. Not Minkowski, sorry. What's his name? Maxwell's laws. And then Einstein's the one who endowed it with this kind of Kabbalistic sort of formulation of reality. He basically gave it this sort of like mystical new foundation of reality. So it's
mystical, huh?
Yeah.
According to Maxwell's equations, we can get a positive charge out of a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Maxwell's hammer,
which has never been demonstrated.
Is that Maxwell's hammer? It's Max. Is it called Max?
Robot. What would you say?
Yeah. There is no experiment showing Maxwell's equations correcting Ampere. You know?
Yeah, and the Lorentz transforms just came from Maxwell's laws, so that just further corroborates. There's no basis of it. It's just literally a mathematical artifact.
Unfounded.
And then Einstein just like bullshitted. He gave it the philosophical premise behind the Lorentz transforms, and then people just ran with it because
there's no such thing as space-time. I rest my fucking case. Period.
Yeah.
Invoke it again, A lot of no, never mind.
Okay, yeah, well, come on, then go on and
No.
falsify it, you know. You should be able to then go on and put out a paper that formally falsifies
It's already been falsified and
space-time
refuted.
Yeah,
through experiment.
It's
Don't you
already
think
been done.
that would be
it's
possible?
very easy. It's very easy to falsify Maxwell's equations. Yeah. Show me that you make a
He
vacuum
wasn't
chamber
talking about Maxwell's equations.
and you
Oimar,
put
don't you
you're
listen?
going to pull out a positive charge out of that vacuum chamber.
I'm not aware of the specific like edge case of Maxwell's equations that you were talking about.
Edge case. It's the impetus for all of this.
I wasn't either, you know. And I haven't had anyone teaching me. I just searched and found.
Yeah, it's a cosmological constant crisis. You can look it up. It's a cosmological constant problem. They noticed the vacuum catastrophe, which gives us that number, where if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, according to Michio Kaku, then that's
It's a
horrible. You need a new
catastrophe.
theory. But in cosmology, it's the largest mismatch between theory and observation in all of science. In
90%.
cosmology, they're off by a factor of 1 to the 120th.
10 to the 120.
Sorry, thank you. 10 to the 120th.
Yeah.
Power.
10, yeah. Yeah, a lot of numbers. Mic check, 1, 2.
Yeah, you're working now.
Thank you. Kara?
So go on and tell me how you reify space-time again to support your model.
Are you talking to me? Are you still believing that anybody is trying to reify a concept that's trying to model reality?
That's what you're doing.
That's what we've been doing.
When you invoke bend in space-time as your definition of how gravity works, you're reifying a concept.
No.
Foul. I call foul.
If
Yellow card.
If you know what special relativity states, it doesn't explain how gravity works. It just explains that is the way, that is the theory of how gravity could
It's not
work.
a theory because it would have to have been experimented upon. It would have to have been cemented with objective. Shut up. It would have to be cemented with objective evidence to prove the hypothesis, which would then be restated as a theory. It has never been done, and I've already gone through this. We all have, with you, that it has never been done, not once, and you keep on reifying a concept. Foul. You're out of it.
So why does let's take an example. Why does
over and over,
you're roboting again?
Over again, man. It'll be true.
He's right, though. If you keep on saying it over and over and over and over and over and over again, it might be true. That's what he said.
Not what I'm trying to do, but
After all of us are dead of old age, maybe then you can claim it's true.
it's just interesting that you kind of hand wave all of the experiments that have been done.
That's
over
called projection.
decades. Like
hand
literally.
wave. You didn't even know what the Lorentz transformation was. You don't know what the Maxwell shit is.
No, I couldn't explain it.
So why do you think we're hand waving it when we're explaining it for you? We're showing you that it doesn't work.
I'm talking
it's
about
all assumption. It's all mathematical extrapolation. There are no experiments.
Hands-on experiments that confirm
the Sagnet, the Michelson-Morley. You think I hand wave those?
Relativity.
I didn't hand wave those. Lorentz did.
He did not. No, he did not.
He did.
Einstein literally used Lorentz transformation.
Yes,
Yeah.
I told you that. Lorenz hand waved the Michelson-Morley experiment and the Sagnac effect with the Lorentz transformation.
No, the Sagnac effect is something that was precisely predicted by special relativity.
No, it wasn't. Special relativity wasn't around before the Sagnac, or when the Sagnac experiment was done. That was after.
Are you talking about the Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887, or
3 years
the
later?
Sagnac interferometer? Because that was when did they do that?
Bro, you just said
Both of
that
them.
Einstein predicted something with a Sagnac. He said, no, that's not possible because Sagnac came way before Einstein. And then you said, are you talking about Michelson-Morley? No, we're talking about Sagnac, the thing you just brought up and said that Einstein's theory predicted the Sagnac effect. That's not even possible because Sagnac was before Einstein.
He wasn't actually. I mean, he actually showed his effect, the Sagnac effect, in 1913. So I'm not sure where you're getting your information from.
Are you sure about that? Because I thought I remember the Sagnac effect in
1913?
the 1800s.
No, it was 1900s.
1890s or something.
Not really. You're probably referring to the Michelson-Morley experiment, which was in 1887.
Okay. So when was Einstein's theory? 15.
1905
2
and
years.
1915.
1905.
Special in general. 1915. He needed Hilbert's help. He couldn't even bullshit his own theory.
The Sagnac effect was described in 1913 before the special relativity explanation.
Right. And I think they had an independent variable, Sagnac. I think.
Well, special relativity was
Special relativity doesn't have
proposed
an
in
independent variable.
1905. So that
motion was the independent variable, the Sagnac effect.
Yeah. Right.
Moving or not moving, and interferometers are.
Yeah, if they would have.
If they would.
Go ahead, get. Go ahead.
So interferometers, even today, are very good instruments for measuring ultra precision, taking ultra precision measurements of parts, objects, or to motion. Yeah, you can detect how fast an object is moving.
Do you concede that Einstein was fully aware of the Sagnac effect?
Yeah. Yeah. So while constructing his
so
theory,
your claim beforehand that Einstein predicted the Sagnac effect is impossible, correct?
that's not what that's not what's meant when you talk about the prediction.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Theory. I said his
You
theory.
said the Sagnac effect.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, that means
Yeah,
his theory can predict all results of all Sagnac interferometers. That's what a scientific prediction is in that case.
And then I said the Sagnac effect. And then I said the Sagnac effect was before Einstein. You said no, it wasn't. And then we showed that it was. So do you concede that you were wrong?
Thanks to Sagnac and
I didn't say
Michelson-Morley.
That would be wrong.
Do you concede that you were wrong? Do you concede that you were wrong? You were incorrect. Do you concede that fact?
I just explained to
Okay.
you how.
So no,
What I
you don't
said.
concede. No, you don't concede that you were wrong about the 2 points that you said.
I was not wrong about the prediction of special relativity regarding the Sagnac effect.
Yes, you were.
You misunderstood what I meant by prediction.
You said even on a timeline that the Sagnac effect came after.
Yeah, 1913 and 1905. That's a difference of enough to
Hoimer,
For fuck's sakes,
Hoimer,
this
wait,
is
wait.
why you have a fucking
Hoimer,
Ukraine flag in your bio.
have you
Came
ever
out in
been given
1928.
a traffic speeding fine?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Now you should go to that police, man, and ask him to give you the money back, yeah? Because he used a device based on Sagnac and Michelson-Morley's principles of detecting speed, yeah? And you should tell them that they have to build a speed radar based on Einstein's special relativity. And with that device, you haven't trespassed the speed limits.
I hope you guys
Did
are
you
laughing
get
as hard as
did you get the
as
part
I am.
where we
This is
said
what
that
you're doing.
no,
So
the Sagnac interferometer is in perfect accordance with special relativity, or actually the other way around. Special relativity predicts the results of a Sagnac interferometer. That's what I meant by prediction. It's not about predicting future events. It's about predicting the results of an experiment. So that's how you know
but
that your
that's not what you said
theory
originally, right?
is
That's not what you
accurate.
said originally. Your argument was
It is.
completely
It's exactly what
contradictory
I
to what
said.
you're saying.
It is exactly what I said.
No. Einstein's special relativity, yeah. It's about your feet are older than your head. It's not measuring how big or small something is or how fast is traveling.
Head's older because you come out from your head first, so your head's older than your feet, right? You're talking about
Einstein's special theory of relativity tells you the age, yeah, like the wine you keep in your cellar, yeah, the 10 years old wine. Using special relativity, you can tell how old that wine is because it's been sitting in the cellar, yeah, in the basement. And it's old. But if it moved very, very fast, then it doesn't age.
Not until it stops, and then it ages all
Yeah.
at once. Because of that's how the Lorentz transformation works. It's fucking stupid. My father once told me, trying to sell me this, that when I get on a plane, I age less quickly than the people on the ground.
Yeah,
But when
yeah.
when I reach the ground, my time snaps back.
Yeah, snap magically
Fucking
snap
stupid.
back. Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta get me one of those.
What the hell? Hey, Flat Earth, we again cannot understand a thing you're saying.
Are you sure you understood how time dilation is described by special relativity?
Dude,
You mean
in
by the
special
Lorentz
relativity,
transformation?
there is no special time dilation. Yeah, it's
That's the
about the
Lorentz
bending.
Because what you just described was something totally different than what the theory actually says.
It's not a theory.
It's not a theory, okay. Where was it falsified, if I may ask this?
It can't be
detail?
falsified.
When was it
Let me clear this
validated by
up.
A theory.
Let me clear this up. He was telling a story his dad told him. He wasn't claiming that's how it actually works. So about the time snapping back part, he knows now that doesn't work, and the rest of it doesn't work either. So please.
I was 5 years old, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
This is before he found out Santa Claus was fake. It's his dad
Well,
started
yeah,
this
I
first.
wasn't, I
No,
wasn't trying
I
to.
always knew Santa Claus wasn't real.
So then your dad moved on to special relativity.
No, no,
That
I
was
was asking my dad questions about how everything worked, and he was trying to give me the best answers he possibly could for my 5-year-old brain.
Yeah, and at that time, the special theory of relativity, it was the new hotness in the world. And yeah, as a good parent, you want to give the best stuff to your children. So
He
Are you
wasn't
guys?
wrong to do it, but he was wrong for
yeah,
what he said. Yeah, I agree.
yeah.
Is somebody here familiar with the Haverly-Keating experiment? Because
No, explain it to us.
that's a pretty interesting one. Because basically what it does is what you just described, but using atomic clocks. So you synchronize two clocks, and you put one on an aircraft, and you fly a certain route, and then compare the times of the two atomic clocks, and you will find that there's an offset between the
Okay.
two, that's called kinematic time dilation.
Okay. Is there any other explanation for that?
It's not
I think
kinematic
if you repeat it,
time dilation.
and
Listen, if I clock with 3 volts batteries, yeah, and I take the same kind of clock and I power it with 5 volts batteries, yeah, those needles of the clock, they will spin at different speeds, because in one of them you have a higher voltage current. So the clock motor, yeah, is going to spin faster.
Now, do we see uniform degradation or what do you call it when uranium? Oh, depletion. Do you see uniform depletion from area to area of
No,
atomic materials, or is there differences depending
there are
on where you are?
differences. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And also according to altitude. So electrostatic voltage potential is very important.
So where it
How
is
things
in
behave.
right
Yeah.
where an atomic material may change its properties and its depletion. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering. I'm just wondering if there's another explanation, or if we've done our due diligence, or if we just did some confirmation bias science. This is my only answer. Fucking stupid.
So we can tell this guy he doesn't really like the control variables, does he? He just likes to, this, so it has to be that.
Well, he's never done one of these experiments, has he? I mean, if he had, he would know that there's obviously more than one thing going on, and you would have to account for that. If you didn't, you're probably just doing pseudoscience. You're confirming your bias. I mean, but you would have to do the experiment to know that.
Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still here.
Oh, so hi Mark, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Do you know that boiling water is actually an experiment?
I guess so. If you set it up correctly.
Could you explain science by using the experiment of boiling water? I mean, it should be very, very simple.
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to.
What
Yeah,
will
he's right.
be the independent variable in this experiment?
So boiling water is your naturally observed phenomenon, and you want to form a hypothesis, right? So what causes the boiling water?
Yeah, pretty much. So
you hypothesize that heat is boiling water. So now you add heat to the water, yeah, and you see it boiling. You take the heat away, you take the water from the heat away, you see that the boiling stops. So now you draw the scientific theory, conclusion, yeah, that heat makes water boil.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how science works. Now, can you show us this thing? Explain simple like that. This theory of relativity. You invoke the bending of spacetime. How do you do that?
Well,
That
first of all,
that bendy spacetime is your independent variable.
Well, first of all, special relativity is not trivial, and to expect that means being ignorant to what the
So
theory is actually about.
now you understand that it's not a scientific theory.
That's not at all what I said. I'm not sure where you're getting that from.
Oh, then
It's literally a
go on,
mathematical
finish what you're
exercise.
saying.
Special relativity is literally just a mathematical exercise. You just define space-time, these coordinates, and what are the transforms you can do to preserve it. No basis in reality.
And then obviously you will have to go on and do the equivalent of boiling water. You will want to test that hypothesis in various ways, which has obviously been done by thousands of people over decades.
How?
Well, using the experiments that a list of which I sent earlier.
Which you don't understand at all.
Well, in
Yeah, I
special
don't
relativity,
understand all of them.
Well, you weren't
You
able to
understand any of it.
elaborate really at all. Couldn't even give us the first thing about it, the variables, nothing. So what do you know about those experiments you posted?
Not a very good show.
I know some
special
of them.
relativity, Hoimer, special relativity is a theory. It's a story.
It's not a theory.
To be a
Dude,
scientific
if you tell me the
theory.
theory equals story, I'm going to
Listen,
dismiss
I
you
haven't
on that.
finished.
It's literally a mathematical
This is
puzzle.
not my question. I'm asking you a question. It's a long question. I give you that. So, special relativity, it's a theory. Now, to be a scientific theory, you have to show an experiment. And in the experiment, you have an independent variable. Just like in the example of the boiling water that we talked about, we discussed, you understood it. Yeah? So tell us which one is the independent variable in the experiment testing for the special relativity.
As I told you before, the theory is separate from the experiments that test it. Are you aware of that?
Okay, so wait a minute. Let me get this straight. So I can separate the experiment from the science? Is that what you're saying?
No. He was making a words game here, a word play. He doesn't distinguish between theory and scientific theory, which I did mention. I did told you that, but now you're saying that I'm talking about exclusively theories. So a theory, yeah, is just a story. But
But he said something weird. He said,
a scientific theory, a
he said
scientific
the
theory
experiment's
is
separate.
not a story. It is a theory which has been demonstrated by experiment. And my question was how you make special relativity a scientific theory. Yeah. Because as long as it's just a simple theory, yeah, that means it's a story. You get it, Hoimer?
Yeah, without the science, there is no scientific theory.
Well, I
It's
know
just a
where you're coming
postulation.
from. I know where you're coming from, but you're acting as if this was, a new theory that was just invented yesterday, and no soul on earth
It's not a
ever
theory.
thought
Stop
about
calling it a
testing.
theory, for fuck's sakes, Hoimar. It's not a theory. It's never been a theory.
That would require experimental validation, Hoimar.
And you being ignorant towards this validation,
Well, I think
it
that
doesn't
you are
exist.
ignorant towards the validation that you claimed because you dropped some links on us and then you failed to elaborate on anything they said. Starting with the
That's,
very first
that's
part,
not
the
true.
variables. So,
We were getting into the Sagnac effect, for example.
well,
Or
yeah,
the
it diverted to that. Lucky for you, so we didn't have to stay there on the spot with you not knowing your own proof. But yeah,
It's not proof. Why would you ever talk about proof in the context of
experimental
science?
validation is what you
You guys
claimed,
are
and then you
totally
provided
ignorant
stuff
to the
that you
basic
could not
principles
even
of science.
describe.
But all you're doing is trying to
Okay,
quiz
you're
me and
spiraling,
getting
buddy.
some gut
In
No,
order to
we just want to
validate,
get the validation from you. You claimed that it was
in,
validated through experiment. We just wanted to get to that, and you couldn't help us there.
in order to validate any experiment, you need evidence. That evidence is considered proof of a theory. It is proof. Deny it or not, because you've been told by pseudoscientists that you don't need proof. You can have correlative data, which isn't true. You need proof. Fact. Do you understand me?
You're wrong, though. You're mistaken.
Show me how I'm wrong.
Can you give me a definition of what counts as proof in science when you're talking about proof in this context?
Experimental validation, the thing you need for your theory to be a theory.
So confirming a hypothesis is proof?
With what? Evidence from experimentation.
Experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not proof. That's just
That is
confirming
proof.
the hypothesis.
That is proof. Confirming your hypothesis is proof of the
I
hypothesis.
add heat.
Because
I
talking
add
about proof
heat to
would
the
mean
water. It boils. I take away the heat from the water. It stops boiling.
That evidence is
and
considered proof.
I observed this. Yeah, so it is proof.
If you
Evidence.
have evidence to the contrary, then that is proof of your null hypothesis, correct?
no, that's falsifying your hypothesis. And yes, it
Which
can
is-
support your null hypothesis if you.
That is proof of your null hypothesis.
Okay, let me ask him this way.
He
Let's
dislikes
say-
he dislikes the word proof because it's without proof you can have correlative data as experimentative evidence, which is bullshit.
Let me help him out. Quaimar. So let's say you sign up to do a scientific study, right? And I deprive you from vitamin C for 90 days. Now, at the end of this 90 days, you're going to be suffering from scurvy. And I say, hey, Quaimar, guess what? I got a whole bunch of limes in there. They're really fresh. And we can either make some dessert, or you can eat them raw, or you can have them, but I just want you to know there's no proof that it's going to help you. Are you going to be like, well, if there's no proof, I'm just not going to eat the limes. I'll just die from scurvy. Which one would you choose?
Well, you're basically mixing colloquial terms of proof with whatever scientific.
That's what you've been
observational
doing with
study.
theory all night. You've been doing that same thing with theory all night long.
Well, no, I was talking only about scientific theories.
No, you weren't.
You weren't talking about anything
No.
scientific.
Yeah, that's the whole
Well,
Talking
point.
out of your ass.
With scientific
well,
theory, still don't get it.
you were equating theory, so scientific theory with story due to some
We
reason.
were
You were the
equating
one.
scientific theory with science, which means experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
You
but
can't.
a
You
you
can't
said
mathematician.
even.
that there are no, like,
Hoymar, you
how
can't. You can't even.
ignorant
You
do you
can't
need to
even.
be to claim that
Hoymar,
there is?
you can't even concede that a scientific theory needs proof.
Yeah.
You're done.
So, again, special relativity, experiment. Where is it?
I've tried to tell you before. So, the Sagnac interferometer, for example.
You know, it's weird because flat earthers also use that as proof that we're not moving. So how do we decide which one's true? Because science is not supposed to be subjective, is it? Is it supposed to be like my favorite color is purple? Like
Oh
doctor,
no,
doctor,
no,
doctor.
no,
My
definitely
favorite
not.
color is blue.
It's interesting
Like
that
is
you
that
bring
how?
this up, Larry, because that's you, Larry, right? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
interesting that you bring that up. You're probably talking about laser gyroscopes.
Yeah.
You think we
You
don't know what
probably
the
know,
Sagnac
you
experiment was?
probably know Bob Noodle's
Hoymar,
story with laser
Fuck
interferometers.
off.
Larry,
have you
Larry,
ever?
Larry,
Fuck off.
Larry,
Fuck off.
Larry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you believe in the sphere?
What sphere?
The sphere.
What the?
Aiden, were we even fucking talking to you?
No, but I'm talking to Larry.
Shut your stupid fucking mouth then.
Shut
Don't
up, dude.
interrupt the subject in discussion, Aiden.
Anyway, the point was that science is supposed to be objective. That's why they use the word science, which means knowledge, right? So after you boil the water 3 times in a row, you have firsthand experience, primary knowledge. Some might even call it science, right? And the reason it's called science is because at this point, there's no argument after this. We have the independent, dependent control variables, and we have the results. And if any man, woman, or child would like to stand up and say that heat does not cause water to boil, enough time, right, enough duration, and enough intensity causes water to boil, if they would like to stand up and say so now, I would love to hear it. No one? Okay, so is it safe to say that this is proven to be true by the scientific
Yes.
method?
Yes.
Right. And is there room for a new experiment? Of course. I'm not going to say no. I don't want to see your gas pressure chamber with your water inside. I'm going to say, please show me your new experiment, because someone might claim that I can make water boil at low temperature. Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't disprove the
In a
first
vacuum chamber.
thing. Right. But in a vacuum chamber, you can boil water at a very low atmospheric pressure and temperature. So that's where we say science is never settled. It's not like science is never settled. Obviously, heat doesn't cause water to boil. That's not proven. The science isn't settled on this. Actually, yeah, the science is settled on this. Heat causes water to boil. Like, this is like the law of thermodynamics. Like, it's part of it. Like, we understand how this works, right? Whenever there's,
At 14 psi air pressure, you need to add heat to the water, heat above 100 Celsius, because water boils at 100 Celsius. So you need to reach that temperature.
Right. So
And
the science that we talk about is the method, right?
Yeah.
You can't just infer things. Like maybe the reason that, my cell phone, dropped and fell is because purple-headed slingered gnomes, ripped their pants when they, tried to catch it and they failed. It's like, okay, how do I disprove that? Oh, you can't. Well, that's not science. If in order for it to be knowledge, it has to be falsifiable. So if I claim that, I'm 6'3", right, but I don't have a physical body, then you can't do that. You have
Or
to be able
better
to
yet,
prove
that
it.
these pictures were taken from space.
Right. How do you know what space looks like? You have nothing to compare it to. You can't see the counterfeit if you don't know what the original looks like.
Or if you can't go there yourself.
Yeah.
Falsifiable means you need to be able to test it. You need to be able to do the experiment yourself. If you can't, it's not falsifiable.
And I heard him invoking Sagnac experiment in Einstein's special theory of relativity. I highly doubt that he actually even wrote Einstein's published paper on special relativity. I'm curious to see. I want him to show me Einstein's paperwork on special relativity, where Einstein is saying that the experiment demonstrating his theory is actually the Sagnac experiment. Or how many times did Einstein invoke the name Sagnac in his paperwork? Yeah.
I think Hoymar may have gotten.
I don't
Go
think
ahead.
he
Go ahead and
did.
answer.
I don't think
Oh, yeah.
Einstein mentioned Sagnac effect. He just predicted the results of Sagnac interferometers.
Post hoc?
Well, post-hoc
So
or anti-hoc doesn't
how
matter.
can you
It's just
say
about
that
formalizing
when
result. The
Einstein
prediction
actually
of result.
said that no optical device can be used, yeah, to demonstrate that the world is spinning or moving. He just said that out of the blue. And
not out of the blue,
this
but
statement
he did make
actually
such a
forbids
statement.
you listen. This statement, what this statement means is that if Michelson-Morley or Sagnac effect and experiment shows that when you are performing this experiment on a fixed table, immovable table, it shows you that the table is not moving and the table is fixed on the ground, yeah, that automatically means that the ground also doesn't move, yeah. And now when the table is moving, this device is showing me that the table is moving, yeah. It has a velocity and it shows you how fast it's moving, yeah. What Einstein said that if this device shows you that the table is not moving, then that's not true. It's actually moving, but yeah, I don't know. You just have to ignore and listen to Einstein, what he said.
Well, but
So
the
this is
device
what Einstein did.
does show motion.
What?
If you set up a ring laser gyroscope, it will show you a 15 degrees per hour drift.
At different altitudes?
What do
Is
you
that
know
true
about
at different
gyroscopic
altitudes?
effects?
Yeah, I mean the angular velocity doesn't change
Yeah. Okay. Have you tried this experiment next to a Tesla coil?
I'm not in
It
possession
can
of a
show you.
related
It can
periscope.
show you
These
40
devices are
degrees
quite
an hour
expensive.
drift. Yeah. If you do this experiment next to a Tesla coil, it can show you 40 degrees an hour drift,
Well,
or
obviously, yeah.
even less,
The
according to which.
electromagnetic field will
Listen.
probably influence your laser.
Yeah,
Well, maybe
and
that's all that's influencing it in the first place.
that is because we do live in a electric field, electrostatic field, and magnetic field. We are already inside. And
Does that
that's
mean
what
we're
you are
moving?
measuring with the gyroscopes.
Does that mean we're
Yeah,
fucking
with the
moving, bud?
laser gyroscopes. Yeah. It doesn't mean you're moving. It means that you have particles of all sorts, yeah? Electric and electrostatic and magnetic fields around you.
Well, but your one of your best guys back then, Bob Nodal, he had these results that we just talked about,
We
and so
aren't
we
denying, and you're
put the
talking. That's the
gyroscope.
point we're making. You know,
You
you're
put the
denying. You're talking.
gyroscope
Shut
into
the
an
fuck up.
isolated chamber.
Shut up. You are talking past the point he's making. He's not denying that you will see a 15-degree movement. What he's saying is if you add or move it further or closer to another electromagnetic
Device, yeah.
source, you will find a different reading. So
Yeah.
don't talk past that and say, well, Bob Nodal, fuck off. We're not denying that you can find a certain amount of degree depending on where you are on the plane, on the earth, and your elevation. You're going to find different readings, but nobody's denying that. But he's saying that there are ways to manipulate it that you might be able to show the cause.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the cause, because basically this is a correlation, right? So does everybody here understand the difference between causation and correlation? Do I need to explain it to anybody?
It's up to
Okay,
you.
so I'm assuming.
To me, I'm sorry. I'd like to know about it.
Sure. Okay, so shark bites or shark attacks and ice cream sales go up during the summer. Now, one person might say that this is correlative, and the other might say that it's causative. Well, it's causing, right? Well, some people might say maybe sharks like the ice cream. No, it's just a correlation, right? They both happen to be happening at the same time because people are during the summer want to cool off. How do they cool off? They eat ice cream and they go swimming in the ocean. Completely unrelated.
Makes
Right?
sense.
So how right. So how do you get to the root of the scientific method, which is the cause and effect? How do we know what's causing this 15% drift? Because they're saying it has to be the earth spinning. Like it has to be because sharks like ice cream. Right? We're saying we don't know what the cause is because we didn't manipulate anything. Like in the heat and water method, you add the heat to the water, it boils. You take it away, it stops. You know what the cause of boiling water is. Same thing in the low pressure vacuum chamber. You know what causes the water to boil in a
Water to
vacuum
boil.
chamber. Right, because you sucked all the gas out of the chamber. And what is the water going to do? It's going to expand to fill that vacuum. Why? Because nature hates a vacuum. So let's get back to it. What causes the ring laser gyroscope to deviate 15 degrees per hour? Did you stop the Earth from turning? No. So we don't have a cause. Did you stop the sky from revolving around the Earth with the flat earther's point of view? No. So you can't science everything, right? Science is like a schoolhouse thermometer. It's really good at detecting temperatures between 95 and 105 degrees, but you can't take it home and bake Jiffy cornbread muffins. If it doesn't fit within the narrow scope that is science, and people are claiming that it's still science, this is called pseudoscience, right?
You're mistaken. That's where you need to differentiate between observational science, which means you can't influence all the variables, and experimental science, which means you can influence all the variables except for the dependent variable.
Let me
Observation
address
is not
that. Let me
science.
Yeah, I'm going to address that right now. So, do you know what the division fallacy is?
I don't know.
So, a part is not the whole, and a whole is not the part. I don't drive my alternator to work, do I? So, the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon. And you're talking about observational science. Well, that just means that you can't get past the first step. So, if you can't get past the first step in a method, right, then you're not doing the method. For example, if I'm going to do the Heimlich maneuver on you and I just wrap my hands around your stomach and I don't jerk, that's not the Heimlich maneuver. That's just the first
That's just
step.
a hug.
Yeah, that's just an inappropriate hug. We don't do that, right?
Yeah, right. But
Okay, so
I mean, what's
now
your
do you
point?
understand why I said it's pseudoscience? Because it has to go through all of the steps of the scientific method. And if it doesn't apply, then it's not science. Like if we're like, well, I like Becky's color when it's purple. I like her hair color as purple. Just it looks great. It matches her eyes. Like that's not science. It's subjective, right? But what
Okay,
causes water to boil? Well, two things that we know of. This is objective
well,
facts.
hold on. So you're saying that meteorology, volcanology, marine biology, all of these fields, astronomy, they're all
No,
not science because they fall outside of your narrow
listen.
definition?
It's not my narrow definition. So if it's not, listen, it's real simple. If it's not
I'm laughing
using
at
the
you, fool.
scientific method, if it's not using the scientific method, then it's not science, right? Just like
Not
if you're not
science. Yeah.
using mathematics, it's not math, right?
I don't know why
If
you
you're
were laughing with me, Hoymar. I'm laughing at you. No, that's not science. That's
so
categorization.
what if I have a car and it doesn't run off of gasoline? Is it a gasoline car? No, it's probably a diesel car, right? So what if I have science that doesn't use the scientific method? That's pseudoscience.
Yeah,
Epidemiology is
special
not science.
relativity. Special relativity is fortune telling. You know, like when you go to the circus and you have that tent where there is this witchcraft palm reader inside, you pay her $10 and she tells you the future. That's special relativity. That's what it is.
Yeah, so I mean, if we need to go over what science is, it's a method for eliminating variables and establishing a cause and effect relationship.
What's
That's
the
my
first?
layman's.
What's the first step, Larry? What's the first step of science?
Observe a natural phenomenon.
Observation of a natural phenomena. Exactly. So you're
Yes.
saying the first step of science is all of science, and that's what Larry is pointing out to you.
Yeah, and Einstein said actually not to observe, he forbid.
He wants you to do a
Why
mind
would we listen to him?
experiment. You don't even have to do
Yeah.
an experiment. You could just think of it. It's fine.
Yeah.
So he's trying to pervert science into something that is not science.
Why would we listen to Einstein again? I forget.
For Hoymer, yeah, we try to
No, I'm serious.
bring
Like,
him
why
down to
do
earth.
we believe him?
Well, because
Wait.
he's that's why we're here. He's why we're here.
Wait a minute. Einstein is why we're here right now? Really?
No. Hoymar is why
No,
we're here.
Hoymer.
We're here specifically for Hoymar.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Einstein is a good part. Einstein is a good part of what brought us to this point, though. So we got to talk about him.
Okay. I'll just leave it at that.
See, the thing is
I've
that
learned.
Trump's family didn't confiscate all of Einstein's work and hoard it for a year at MIT with Donald Trump's Uncle John, right? That was Tesla's tech, right? So everybody should ignore Tesla's tech, and we should probably not talk about it. And we should chase our tails for 100 years over E equals MC squared, and whether or not space time is something you can, scientifically validate. When really, like all the technology that we use just about nowadays, especially the wireless stuff and radio communications and our understanding of, electromagnetic fields, this all comes from like the real scientists. So you said you're a physicist or you took physics class. What can you tell me about Carl Proteus Steinmetz? Do you know him?
Sorry, what term did you? I didn't
His
get the term.
name is Carl Proteus Steinmetz. Do you know who that guy is?
No, doesn't ring a bell for me.
Okay. Did you pay for your education?
No, not for that part of education. That's free.
So you're a computer scientist, but you don't know about Carl Proteus Steinmetz.
Well, I've heard the name Steinmetz, but why?
It's really interesting that you should know about him because he's the one that came up with most of the stuff that Tesla's era was using as technology. He's the one that wrote books about it, and he was in Germany and would have been killed because of the fact that he was a very short man. Because he didn't go along with the ethnic. What do they call it back in the day? Kind of like nowadays they do with the birth control, abortions. What's that called?
Eugenics.
Eugenics, yeah. The eugenicists of Germany would have had him killed, but his family loved him and brought him over here to the United States, and he turned out to be like a super genius. But nobody ever talks about him, but it's really weird that they talk about Einstein. Can you show me some Einstein tech that you have in your house? Anybody?
Einstein tech. Well,
Larry, who is this?
the GPS receiver of my phone is taking
Oh,
into
fuck.
account time dilation.
You're a total retard.
That's Einstein tech.
No, it's not.
So you do know about the
Literally.
Lorenz system, right?
Did you ever look up the algorithm that GPS uses?
It's really
Okay, let's get into it.
You don't
Let's get
understand
into
what
it.
you're using.
So every 8 minutes, the clock has to be reset, right? Is that right? The GPS satellite's clock has to be reset every 8 minutes, right?
I'm not sure what the actual interval is, but
Yeah, it's
they're
every 8 minutes.
regularly
They have to be reset because of time dilation, right? Is that right? So what about the cosmonaut with the most time in the ISS? How much time did he actually travel into the future? Less than a second? So why would they have to be reset every 8 minutes if that guy was up there for nearly 1,000 days and he traveled through time forward a split second, but they have to be reset every 8 hours? You believe that shit? Are those even comparable?
Are they comparable? Hoymar?
Well, I don't know how these two compare, but obviously, if you don't correct for time dilation in GPS, then your signals will be off.
Do you know what the Lorentz system is, Hoymar?
The Lorentz system.
Yeah.
Is it different from the Lorentz equations that you were asking about earlier?
For fuck's sakes, I wasn't asking you about Lorentz transformation. I was telling you. Do you know what the Lorentz system is?
I don't.
Thank you. That's all we fucking needed.
Is that all? Like,
So
are you not gonna?
you don't know anything about GPS then?
Yeah.
Why don't you
Lorentz
open
system is
the depths of your wisdom for us then?
ground
Tell us
antenna
what the
network.
Lorentz system is.
Listen. Lorentz system is a ground antenna network which predates the satellite era, yeah, and it was the system for ground positioning used by the military.
Okay.
And later this system has been civilians have been given access to this system, and his name got changed to GPS, yeah, ground positioning system. But for ordinary people, they call it global positioning system, GPS, yeah.
Did you know on the
And
GPS system they consider a router at somebody's house a satellite? Did you know that?
Just a second. Let's keep with the
Hoymar, did you know
Luran
that?
system for a second.
For fuck's sakes.
Your claim was that the Luran system is basically an equivalent or works equivalent to GPS.
no,
Is
it's
that
the root. It's the
It
root
is
system.
GPS.
The
it doesn't even
GPS.
cover. It doesn't even cover
Listen,
all of the areas of
it's
the Earth. While
listen.
a
What
ship
you
in the
don't
middle of
do you
the
know?
Pacific can still get a GPS
Homer,
signal.
Homer, do you know what a root is?
A route
Root access. Yeah, root
in what
system.
in what context?
In
Well, I
computer
know.
science.
Yeah, I do know that.
Okay, now this is a system, and the root system is the Loran system of the
No,
GPS.
GPS is totally
This
independent
is
from any
listen,
ground-based
listen, listen.
infrastructure.
This system was created before the satellites era. Yeah,
Yeah.
and when mankind has been given access to it, yeah, this system was created by the army. Yeah, it wasn't for civilian use because civilians did not have the aircraft carriers, airplanes, battleships, cruisers, submarines. Yeah, they needed this system to know their position, location in the world. And they created this
Only if their
Loran system.
only if their
Now,
area was covered by the.
listen, I haven't finished. It was a military system, yeah, technology. And when mankind has been given access to this system, yeah, it was called GPS. And this access has not been given yesterday. Also, not right after the Second World War. Also, not even when they launched the Sputnik, yeah, the first satellite claim to be launched, which you have no idea what it is. Yeah, the Russians built a giant network antenna array. Yeah, a wall of antenna array, radio antenna, and they discovered that using a large arrays of radio antennas, they can create a radio resonance spot in the air at any altitude they choose, yeah? And that spot is a spot of resonance. And when those radio waves resonate into that spot, they behave like a emitter. Yeah, like actually in that place there is a radio antenna broadcasting that signal from there.
That doesn't
This is
make
a
any sense.
virtual.
Personally.
It does. This is
That's not how
radio.
radio waves work.
It is how it works, yeah.
So
So
wait a
these
minute. He's telling
satellites
us
are actually
that waves
virtual.
don't resonate. Are you saying waves don't resonate?
That's not what I was saying. I'm saying you can't project a transmitter at some arbitrary location using radio waves. That's not how waves
Listen,
propagate and
listen.
interfere.
When you are in a room, yeah, and you have 8 speakers in all the corners of that room, yeah, by adjusting the volume of those speakers, you can change the position in that room where you will have the surround sound effect.
Your focal point.
Yeah.
You can vary your focal point.
Yeah.
Through
Yeah.
through wave modulation.
Yeah.
you can also do this with a magnifying glass in the sun, right? You phase it in and phase it out.
Yeah.
According to the ants, they don't know that, it's not the sunlight, it's the magnifying glass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I want to point out something else about GPS. So one of these things is anecdotal, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because it's anecdotal. But when I first started delivering pizza with a cell phone, there would be times where I would go out of range, way out in the boonies, and it would have me like 2 miles down the road from my actual location. And I would have to actually drive back into the towers so I could get a trilateration because you can't do it good with two towers. So I would do that, get back over there, and call the customer, get directions, and then abandon my GPS signal. So you don't have to believe me. I don't care about that. But this part that I'm about to bring up is actually verifiable. So there was a flight that was lost over Indonesia Ocean or the Indian Ocean, I think. And the really weird part about it is that these planes all have transponders, right? And they actually send out their actual location. That's why you can like go online and track flights because not only is the GPS like a two-way signal with a
They have
transponder.
even a black box.
That's totally wrong. GPS is a one-way signal. You only need to receive signals to calculate your position from
It's
that.
a really
But
cool
why?
story.
Oh, but
Why can I track planes on the internet then?
Because they have a transponder. They send
Right,
back
that's the part I was
information
talking to.
to satellites.
Right, that's the part I
not.
was talking about.
Yeah, but that's not
So
part of GPS though.
Shut up.
Oh my god, you're a retard.
just let me get to it. I'm almost done. So
Okay.
basically, they lost this plane in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and they didn't actually know where it went down. Now, you'd think if they had GPS signal, the transponder would be working, and it would have told the exact location of where it went down or where it was last seen. Roughly, within a, let's say 10, 20 meter stretch, right? Because that's how accurate GPS is, right? And if we got, all these satellites floating around up there, how could one not be over the Indian Ocean? But if you'll notice that some of these plane tracking applications on the internet that you can pull up, when the planes fly out, like beside Africa and South America, they actually lose their signal. They're turning their transponders off. Now the weird thing about that is if a ship were to do this, they'd be considered a pirate ship if they turn off their transponders.
It happens to
So
ship as well though. But I can
it happens
explain
to
that
ships.
actually.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, so what's happening is that the airplane or the ship, they still receive the GPS signal because GPS covers all areas of the Earth
No, it doesn't.
equally. And the problem is
No,
not
no, it
with
doesn't.
receiving the signal,
You're making a
but with
claim. Can you validate your claim?
transmitting back the position. So
Did you
that's
hear
where
me? Can you
most of the
validate your
problem
claim that GPS covers
happens.
the entire Earth?
Let me make a fucking
No,
point,
you
please.
made a
Thank you.
claim. You made a claim that
Yeah,
GPS
you
covers
can't
the entire
make a
Earth.
claim
But
like that.
people keep claiming stuff here without giving any reference. So why do you have to
Bullshit.
send it here?
We've given plenty of references.
Yeah, we're not you, dude.
Yeah, you're just trying to lower the standards or lower the bar here because that's how low it's set for you. But it's not like that in this room. So step it up.
Can you please validate your claim that GPS covers the entire Earth?
Well, if you give me a second, sure. But that's all what I was trying to say is that GPS is a one-way system.
It's a really
What
cool
is
story.
I can go up on a mountain right now and get no service and debunk
A lot of
you.
information.
what is a GPS
No, it's not
relay?
about no service.
What is a
Are you talking
GPS
about
relay?
GPS?
What is a GPS relay?
You're probably talking about ground-based DGPS relays.
Well, just show
Bingo.
us that you can use
Accuracy.
GPS from every location on the Earth.
Yeah,
He
generally
just said
that's
it, didn't
true.
he? He just said it.
Of
So
course, underground
GPS.
is not possible.
Hang
Or
on.
if you're blocked by mountains
Hoimar,
or whatever.
Hoimar, not all GPS doesn't work both ways. Some GPS works both ways because some GPSs have transponders. Some GPSs have relays, right?
Oh, there's different kinds, I see.
Am I correct here, Hoymar? Or are you just going to say no GPS relays or no GPS has a transponder?
Well, I know there are GPS transmitters, but I'm not too familiar with how
So
those
not
work.
all GPSs relay their position, but some do, correct? So you can't say not all. Anyways,
They're
show us your
separate
evidence.
systems.
Shut up. Show us your evidence of GPS covering the entire Earth, please.
Evidence of GPS covering the entire Earth.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what you. That's
how
what you
the
claimed.
system works. You know, there are
That's what you
36
claimed.
satellites. 36 satellites that
Google it, man.
continually
Just even if
orbit the Earth.
even if we give you GPS, you can't prove that they come from one space satellite.
Hoimer, you already backpedaled on your entire claim. You said, well, it'll be blocked by a mountain or something here or there. So not the entire Earth. You already just collapsed yourself, your own claim here. So
Okay, go on with your point now that you can't prove what you just claimed. Go on. Okay, so GPS doesn't encompass the entire Earth. Now, what was your claim? What was your other claim that you were getting to?
Hang on. How can a mountain block it if it comes from overhead satellite? How is that possible?
Well, when the overhead satellites, you know, are at an angle where you have solid
Like
matter.
on the ground. Like on the ground. Anyways, go on, Oymar. What was your point
Well,
before I
the other
stopped
point
you
was
on
that
your claim?
usually you will hear flat earthers claim that it's ground-based networks like LoRaWAN, for example.
What's the claim when
hang on.
99% of every freaking cable in the world is in the Google Earth? Come on.
Oymar, you said previously that you had never heard of LoRaWAN. Now you're
Yeah.
saying what Glober or what flat earthers claim?
Well, yeah, there are several ground-based
So
positioning
now
systems.
you know
prior to
what
GPS.
the LoRaWAN system is all of a sudden?
No, there are several systems just like LoRaWAN.
There's only
And
one other one, and it's from Russia, right? It was developed by Russia.
probably that's not what I was trying to get at. If you know how GPS works, then you should also
Do
know
you know
that it
how
is not
GPS works?
possible to fake the position of your of the transmitting
Answer his
satellite.
question. Do you know how GPS works?
Yeah, I know the basics of it.
Do you know? So can you explain it?
I can try to, but
Oh, you're going to talk out your ass. Can you explain it? Yes or no?
I said I can try to explain to you, but I don't really see the
I
value
could
in that.
explain without any trying at all, really quickly, why you don't have satellites to do any of this with. So why don't you
Really?
just give us
Well,
your
okay.
explanation, if you've
Well,
got one?
why don't you start off with your explanations of why we
Oh,
do not
okay.
need
Yeah.
satellites?
Be
Sure.
easier.
Yeah, you can divert to me doing that. Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
you
we're not
don't
going to
have
be able to.
R for any satellites to use. So goodbye to orbital mechanics.
Also, it's a second law of
That's a different
thermodynamics
story.
violation.
R has been
Yeah, there's
measured
that too.
thousands of times over literal
Notice how I didn't
centuries.
have to try to explain anything there. So if you make a claim, why don't you just know what the hell you're talking about first?
No, you just denied that R has been measured thousands of times. I hope that's just ignorance and
You
not.
haven't provided anything for us to deny. So how did I deny it? What did I deny? Where's the measurement? No, none of you have brought one in.
Well, I
Do you
can
have one ready
present
that you're just not
measurements,
showing? You're
but
just waffling
I
around
wasn't
with all this
talking
other
about.
stuff about
I
satellites.
wasn't. No, I
No,
wasn't
hang
talking
on,
about
hang on.
R.
Show me your evidence of R, please.
I thought we were talking about GPS. Can we just stay like at one
Yeah, but
thing?
you're not. You can't
Fine.
explain it. You're clearly talking out of your ass. So we're trying to throw you a bone. But you could feel free to humiliate yourself and explain GPS.
Go ahead and explain GPS.
Okay, so the thing is, a GPS receiver gets GPS signals from different sources. Each signal contains a position of the transmitter and a time when the signal was sent. And from these signals, the receiver can calculate the distance from the signal runtime, you can calculate the distance to.
Okay.
each
I don't
satellite.
deny that's exactly how it works.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
deny
called-
that's
that's
exactly.
called
I don't deny that's
multilateral.
exactly how it works.
Yeah, nice job reading a screen, dude.
I'm not. I literally
Right.
I spoke to my phone.
Mhm.
Right. So,
Right.
but the cool thing is
Yeah,
that
cool story.
you can't fake that kind of signal, because if you do, then
Who
the
said
signal
anything
runtime
about faking
will be
it?
different.
Who said anything about faking it, Hoymar?
Well, replacing satellites with ground-based towers would mean faking positions.
So,
Because
where in your definition did it specify it to be satellites? Go on. That's why.
That's where you're definitely going to need R, buddy. That's the problem.
we can get to that, but the GPS is satellite based.
Why are we just getting
No.
to that? That is the first part of this entire conversation. You've been in here for months, and we're just getting to it.
He's been here for months.
Hey, Hoymar, you now have a claim on the table. I'm not going to let this go. You have a claim on the table that GPS is satellite based. I would like you to link just a photo of a satellite, please.
Sorry. Right. So a photo of a satellite.
Yeah. Link a
Really?
photo of a satellite. Yeah.
Okay. I can do that.
No problem, eh?
Can you?
Are you talking about like telescope photos of from the ground, or like
No, a picture of a satellite from within the vacuum of space that they're supposed to be in.
from within? So like a camera outside of satellite?
Yeah.
Can you
I
can you
can post
confirm you've ever used
pictures
one
of both,
satellite
actually. So
ever?
this is from the ground, and this is the same thing from the
No picture of a satellite from within the vacuum of space that they're claimed to
space
exist.
itself.
So you're already folding on that part?
Hold on.
Is there a way you can confirm that you've used one satellite ever?
I mean, usually when things exist, it's easy enough to just take a picture of them. So go on.
Well, he linked a picture of the ISS and of a Russian satellite.
Is the ISS a GPS satellite?
That's not what I asked for. I asked for a picture of a satellite.
There's a big problem I see with that picture. The Earth is curving, but we measured it down here on the ground, and there's no geometric horizon or drop over distance to be measured anywhere. So that looks like a definite fabrication. Try again.
Well, then, so it's now on me to ask you for those measurements, or can
Oh
we play
yeah.
the
Okay.
game
We
the other
could.
way around
Yeah,
too?
we could do the black swan for like the 20th time in the
That's
6
not a
months you've been
measurement.
here.
It's an observation. What I would
The
need is
horizon measurement, actually. No, it's a horizon measurement. The horizon has been measured to at
no.
least 10
What we
miles
need,
distance.
what we need is an actual survey of the Earth that concludes its flatness.
Well, we've got laser tests that measure no drop over distance, so I would say that concludes its flatness pretty well.
I think what Hoymar is asserting is that while we may find local flatness, the whole thing obviously has to curve, right, Hoymar?
Sorry, why did you say it has to curve?
Well, yeah, in your worldview, it would have to curve, correct? What are you linking here? You're about to get what is that?
My own image of the ISS as photographed from the ground.
Delete it. Delete it. It's not coming up. It's just a link. It looks like you're trying to fucking fish spam. So
I mean, I can repost this. The
Hang
exact
on.
same.
ISS has GPS. Is that right?
no. I only asked him for a picture of a satellite.
Yeah, that's what I initially posted. How is that for an image of a satellite?
Does ISS give us our GPS signal?
That's not. It's not a GPS satellite. No.
Okay, good.
Are you
I
talking
don't
about
think you can. I
satellite?
don't think we can photograph satellites that are like
But Hoymar,
30,000 miles away.
clearly a fabricated image because, like I told you, we've measured the ground down here and it's not curving. So how can it be seen to be curving up there? Help us out.
So you're talking about the other image now?
No.
Because
I'm talking about the image you posted in Livestream voice text or any of the other images that you'll post like that.
They're both ISS images, to be honest. But Hoymar. So okay, they've posed to you that they find no curvature, even though they're not showing you any evidence of it. They just say, "Oh, we'll have to go through the black swan again," but I guess they don't want to. So let's take the different tact. So that picture is taken in a second law of thermodynamics violation?
no, because we're not talking about a closed system. I'm unsure why you would bring up.
Right. So how can you have air pressure in an open system?
Due to gravity.
Okay. So prove gravity.
Cavendish experiment.
So now
Balls
we're
and
going back
wooden
to
rods.
mass attracting mass, right?
Well,
and just
I mean,
it's
it
a yes or
depends
no.
on
It's a
how you
yes or
want to
no question.
explain
It's a yes or no question.
gravity.
Is it mass attracting other mass, right? What's the dependent variable? What's the dependent variable? Or no, what's the independent variable in the Cavendish experiment?
That would be the angle between the frame and the large weights that are stationary.
No, that would be the dependent variable.
No, that's the independent variable. The dependent variable is the angle that the frame twists to. So the deviation from the resting position lets you calculate the strength of the force with which the balls are attracting each other.
And have you ever done this experiment yourself?
I've seen it performed, but no, didn't perform it myself yet.
When you saw it performed, did you see the null result of an oscillation, or did you see the appropriate result of a deviation from its normal state?
I'm unsure of what you mean.
Did you observe an oscillation, or did you observe a steady state?
It was an oscillation. Like it was attracted and spun back and forth basically until
Okay.
it like the oscillations got weaker over time.
Okay. So how much of that can be considered the medium in which it was the medium from which it was suspended by, or the rope, or the cord?
Well, it was enclosed like in its own space. So, are you talking about the air that's actually surrounding the torsion bar?
I'm talking about the thing suspending the torsion bar. That's where the oscillation comes from. It's obvious. It's a spun cord, whether it be steel or another material.
Yeah, and I mean that has its resting position, right? And you can take note of where that resting position is, and as soon as you introduce weights, you will see that
You can't introduce weights into the experiment. It's a set experiment, and you have to let it settle. If you get an oscillation, listen.
Part of the setup.
Why are you talking while I'm talking? Why are you talking while I'm talking? If you get, because you can't let it settle until you have the weights on it. If you get an oscillation, you have a null result. If you observe an observation, you have a null result. That is not the Cavendish experiment. That's a failure. And you cited incorrectly that the independent variable is what did you cite it as?
I said the independent
The
variable
independent variable.
is basically the resting angle between the frame,
Okay,
the
so
suspended torsion
you're
bar
saying
frame.
this experiment proves gravity, but your independent variable should be gravity, but you're saying it's an angle? You're
Yeah,
saying
that's
the
the
cause is
variables.
gravity. You're saying the cause is gravity,
Oh,
but the independent variable that you're supposed to manipulate is an angle.
no,
So the cause
that's
is an angle?
what you mean is the viable hypothesis. That is that mass attracts mass. In this
No,
example, that the
that's
torsion bar
correlative. That's
will be
correlative.
offset from its
You're not
resting angle.
finding the cause. You're assuming a cause. It's correlative. No, your angle is not the independent variable. The independent variable is gravity. If you're
You're not
proving gravity,
wait. You're not measuring gravity directly with that experiment. So how can it be
that
the
can't
independent
prove
variable?
gravity. One, you're citing a null result as a result of gravity. Two, you're citing an experiment that can't possibly measure gravity or the effects of gravity because it's not an independent variable that you can manipulate.
Well,
So you're wrong.
the null result would be that your torsion bar remains at rest, and that the masses do not
There are
exert any
several null results. One of them is an oscillation, and that is due to faulty equipment because you have a twist in the medium in which the torsion bar is suspended by.
No, the oscillation happens when the torsion bar is basically, moving from its resting position to its twisted position due to mass attracting mass.
It's that, and it wasn't any of the other confounding factors that were involved, like electrostatics, electromagnetism, things that are exponentially more powerful than gravity's claimed to be.
Or just a twist in the fucking rope, guy.
Yeah.
Well, that's
sakes.
why. That's the control variable. That's the complete
It's not a
apparatus.
controlled variable.
No,
It's not a
that's the
controlled
complete
variable.
apparatus that has been very, delicately set up to exactly deliver the same results wherever you do it.
But it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No.
Claim? That's a claim?
Yeah, you're getting an oscillation. That's a null result.
I just
The
don't know how you're
oscillation
attributing what you're seeing to a force that is, or even a pseudo force now.
No,
I guess then it
the
was considered a
oscillation
force. But I don't know how you're attributing it to something that is considered so weak and irrelevant here on Earth that it's not even factored into any calculations or anything anybody does here for any practical purpose.
You have no independent variable in which you're manipulating. So I'm sorry.
I have a
You
question.
can't attribute it to gravity. Period.
Of course.
Plus, this guy is
I
the
have a question
Christopher
about your
Columbus of the
cabinet.
scientific method. Sorry, just real fast, I wanted to say he set out for India and landed in the Caribbean. This guy set out to measure the density of the Earth and somehow prove gravity. How does that happen?
I have a question for your cabinet.
Cavendish is apocryphal at best. Go ahead.
Well, and the other thing, just quickly, he wants to tie balls and wooden rods into a spinning globular mass in a vacuum that is causing gas to adhere to its surface. I just don't see the connection.
And that's the problem of the Cavendish experiment and the whole theory behind gravity.
Do you know what the inverse square law is?
Yes.
Okay. So if gravity, it should be stronger at the source, and as it goes away from the source, you would lose strength exponentially by the distance, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So gravity should be stronger at the surface than it is at the thermosphere, say. At the edge of the thermosphere, let's say the Kármán line, right?
Yes.
Okay. And gas is unbound, correct?
Per se, it's unbound.
Right. So it goes off in all directions. All the time. Correct?
Yeah, but that's not the only thing it does. That's one of the things it does, yes.
Does gas settle?
No, not generally. Like, yeah, as you said, it tries to go off in all directions.
Okay, depending on its heat, right?
Heat, yeah, and other forces that are acting on the particles.
So you'll get helioclines in gas, right? Depending on the heat.
Yeah, helioclines. I'm not familiar with that term.
Lines of demarcation between heat densities of gas.
Okay.
A cooler gas will be in a different layer than a warmer gas until they mix fully, right?
Yeah.
So that therefore you'll have a heliocline. Okay.
Mhm.
So, given that at the surface of the Earth you have a balloon, you let it go, that balloon will rise, right?
Well, if its content is less dense than the surrounding medium, then yes.
Okay, I agree. Good. We're in concordance. So now it goes up past the balloon's expansion point and the balloon explodes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that gas continues to travel beyond the atmosphere, correct? If it's helium or hydrogen, it flows out of the atmosphere, correct?
If it's, yeah, if it's still less dense than the surrounding particles, yeah.
Well, even the scientists say that we're losing helium and hydrogen every day at a certain amount of tons per day, right? They're always talking about, the helium shortage that we're about to have. So, there's no barrier stopping it at the surface. There's no barrier stopping it beyond that. So if gas is able
4.54 billion years.
So if gas is able to flow out at the edge of the thermosphere where gravity would be weaker than at the surface, then all gas past that would also flow to the lower pressure system, which would be the vacuum of space. That gas would try to fill the surrounding, or the surrounding area in which it's not.
Well,
right?
why? I mean, there's not really a
High pressure would flow to the low pressure. We have higher pressure here than in space, right?
Yeah,
Even
but
at
caused
20
by
at
what?
the top of the thermosphere, we have 25 torr. At the beginning of space, we have 10 to the negative 6 torr, and that's at the Kármán line. So those two pressures are right next to each other. So you have a 50,000 millibar pressure differential between the two.
Yeah, but remember, he already explained that with the demonstration of balls and wooden rods.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Well, yeah, that's the first principle. Once you understand how
hang
mass
on. I'm not done. So that gas got up there at 25 torr, all the way up there, in spite of the gravity being stronger at the ground, where all the gas should be if gravity was the thing holding it in. But yet helium is able to escape, but nothing's really stopping that gas at the edge of the thermosphere from going away, and that's at 4,000 degrees. So it is extremely excited, and that heliocline would be broken rapidly due to the pressure differential of 50,000 millibar, correct? I think you have some splaining to do, Lucy, because you have a problem. You have two laws of physics, natural laws of physics, one being the inverse square law, and two being the second law of thermodynamics, not in your favor with your explanation of the Cavendish experiment. You have a problem explaining how you have a satellite in space that can't possibly exist next to a high pressure system of our atmosphere, even if at the edge of our atmosphere, that's 25 torr, and at the beginning of space it's 10 to the negative 6 torr, you have a problem that you can't quite explain. You can't explain with you can't explain it with gravity because that's thrown out the window because it's stronger at the surface. That guy should have never gotten up there if it's stopped at the edge. It's incongruent.
Okay. So first of all, you're using the explanations of mainstream scientists who believe all of that stuff that you don't, to then use helium escaping the atmosphere to make a point against gravity. That's not really conductive.
I'm not making a point against gravity. See, what you don't understand is I actually believe in a universal down. I don't believe in a universal to the side. I don't believe in a universal movement up unless it's away due to, like you said, buoyancy principles. But I do believe in a universal down because everything flows to the ground. I don't have a problem with saying that there is a slight propensity for a direction down.
Okay.
But that doesn't explain at the top of the thermosphere what is stopping 25 torr from going to 10 to the negative 6 torr and flowing out and peeling our atmosphere like a fucking onion, bud. You have to do a little bit better than saying, "Oh, you deny gravity, so the scientists say this and that." I'm using their story to show that they're incongruent. Those two things don't work.
Yeah. Well, your question is what's stopping the pressure the differentials to?
Without a solid barrier between the two, you don't have an explanation.
What's the term called if two different pressure levels are equalizing? Yeah, you have different pressure. You're wondering why they don't equalize.
Why don't you just give up on the adjacent, infinitely expanding vacuum fairy tale, bud?
Well, not so fast there.
Not so fast, but the whole thing requires a globe. That's the entire reason why you invoke this pseudo deity of gravity. You need that in order for the ball in the vacuum to make any sense at all. But the problem, really, when it gets down to it, is you can't measure a ball anywhere.
If I have one more fucking... shut up for a second. If I have one more pervert in my DMs, I swear to God, I'm going to ban every single Globion here.
Yeah, that creep is in mine too.
For fuck's sakes.
Okay. Let's start at like the basic principles, and you tell me when you disagree, right? So I'm just gonna.
I disagree. If you're speaking, I disagree.
No. Okay, so would you agree that we have pressure in the atmosphere?
Yeah, I would say that proves containment. I agree.
Okay. Would you agree that we have a pressure gradient going from 14.7
I would say that proves. I would absolutely agree that we have a pressure gradient, and I would say that proves pressure, which in turn proves containment. So yeah, I agree.
Okay, so the pressure gradient is
proof of containment. Yeah.
It's noisy. Yeah, the pressure
yeah, there's
gradient.
Some sort of echo. It's tripping me up.
It's
hang on a second. Shut up, Hoymar. Hey, rookie, you're hot micing. Go ahead, Hoymar.
So the pressure gradient is fading towards zero. Asymptotically.
Okay, how far towards zero can you measure it? What is the lowest measurement you can provide us with towards zero?
Well, if you use the most sensitive tools.
Did you measure it all the way down to 10 to the negative 17 torr? I don't care how good your tools are. I mean, I hope they're good enough for the job, but you're claiming 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. That's what you say your gradient fades out to. So can you provide us a direct measurement of that? If not, give us the next closest one you have.
Yeah, I'd like to see a 1 pound pressure. Can you show us a 1 pound pressure in the sky?
Or even 10 to the negative 6, where they say that the Kármán line begins, where they say space begins. Can you show that?
If you can't do it, you have what's called
like apart from basic pressure measurements in like from a helium balloon. I'm not aware of.
Okay,
the
so you
methods
did
that
half of the work and then you just
currently
jerked
used.
off and went, it probably fades out the rest of the way down. Yeah, that's good to go. Outer space confirmed. Is that it? That's all you're giving us?
Well, I mean, there's no reason to believe why the pressure gradient would suddenly
What is
stop.
the reason?
And
Is the reason a
beyond that,
direct measurement of 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure? Are you going to come back with a PSI reading of a tenth or something like that and say, see guys, it probably goes all the way down to 10 to the negative 17 torr. It probably goes out another 14 decimal places from here. Yeah, why not? Let's go with it. Is that what you're going to do?
Central 2.0, can I introduce you to the concept of extrapolation? If you set up a law,
That's what
there's
he's
no
talking
reason to
about.
believe
Your
Yeah.
why the law would
extrapolation is an
stop.
assumption.
Wow, talk
No,
about
no,
shit.
I'm way ahead of you, Hoymar. I've done that bullshit already, and that's why I'm talking to you like this. I don't want extrapolations. I want direct measurements, direct proof. What don't you get?
It's just me extrapolating because I don't have a measurement at
But it's
hand right
stupid
now.
and it's inconclusive and it's not what we're asking for. We want the direct measurement all the way down to the 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure that you claim. The gradient doesn't do you any good if you can't show us it going that far.
So you are denying the pressure gradient, or why
Denying?
don't you
What
agree
the
with it?
fuck are you talking about? Absolutely not. The first thing that I
Okay, so
said is, yeah, there's a
what's the
gradient which
reason?
requires pressure, which requires
So why
containment.
why are we
I
arguing then?
think the pressure is heavy on the surface, and then it gets a little bit lighter in the air because it gets cold, only because of the temperature, and then it gets heavy again when it gets to the firmament. And I'll show you a rocket that seems to stop midair in the sky, and that's my example of it getting
Yeah,
heavier again.
I know the video, and that's a misconception. The rocket isn't stopping.
You notice how I said that he didn't show us that the 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure that he's claiming, and he went, oh, you deny the gradient. He just thinks gradient automatically means, yeah, outer space, even though he hasn't given us the direct measurement
No,
of that
this
gradient.
is about,
Not as far as it's
about
supposed to.
your
Doesn't the rocket stop spinning?
your talking point.
Hoymar, hang on. Shut up
Question
for a second,
to
Hoymar.
vacuum.
Hoymar, shut up.
You saw the video of the rocket.
Godric, hang on with the rocket stuff. I think we're onto something a little bit more prescient. Hoymar, did you hear me talking about the helioclimb between the between gas? Hoymar,
sorry,
can you hear me?
What point?
Did you hear me talking about the helioclimb between gas, such as the thermopause or even the thermosphere?
Yeah, you were talking about
that necessarily denotes a pressure gradient, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would you say that we deny pressure gradient?
Well, it
He
sounded like
it didn't sound like anything. It sounded like he said in order to have a pressure gradient, you would necessarily need a container because you cannot have a pressure system in an open system. Period.
Yep.
You have to have an enclosed system in order to have pressure.
There's no reason. There's no
He's
reason
saying it's
why
false. Now
matter
he's got to
couldn't
demonstrate that it is false. You've got to give us the black swan example where you can have that gradient going down to the outer space vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr that you're on about.
Or even any other pressure than what is right here, right now, 14.7 at sea level, PSI. Outside of that, anything outside of that, without a fucking container, bud, and show us how you did it. Because I want to know. That'd be really interesting to see. Don't you think that would be interesting to see, Hoymar?
I want to know too.
You see it every day, because if we go from reality, right, we have evidence of a pressure gradient. We do not have a single evidence.
You keep doing this thing
container.
where you think that pressure gradient equals outer space vacuum. We just
I
gave you a
didn't say
bunch of
that.
reasons why it does. Well, that's what you're kind of
I
doing. You're
didn't
going,
even-
oh, all the
didn't
time we see a
get to
pressure
that yet.
gradient.
Just let me make the point. I didn't even get to that part yet.
Okay.
We have
No,
evidence
forget
of
about your
pressure
point. Can I
gradient.
interject for a second? I just wanted to quickly say something to him and then ask his response in regards to this. So in algebraic terms, gas pressure is X, and the gas pressure gradient is delta X. Delta X comes after X. X comes before delta X. So are you in contention with that?
Not generally, no. Sounds somewhat reasonable.
So then you agree that there has to be a container.
Yeah.
No,
The
I'm
thing
not
that
saying that there has to be
pressure
a container.
requires.
I'm just saying that we have gas pressure, and that's all. We don't have evidence
But
whatsoever of
you are
any
doing
container of any
what
sort.
you're doing is special pleading, though. In all known examples, pressure requires containment. You're saying in this one it doesn't, and you can't show us. That's the problem.
What's really stupid is you've already claimed a container with gravity. It's really dumb that you keep on saying no. There's no container. You already said that gravity was your container. How dumb are you?
So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because that would be demonstrating X without a container due to gravity, demonstrating gas pressure without a container due to gravity.
The matter is containing itself. That's what's happening.
Now the matter is containing itself. Interesting.
Gases pressing upon gases creates pressure. It's really not
funny because he's like the 300th person to say that like over the last year or two here. It's like
So
it's
he's
crazy
saying
how
that
some of them go to that.
He's saying that the container is gas.
Okay, so at the top of the container, where there is no gas, at 10 to the negative 6 torr, the top of the thermosphere, what's your container?
None. Why would you need a container when there's like no or almost no pressure at all left? Like,
oh my god!
You know,
so you're going to go back on your word. You're going to go back on your word. You said it was gravity. Now you're saying there's no container.
He said, why would you need something to contain gas pressure from a medium where there's no pressure?
Yeah, that's the funny thing.
Stupid.
The altitude at which you would place a container.
That's
there is
the
no
funny
pressure
thing.
anymore.
The atmosphere is velcroed to the fucking Earth, all the way to the thermosphere. That's interesting. That's interesting. You think that?
You're like, why would we need a container to contain gas pressure from a vacuum? That's what you just said. What the hell, dude?
That's a very interesting theory. You should go along with that. You should write that down and try to prove it.
I don't. Okay, please look at the image I posted in Livestream voice text
of the flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, whatever. It's just.
No,
it's just
I like this picture. It's a very nice picture of the flat Earth. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, be that as it may be, but what we can see here.
Be that as it may be, a flat Earth picture. As we can see here, we see a layer of haze, most likely due to humidity, most likely due to the water in the atmosphere. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah, right. I think you've driven that point home. What I was trying to say is, if anybody in here wants to explain what they think causes that kind of light blue to black gradient.
Yeah, I just did. I just told you it was the water content of the gas in that air, and it's heavier, so it's obviously it's a warmer, heavier, dense atmosphere closer to the ground, as I previously described with my helium climb.
Can you prove the dark blue is a vacuum?
So what we're looking at, would you agree, is a pressure gradient, as we can see from the colors alone?
From your picture, as a flat Earth.
Yeah,
and a local sun. I think it's a beautiful picture.
And everybody's just fine with the pressure gradient. It proves pressure, which proves containment. So thanks.
Can you prove that the dark blue is a vacuum?
So at which altitude would you place your container if you could do that?
I don't know. Which altitude would you place your pressure gauge to measure 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure?
As I said before, I don't have these measurements at hand.
Okay, so you do not have anything backing your stupid outer space fairy tale.
Well, buddy, I thought we agree on the fucking pressure gradient.
Hang on, we're whistling past the graveyard here. He showed a picture of the flat Earth and showed the denser, warmer atmosphere closer to the Earth, a local sun. I think this picture is beautiful. I'm going to give you the flat Earth roll, okay?
I love it too.
Give
him the flat Earth roll. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Apparently,
Your evidence is astounding and beautiful. Thank you very I already explained what that haze is because you can see it close to when you're at the ground. You can see fog, for fuck's sakes. No, it's not a mystery to what that is. You can see the clouds. You can see the helioclines in the gas from that flat Earth picture, and I love every minute of it. Thank you very much.
So
yes,
what
we're not denying that there's a gradient. We're not denying that that's gas. We're not denying that that's the sun, and we're not denying that your flat Earth picture is probably the best flat Earth proof shown tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you would basically place your container when the gradient has faded to 0. Is that what you're saying?
Where's the gradient flow to 0?
Well, basically, where you see the blackness, the huge.
So you're saying that space is a perfect. Are you making the claim that space is a perfect vacuum now? Is that what I'm hearing? Because
I was
it's 10 to the negative 17 torr. At the beginning of the Kármán line, it's 10 to the negative 6 torr, but you're claiming it's 0. You know what? I'm beginning to like you more and more because obviously past the container, we can't possibly know what it is. So why not claim nothing? Perfect. I like it. Good job. You did it.
Well, I was
You've convinced me. You've convinced me of a flat Earth.
So nothing changed. Okay. Good to know.
No. I'm way more steadfast in my beliefs that the Earth is flat now more than I've ever been by your proof here.
Yes. Thank you, Homari. You added so much reinforcement. Thank you.
Well, so the thing is, why is the air not rushing to fill the black area?
Well, because there's no adjacent outer space vacuum. That's why. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and mute you because I think you're done. Get your hot micing.
Hello. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Hoymar, I think we're done with you. I think we should probably move on to a bigger fish that isn't going to prove flat Earth to us. At least tries to argue for globe Earth.
I wanted to ask him if he can prove that the pressure goes to 0.
Oh yeah, no. He said he was overstating it, but I'm going to leave it as it goes to 0 because obviously past the container we can't possibly know what's there. So why not assume 0? Even though I doubt that's the truth if that's where the sun and the stars lie.
He was asking Globers for round Earth proof in the lobby. So maybe you should give him the flat Earth. Yeah.
My goodness, this guy is amazing. I fucking love this guy. Hoymar, you're my new best friend and my new project. Every time I'm in here, I will find you, I will seek you out, and I will run you dry. You are now my mule that I will hang my hitch upon, and I will make you work the field day in and day out that you come.
I think you should actually give him the flat earther role. He'll hate that.
I would if I wouldn't get in trouble. I would if I wouldn't get in trouble for it, but it's not worth the headache.
Why would you get in trouble?
Well, because I'm not the only person here. If I was the real boss that I said I was, I would go ahead and do it and let damn.
Oh, you were only kidding? Oh man.
No. I'm not only kidding. When I'm in the room, I feel like I'm the boss, but I will not. I'm not always here.
I think we all do, don't we? Don't we all kind of feel like we're the boss in a way?
No. I sound like I'm the boss all the time.
Do you? Okay. You say so.
Yeah, of course I say so. I'm just fucking with you, bud.
I know. I'm trying to decide how far I can go with it before you get mad, though.
I'll never really get mad.
I'll quit.
Well, you guys, I think my work is done here. I'm gonna go to bed so that I can get up and work tomorrow. God bless you all.
Nice talking to you.
Rest well, Deus. Rest well.
Thank you very much. And you guys have a wonderful evening. Good night.
Thanks. You too, buddy.
Thank you.
See you later.
Well, should we keep battering Hoymer around or what?
Is he gone yet?
He's still in here. You guys want to talk to him still, or?
No, I'm talking about the boss. Did he leave yet?
Oh yeah, yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, it's party time. All right. Yeah, I guess we can. I don't know. I don't want to talk to him. You guys can if you want. I'm good.
Well, I mean, he's just going to give us nothing but inconclusive arguments.
I mean,
But
nothing.
you can go ahead if you want, Hoimer. I don't care.
Nothing against him or anything. I just, with what I've seen so far, I just don't feel like, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna help.
Yeah, he gets to a point and then he doesn't tie up the loose ends. I mean, he gets a pressure reading of 1/10 of a psi and he still has 14 more decimal places to go, but he goes, that's good enough. That probably thins out to 10 to the negative 17 torr right there. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, it obviously goes down to 0 and then keeps going the opposite direction, right?
I wanna know if Hoymar agrees with the statement nature abhors a vacuum. And if he does, so when does that not count anymore? When does nature not abhors a vacuum?
Well, that's a pretty illustrative statement, acting as if it was sentient or anything.
No. So nature abhors a vacuum, right? So there's no vacuum naturally in nature, right?
I wouldn't say so, because, I mean, the
Right.
default state would be no matter exists. So that's a vacuum. Or
In
wouldn't
your
it?
mind, right? In your mind, because matter exists. That's all you've ever experienced. So in your mind, that may be true, but in reality, that's not true.
Okay, so we put matter into nothingness. Yeah, then we don't only have vacuum anymore.
No. So nature abhors a vacuum, right? So there's no naturally vacuum. And if there's some low pressure system, then nature will move towards it, right? High pressure move to low pressure. So it does abhors a vacuum, correct? And when
I don't
does
know
it
if you can
stop?
answer my question. Can you answer my question? How can you prove that the pressure gets close to 0? Can you prove
God,
that?
Rick, we already did that in spades. We've been over this and over this. He can't. The closest he can get is 1/10 of a psi, and then he just begs the question the rest of the way.
So, I mean, as I said, I don't have, the actual measurements at hand right now. I can try to look them up though. But what solution would you propose? Like, what would you put? Would you put
I don't know.
a
It's your
container there?
claim. You're the one who has to believe in the outer space vacuum, so you show it to us. Don't ask us how we should go about proving your claim.
Well, no, I mean, we still
That's
agree.
terrific, right?
We
Awesome
still
stuff.
agree on the gradient, right? Just I say,
Gradient.
well,
It proves pressure. It proves containment. Well done. Thank you, buddy. Great job here.
well, I'm saying it fades into a hard vacuum and
Yeah,
say,
you're saying
no, you
that,
can't
and
say
that's
that.
all you do is you just say that. You don't show that happening. You just say it. So,
Cannot
thanks.
demonstrate it. Give us the definition of gas pressure, Homer.
You realize
don't
that
play-
just
I don't
because you
play
want
definition
something to
games.
be true doesn't make it true, right? Weimar. Just like hoping and wishing and feeling
don't
and
play definition
fantasizing is
games.
true
I
does
think
not make it
that
true.
Play imagination games.
I think that the
Your
PSI
imagination
might go
does
down
not
another
mean
14 decimal places. Great proof, C, but you haven't shown us it happening. You gave us a story.
As I said, I don't have these measurements at hand right now. But
Well,
I'm happy that we
nobody does,
agree.
Homer, the
I'm
reason
happy
you
that
don't
we.
have them is because they don't exist. Nobody has measured a pressure gradient fading out to 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. We can't even build a vacuum that powerful here on Earth. Nobody's done that. That's why you
True,
don't have those
yeah.
measurements in hand, okay? So it's not your fault, buddy. You're just arguing for fairy tales. That's the problem. That's where you went wrong.
Well, I think unless somebody here offers a better solution, I'll stick to.
Well, we did. It's contained, and you can't show us the near perfect outer space vacuum you're talking about. So that's not a solution for anything because that hasn't even been shown. So
we can demonstrate
did.
gas pressure requiring physical containment. You cannot demonstrate the claim of it without one.
Yeah, you can, Hoymar.
No. I'm pretty sure it does exist because we have been to these altitudes and we have carried pressure measuring devices with us at these
Okay,
altitudes.
here he goes now. We went to these altitudes, we carried pressure measuring devices, but we did not take the measurements that I need to back any of this with.
I didn't
What
say
the
that.
hell?
No, this is on me. I don't have them at hand, as I said. It doesn't
Okay,
change the fact of reality.
you just
You don't
agreed
have
with me a
them,
minute ago
period.
that nobody went to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum that you say the gradient fades out into with a pressure measuring device and measured it and found, yep, there it is. There's the outer space vacuum. And then right away after that, you say, yeah, we went to these altitudes, we got it, but I don't have it. Like, what's the matter with you?
Well, I'm not denying that we went to space.
Yeah, it's a really weak tactic. It's like, oh, like, yeah,
So
I could
it's
get it, I
just a
just
matter
don't
of
have it now. No, you don't
also
have it.
measuring pressure.
You never had it. No one has it. You're just trying to obfuscate and like misrepresent yourself as more knowledgeable than you are.
Well, okay. I
You don't
mean,
have
we've
jack
played the
shit.
same. We've played the same game for a few hours now, so why not turn it around for once and have one of you guys demonstrate a shred of evidence of a
Well, we
container?
always do. We show you the horizon being way too far for it to be affected by Earth curves. We show you laser transit tests and things, and you hand wave all of those. You make all sorts of reifications for your globe regarding refraction, which you have never shown us any measurement for. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I'm sorry, but that's a deflection. I was asking
No,
about the
it's not.
container.
No. Showing you direct measurements that you ask for is not a deflection. It is exactly the opposite of that.
No, container. What about that is
Okay, container.
so hard to
Yeah,
grasp?
you couldn't show us 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure existing within this gradient you're talking about. So we just go with the standard situation for pressure, which is it requires containment. Because it always does. Unless you can show us otherwise, unless you can show us that a high pressure system like this can exist right next to a vacuum, but you don't. So we're just going to go with the natural behavior of pressure.
I mean, it's only you guys who claim that's a closed system.
No, it's only you guys who say that you can have this type of a system right next to an infinitely expanding vacuum, and then the best you can ever do to show it to us is go, I don't know, somebody must have gone up really high and measured it. I don't know. I don't have those measurements. Yeah, so we're just going with the standard behavior of pressure then. Thanks.
Well, we literally agree on the very gradient. So that's like, 95%
Gradient
of the
requires
volume.
pressure.
In the last 5% comes flat Earth ideology. Well,
No, that's not ideology, dude. That's natural law. Okay, that's the thing you're in denial of, and you have the ideology, which is called the globe, which needs this gradient and this gravity and all this stuff in the adjacent outer space vacuum, and you can't even get past the first step, which is to just validate curvature. So you are the one with the ideology. Get it right and stop projecting it onto us.
Oh, Hoymar, you claim you took first year physics, right? Maybe someone already went over this with you, so stop me if they did. Did you take first year physics? You were claiming you did some physics knowledge.
Yeah, I do.
Uh-huh. So you know the ideal gas law.
Yeah.
So PV equals nRT. So you know what P and V stand for.
Yes.
You know what they stand for? What do they stand for? Look it up.
If I'm not mistaken, P is pressure and V is volume.
Yeah, great. All right. So can V be infinite?
Can V be infinite? No, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So what you're claiming there's no container, then there's still somehow pressure. Pressure is positive, but V is infinite. How does that fit into this ideal gas law?
Well, again, we're not talking about gas pressure,
We are.
atmospheric pressure.
Oh, again, we're not
sorry, what are
talking
we
about
talking about?
reality. We're talking about my fairy tale, is what he just said.
No, atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, your fairy tale. Atmospheric pressure. Atmosphere requires a sphere that you can't measure and show us in order to have gases conforming to the sphere in the shape of a sphere. Yeah, so like I said, your fairy tale.
So volume can't be infinite. So it must be contained in some finite space. The gas for there to be pressure.
Well, no, but the ideal gas law does not apply to large gas
Doesn't
systems.
apply because
Joe, natural law, gas law, it doesn't apply to his fairy tale. That's the thing that's going on here.
No, ideal gas law
yeah,
is
it's
what I was.
strange. It must be some magic afoot. Somehow his feelings are preventing it from being applied.
Yeah, the principles of nature, they just don't apply in his fairy tale. That's what's going on. Right, Hoymar? You can't show us. You can't show us how this exception actually can occur. You just say that it does. And then you give us an example which does nothing to violate the natural standards that we are talking about here. And then you go, well, yeah, but it probably gets down to that vacuum that I'm talking about. Like, you just give us a story.
Well, no, consider the following. Gas moves
Bad
due
story.
to kinetic energy, right? And that's why gas expands in all directions. And as soon as gravity trumps that kinetic energy, as soon as it's
Gravity? Gravity?
greater.
What's that? What, gravity?
The hell
You
is
haven't shown us
gravity?
that.
I thought we established that previously.
No, you never established that. You
no.
showed us a bunch of wooden rods and balls, and then you went from that to we're a globular spinning mass in a vacuum, which is forcing gases and other things to adhere to its surface. So no, you definitely didn't clear that one up, bud.
Well, the thing is that the gas will not keep expanding indefinitely.
That's
So
a really cool
Why
story.
not? Yeah.
Because it loses kinetic energy as the volume increases and temperature decreases.
Okay, so entropy just won't work because not enough kinetic energy. The gas will not
what I'm
disperse to
saying.
fill the available volume. It just doesn't have the energy to do it, so it's just going to stay here on this globular mass that you haven't measured or shown anybody yet. That's what's going on? The fuck, dude? I mean, usually gas is dispersed to fill the available volume. You're saying this one example is where it doesn't happen, but then you don't show us the example. So we think it's pretty stupid.
I'm talking about all large gas systems. You know, we have gas giants. We have the sun is.
Right. Within the fairy tale vacuum that you keep begging the question of. Okay, yeah, that's your story. That's called a reification. You should have heard that word enough times now being in this room. The hell's wrong with you?
Laws of physics work until they offend my feelings and my worldview. Apparently how you function.
Yeah,
I can't believe he actually went to gas giants. Sorry, Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled by the nature abhors a vacuum thing, right? And then when does it not abhors a vacuum? When does that start? Omar, is that something that starts when you're stops when you're too far from the surface? Does it stop when sometimes there are gases in your vacuum, right, in that infinite volume that are clumped together and not forming a gas giant, or sometimes they do? But when does it stop? When does nature not abhors a vacuum?
Well, I'm not sure. You know, like, is that some kind of law, or is that just an illustrative sentence regarding, you know?
Well, Aristotle came with that sentence, right? And it's true, because where do we find natural vacuums that remain a vacuum, where nature doesn't move into the vacuum?
He's saying that most of everything that exists is a vacuum, but then he can't show us any of it.
Well, okay, so that's an Aristotelian postulate. Nature abhors vacuum. Horror vacuum. Okay, and that's a pretty old phrase.
And still true.
Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't change reality. Like what we measure and observe in reality is what counts.
Okay, but what we measure and observe in reality isn't the thing that you keep claiming, which is that near perfect vacuum that you say encompasses almost everything. So I think his statement holds true to this day, unless you're ready with those measurements now.
Well, as I'm discussing with you, my time is limited to
Okay,
research.
excuses. You have excuses. Well noted. Excuses instead of evidence. Got it. Thanks. Who's playing that? I love it. Sleepy, is that you? Nice.
Maybe. I'm just out in nature.
Is there a vacuum out there? Did you find a vacuum to help Homer out here?
Yeah, I ran into one and I like almost died because it like almost sucked out my insides, but I'll be more careful. Apparently vacuums abhor me.
That was just some sort of archaic phrase, nature abhors a vacuum. That doesn't hold true to this day. We know it doesn't. But those measurements, yeah, well, I'm really busy. I don't have the time to grab them yet.
I wonder if these cricket sounds are like CGI. Well, not I, but computer generated. Like, I can't tell.
CGA.
CGA, yeah. Is it like, are they real cricket? I think it's just CGA. Yeah, it's like listening closely, it doesn't quite sound right.
It does sound a bit synthetic. Yeah, could be synthesized.
Perfect to accompany Globers. All right, let me know if you want me to turn this off.
It's hilarious. It's perfect. It fit the vibe, fit the moment.
Synthetic cricket sounds echoing through the vacuum of the
The
global
vacuum, the infinitely expanding vacuum that nothing can echo off of.
Okay, so what do you think about rockets going to high altitudes and without burning up due to friction with, supposedly the gas that should be there according to flat Earth's pressure theory? What do you think about that?
I don't think that they're going to any 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum that you haven't demonstrated yet. I think that much. I think they take a parabolic trajectory. You probably land them up by the Bermuda Triangle usually. Pretty much that's what I think. Yeah.
What if I showed you a video of a rocket going to space, like
going
from
to 10
ground?
to the negative 17 torr pressure adjacent to okay,
from ground to orbit.
Yeah, it'd be great. Let's check it out.
Okay. Just posted it. Yeah, it's 7 minutes long. You might want to skip over it quickly, but
what'd you post?
Livestream voice text.
You're going to need a measured radius for that, Homer.
Is this like fisheye Earth? It's like the Earth only exists in fisheye lens.
Yeah. It's. I think. Well, actually, that camera is. If you look at the first frame, the railings are pretty straight, so it's not it's if it's fisheye, it's not very much of a fisheye.
Fisheye, wide angle, whatever.
Yeah,
You're gonna
Hoimar,
need a radius anyway.
I'm already done. I think the timestamp was around 210 or something like that. Yeah, I saw the outline of the Earth bend. So it's going from, convex to sort of flat. So, yeah, you're just showing us lens curvature again. And there's also no pressure measurement there. And
Yeah, it
I don't know
means-
whatever the hell else, but that's all I need to see.
Yeah, at 120.
think
Hold
the
on.
the
Hold on, you
objective
asked us what we
wasn't
thought.
even show, camera may or may not be. I think it's not much of a fisheye.
Dude,
That wasn't even the
after
objective.
130, curvature is constant.
Well, Larry's trying to get a word in.
Sorry.
At 120, you can already see the horizon, which means that the rocket is no longer going up.
Do you see the way the particles are coming off, like the engine bell?
Did you hear
and
what
like
Larry said?
No, I didn't. But that shows that there's no air that's dragging the particles away, right? So the rocket is obviously going very fast, as we can see when we look at the Earth.
Or
So there's
CGI, or it's just like a freaking
it's
TV show.
CGI.
Like,
It's CGI.
Well, how did
that's
you
fake as hell. What the hell?
how did you verify the authenticity of the footage, Hoimar? How did you verify the authenticity of the footage?
Well, I watched that launch live, along with dozens of observatories that track all of these launches.
Well, did you
So you
go
were on
with
the
the rocket live into the adjacent vacuum they claim that they send that thing to? Did you go with it?
Right. How do you know that what the rocket is showing from that view is what you saw from the ground?
Well, I saw exactly that rocket taking off and taking exactly that
You saw
path
a rocket. You saw a rocket taking off. How can you
How do you
verify
know
it was that
from that
rocket in the
position.
footage?
Well, anyway, a big problem is you guys are trying to show a curved Earth, but we measured it down here on the ground and found that there isn't any. So, can you help us out there?
You've stated that previously, and I tried
I keep
to
stating that.
mount some measurements. You were just vaguely saying, "Well, we have laser tests."
No, I'm not
but that's
vaguely saying
far
it. I'm
from
directly
really-
telling you that we've directly measured the surface via laser, transit, and horizon distance measurements and things like that, and found all of those things to be totally incompatible with the globe claim. So I was just hoping you could help us out.
Well, I mean, I can present a bunch of measurements that were
You're
done
going to have
over
to.
hundreds of years.
You're going to have
One.
to, because you've said that your radius has been substantiated time and time again, but every single time we measure the surface of the Earth, we find absolutely zero drop over distance, which is the reason why we're here. So instead of just talking on and going like 500 steps down the line from the initial part of your claim, which is the curvature measurement, how about just that curvature measurement finally?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing is, when I present the measurement, it will probably take some time to explain what about it actually shows sphericity.
It doesn't take us any time to explain anything. Well, I guess it just depends on the person who's listening. But I mean, we can just post it right now and be through it in like 1 minute. So why can't you just do the same for what you're wanting to show us?
Yeah, sure. I can show you how surveyors measure when they triangulate, right? They measure
Just give us
angles between distant points. And
They use
as it
flat
turns
plane
out,
geometry. They use the curved plumb line. They do different things like that. They use instruments that are good for about 100 meters, maybe up to a kilometer, etc.
no, they don't. They actually don't. All they do is they use angle measurement devices to triangulate. So
Plane trigonometry. Yep.
Okay, but Hoymar, I'm asking you for direct drop over distance measurements. You know, like you put a ruler on top of a basketball, and then you see the divergence between the ruler and the basketball, right? And so then you can see that you can measure how much drop over distance, how much curvature it has. That's the same thing that we're asking you to do for the ball Earth that you're claiming.
Okay, yeah, you want drop over distance measurements? Sure.
Yes, please.
Let's see some drop over distance measurements.
Great.
Just a second here. I have to look that up in my database of globe proofs.
Yeah, we gotta have it. Yeah, globe proofs.
Fish. So
Is it
from
next to your
120 to
insight?
6, from 120 to 620, they're flying along the path of the Earth. You can still see the horizon, indicating that they're not heading away from the Earth. So this is no more than a high altitude flight, as far as I could.
Okay, so you're not claiming it's fake. You're just saying it's not that high of an altitude.
They're not going to space.
Mm-hmm.
It's either fake or it's not gaining altitude past 120, like what Hank said.
Yeah, personally, I never claimed that rocket launches or any of that were fake. I say they actually happen. They just don't go to that adjacent vacuum that you still can't demonstrate. That's all. Yeah, high altitude. Nobody here disputes high altitude, of course.
Well, I definitely heard CGI. So are you going to decide on whether that footage is
Well, we are
CGI or not?
individuals, so your mileage will vary.
We're not like you. We don't have to exist as a group because we're too afraid to have our own opinions. Like some of us have different opinions here. It's called the real world. Even admitting, let's say it's real. So let's say I believe you. And past 120, as Larry says, curvature of the horizon, you can see it, past 120 is not increasing. For the rocket is no longer gaining altitude at that point. So it's already in space.
Okay, wait. So
Yeah, I know
from
that too.
120 onward, the rocket is not gaining altitude, although its thrusters are like going at full throttle, and
cool
you literally
story.
see it move away from the
Cool
ground.
story.
Okay, so yeah.
So I go at Central.
Well, I don't know. I was just going to say that he has a curved Earth that just doesn't look any more curved past a certain altitude. It just gets to that point of curvature and just stays like that.
Further you
Yeah,
get
let's
away from the center of the
let's just
ball,
assume we have a fisheye camera or whatever. That wasn't really what I was getting at. What is much more interesting in that footage is the plume, for example, which keeps expanding, right, until it becomes invisible. And then later in the footage,
relevant to our discussion. That's the most interesting part. Got it.
I just don't see any adjacent vacuum. I don't see any proof of Earth curve. I don't see a globe. I don't see outer space. I just don't know what you want with this.
well, I mean, you see the speed relative to the ground, just kind of estimating at the altitude we're talking about, which is way above 100 kilometers. That's a claimed altitude anyway. At that speed, if it was still in the atmosphere, it would burn up. And how do you see that it's not in the atmosphere anymore? Well, you see particles flying off the rocket that are not being dragged by any air surrounding it. That's a clear indicator of a vacuum, right?
Okay, but it's not a pressure measurement, and there are other things that could be in play. Maybe it's going at a different speed than you think it is. Also, the fact that we don't see any more curvature means it's not going any higher, which reinforces what we say, which is that they just take a parabolic trajectory, right? So I don't know where you're trying to get with this.
Well, I'll give you that. Yes, it certainly isn't a measurement, but all we can do is do some deductive reasoning from what we can see. As long as you're not claiming it's fake, we can at least talk about the footage.
Well, it just doesn't show the thing that we're asking you to show us is the problem. We just want the direct measurements of the vacuum. We want the direct measurements of the curvature. We want you to show us these things directly because we do that for you. We show you direct measurements of the horizon being too far for it to be affected by Earth curve. We show you direct measurements of the surface of the Earth using lasers, which find no drop over distance. So we're asking for that, but something that supports what you're saying.
Well, but I mean, you're doing that while conveniently ignoring atmospheric refraction
No,
altogether.
look, atmospheric
Hold on,
refraction,
let
like
me
you're
let me
begging the
address that.
question. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Larry.
Like every single
I'm sorry.
like
Hold on,
observation
hold on,
totally
hold on.
ignores the whole
Hold on,
atmospheric effect.
hold on, hold on. Yeah, see, the problem is that it was Alberni that measured the radius with a refracted horizon, and now that you admit that the horizon is refracted, you have no geometric horizon. Bro, you're admitting defeat when you say that.
Well, geometric horizon is kind of a problematic term. A more accurate term would be an unrefracted horizon. Now, due to the fact that we always have refraction going on, the physical horizon is what we see, right? So, and the unrefracted horizon is
What the
theoretically.
hell, dude? The physical horizon is what we see. You mean as in physical Earth curve?
Can we have a citation for that? Saying that the horizon refracts? Because because I understand that refraction is about objects in relation to the horizon.
Not really. Refraction is just about the way light bends as it
So where's
travels through
this?
a medium.
Where's this? Yeah, I understand. Now, is a good globy rebuttal, but where's that citation that horizons refract? We have different types of refraction that they all are in relationship to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Now, when you are saying we see the horizon further, for instance, than the oil rigs, then you have to believe that the light that is coming from that location, right beyond the oil rigs, is reaching your eyes sooner than the light of the leading edge of the sphere, which has moved back beyond the oil rigs. How is that possible? Is the light slowed down from the leading edge of the sphere, which we cannot see, and then is moved back beyond the two oil rigs?
Not quite. What it did change is its path. That's basically the only thing that did change between those.
So the light from the leading edge of the sphere is now moving slower because it's now beyond the two oil rigs, right?
If it changes its path to your eye, that means you will see different distances depending on the amount
You
of
understand what I'm
diffraction
saying, right?
that
You
is going
understand
on.
what I'm saying, right? So physically, right, we have a basketball, and when this ant is standing on a basketball and he's looking towards the leading edge of the sphere, he sees the geometric limitation of that basketball. Now you're saying, well, if that ant is standing on that basketball and there is weather on that basketball, that leading edge of a sphere will now move backwards, right? So it will move further away. But that physical edge is still there. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not about like the physical, like the actual, geometry, like the matter.
So the light
Matter
is
doesn't
hitting
change.
that. So that light is hitting that leading edge of a sphere physically, because when you're standing on the basketball, you will see that edge, right, of the ball. And now you're saying, well, there's no atmosphere. There's no atmosphere. So of course the horizon will be moved further away. But then we have this problem of the light hitting that leading edge of a sphere, which is closer to you, which should reach your eye sooner than the thing we are seeing beyond the two oil rigs.
I think you have a misconception of how refraction changes the path of light.
No, you have. Because the way that you think it works is in relation to R, the thing you have never provided us a measurement for. So it's definitely you who doesn't understand how refraction works.
No. Okay, no, hold on. You can actually derive refraction without knowing R, but using R is a convenient way of calculating the effective.
Well, that's how you look, Hoimar. That's how you fudge your geometric horizon distance is using R.
So if I give you a photograph of a of a boat, right, with a horizon. You could tell me the weather that day.
That's not really how it works.
No, so there is no predictive model of refraction then. It's all calculated backwards
No,
then.
no, that's not what I said. But you can't.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I said, right? So if it's a predictive model, if you use a model for refraction, then I can give you a picture, and you can tell me the weather that day, right? The temperature and. No?
Well, I mean, we could, basically, we could solve for temperature in the simplified formula, but that's not what you use the formula for. That's kind of backwards.
The point is there is no predictive model or any model for refraction. It's all
are you sure
backwards engineered
Sure.
using the radius. And now you say, well, we don't need the radius. Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
right?
you do, man.
You do. But then somebody else came with a model and said, look, I've made a model which doesn't use the radius, but they build it off of the radius, right?
Yeah, and Hoymar, what does a model that doesn't use the radius do to move the position of the geometric horizon, which is based on the radius?
It bends light rays according to.
That didn't answer my
refraction
question at all.
coefficient.
That didn't answer my question at all. So just start over. Do you know what my question was? How does the model? I'll ask it again. How does the model that has nothing to do with the radius move the geometric horizon around, which is based on the radius? The geometric horizon is based on the radius. If you don't use that radius, how do you move the geometric horizon around using refraction?
No, the horizon position of the horizon is
based on the radius.
The amount of refraction that is happening.
Yeah, okay,
And
that's
you can
based on the
calculate
radius,
that
and
amount
that's based on the
without
radius, and you're not
relying
asking
on
the
the
question.
radius.
No.
Wait,
The geometric
guys,
horizon is